Okie dokie. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see so many familiar faces already into the chat. So super excited to be here today for the Virtual Property Growth Summit brought to you by the Property Unleashed podcast. Today, we have an amazing array of speakers lined up, and myself and my good friend James Wyatt will be your hosts. So I hope you're ready for plenty of energy and plenty of action. How are you this morning, James? You okay, my friend?
Yeah, I'm very good, actually, Mark. I am actually very, very excited about today. I cannot believe the great people that we've got coming on throughout the day, and I just can't wait.
Brilliant stuff. So we've got quite a feast of different speakers lined up for you today. Now, some people might be joining us for the day. If you're hardcore and you're going to be with us all day long, then fair play to you. We will try and have some breaks in between of the speakers and things as and when time permits. But this is also a day for you to have questions answered, for us to be able to help and support you throughout your property journey, but also throughout the speakers. So if people are talking to you about different things and you're resonating with you and you want to find out more, obviously you can reach out to these people afterwards, but there is nothing to buy today. We're not selling you anything. There are opportunities where you can check out obviously what people are doing, and if their businesses and what they actually talk about resonates with you, as I say, then that is great. But this is all about knowledge. This is all about sharing, and it's all about helping each other as well. So, as I said to you before, this is brought to you by the Property Unleashed podcast. Yes, that's my podcast as well. So obviously a little bit of exposure for that, 100% free on there, and a wealth of knowledge. I've been running the podcast now for, I think, just over 4 years, maybe 4.5 years. There's over 360 odd episodes, probably more than that now. I've lost count completely. But a lot of the speakers that we have on today are people that you will recognize from the podcast as well. Why? Because they're industry experts. Now, I'm a massive believer in that, surrounding yourself with the right people. They call it a power team, don't they, in property? But surrounding yourself with the right people helps you to supercharge your results and move you further forward. So today is all about, as I say, it's all about you. It's all about the speakers, and it's all about obviously helping each other. We're also sponsored by the Property Unleashed community, which is education to action. And that is a community built by property investors for property investors. And all of the speakers today are a part of that community. They are all people that are helping out in there and are working their way through that as well. So that is something, if you've never heard of it, check it out, because it is there. It is a safe community, and it's something that we all help and work on together to help people moving forward. So as I say, my name's Mark Fitzgerald. If you've never heard of me before and you just come on here, I am the first speaker today, so I won't bore you now with what I'm all about. I'll share that a little bit more about that when I do my talk. But as I said to you before, I'm also joined by the great James Wyatt as well. And I'll let James just say hello to you all.
Hello. I'm so excited to be on this today, and I'm so honored. And thank you, Mark, for bringing me in on this, because I really do think that things like this, especially when they're free, is just the value of that. If I had something like this when I was starting out, Mark, my goodness me, it would have been a whole lot different. So thank you very much indeed. And I'm really, really looking forward to the day ahead.
Brilliant stuff. So what have we got planned for you? Well, you probably already got a bit of an idea on that. But what we will do is tell you a little bit more about what we've put together here and why we've put it together. And we put together a bit of a strategic mission for people, because whoa, dun, dun, dun. We all know that in 2026, the government's got it in for property investors and landlords, and everybody seems to be giving us a shoe-in, giving us a right old kick-in at the moment. So it is really, really important that we keep our finger on the pulse and that we are able to pivot with the times. I say more now than ever, as a property investor, as a landlord, you need to be treating this as a business. You need to be making sure that you surround yourself with knowledgeable people that are industry experts in their sectors, and whatever sector, and that's what I love about property, is everybody can be doing their own sector. Whatever sector you're actually involved in, do make sure that you're keeping up with the times, because that's why there's a lot of landlords that are old school landlords maybe struggling a bit now because they are fed up. They don't want to stick with the times. They don't want to treat it as a business. They don't want to systemize it. So it's all about, for us, empowering investors to thrive in a shifting marketplace through making sure that we are taking the right actions at the right times. And of course, building a sustainable business moving forward. Also, our vision, turning knowledge into consistent income with proven tactics that work in any market condition. Obviously, as I say, we need to be able to pivot with the times as we're going through. And of course, we need to have a strong focus. So it's about putting real actionable steps that are tangible to get you the results that you want. We're not here to hype you all up today. We're not here to give you rah-rah to say that you're going to become a millionaire overnight. That is not property investing, and that is not the real world. And if you hear people saying that, then do run a mile. This is more or less about what people are doing in the industry right here, right now, that's working. Okay. And it's all about making sure that we're not just building up on hypes. We're not building businesses on false hopes and false dreams. We're building businesses that will last. And that is why I put together such a great panel of industry experts for their marketplace as well, to be able to share with you what they're doing right here, right now, what's working right here, right now, so that you can walk away from today with the tools to be able to be in a safe place, and also to know exactly what you should be doing, what you shouldn't be doing, and how it can help you. So we're going to kick off at 9:30 with my good self, and then you won't hear much from me, apart from introducing the other speakers and things. But I'm going to be going through what I think the best cash flowing strategies are for 2026 at the moment. We're going to be talking about a lot of different sort of strategies, some of them quite creative, and some of them might seem a little bit boring as well. But in 2026, there are three that stand out for me that I am super focused on at the moment, and that are working very, very well for me. And I'm going to share that with you in the first section. Then at 10:30, we have the Renters' Right Bill. We have Anthony and Alice McMullan coming on, and they are going to be going through everything that we need to know for the Renters' Right Bill to make sure that we are safely in the right place, and we got the knowledge to know that we're going to be compliant in what we're doing. Also, then at 11:30, we've got Mr. James White coming back on, and he is all about helping you remove any limiting beliefs you have, any blockers, and how you can break through barriers. A lot of the time, we can hold ourselves back before we've actually got the momentum that we want. And sometimes we even talk ourselves out of deals, good deals, for no particular reason. James is going to go through that, and he's got a great little system and methodology that he's going to share with you today and talk you through that. Remember, today is a safe place. I'd like to say that here. If you have questions while the speakers are talking, they might not be able to stop right then and there and answer them, but we will always try and save some time at the end to answer any questions. So please don't let a speaker go. If you have a burning question, ask it. Never a silly question as far as I'm ever involved with anything and as far as I ever see. Then at 12:30, we have the great Tracy Patel will be on, and she is all about how you can maximize the design on your properties. The heart and soul of any property is the kitchen, and she's going to share with you some of the great concepts and ideas that they use with property investors now to make sure that they stand out from the crowd. You're really going to love that one. Now, Tracy's talk might not go the full 60 minutes, or with Q&A and stuff, maybe it will, but we will try and give you a break in between these as well. So if you need a comfort break and stuff, then do take it whenever you want. But I just wanted to jam pack the day full of great stuff. Then in the afternoon, we've got Holly Jennings joining us, and she's going to share a system that can really help you with your property investing, making sure that you don't miss deals, making sure that you've got a great follow-up system, and she'll give you a demo of that as well. Then in the afternoon as well, we have then at 2:30, Mr. Rupan Patel, and he's all about property flips and building your profit through doing good deals and good refurbishments. And he's got 5 pillars that he's going to share with us on making sure that if you are doing any refurbishments, you know your numbers, you know what to look for, and you can get out there with the confidence to be able to do good deals. Then we have the lovely Emily McTammany. Always gets me. That always gets me. But I'll get it right by the end of the day. Who's going to be talking to us about why supportive living could be the answer to your property investing woes, and how in 2026 supportive living, social housing is really, really a hot topic, and how we can help you with that if you need it. And then we're going to end the day with Rob Peters from Simple Fast Mortgages. And he's going to share, because he's a property investor himself, a lot of the ways that he used fundamentally traditional financing to get creative with his deals. There's no smokes and mirrors here. He's going to share with us some great case studies and really, really help you to understand that sometimes you don't have to go out there looking for investors outside of the traditional way of getting funding. You just need to make sure that you've got your ducks in a row. So all in all, I'm absolutely thrilled about this. We've got 9 industry experts. We've got 8 talks. And of course, we've got a diversified range of investors that are going to be talking to us today. So we've assembled, 9 of the best ones that we could possibly get for you today. And these are property investors that are happy to collaborate with you, happy to share their knowledge with you, and they are all doing the doing as well. We're not just here talking about it. We are actually living and breathing it. We are taking the steps that we need to take. So every session is designed to provide actionable advice that you can implement immediately and see results in your property business. Now, how does that sound to everybody? I've seen some great names there as well. It's good to see people on, a lot of familiar names, a lot of familiar people that are on here as well, which is always great to have you. And it's always good to build up that community. So without further ado, we'll go into our first speaker today, which just so happens to be me. So I'll introduce myself, or I'll just get on with it. So all I need to do now is pull this set of slides down. Are we ready for action, James?
We are ready. We are ready. And I just wanted to say, Mark, please take some notes. If you hear something that's just absolutely phenomenal, golden nugget, write it down, because writing things down is a good way of remembering things. So I'm looking forward to this, Mark.
No worries. Keep filling in for me, mate. I'm just getting my screen up.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Like I said, I mean, I've got my pen and pad ready, because some of the people that are going to be speaking today, I certainly want to hear about what they've got to say.
Right, brilliant. Good stuff. So we are in, and people are joining us. So it's good here. If you just joined us, you're in for an action-packed day. We'll keep you updated with everything that's going on there. But now let's move into our first speaker, which happens to be me. So we're going to be looking at high-yielding property strategies, and of course, how you can use those to really help yourself in 2026. So I hope that sounds good. If you do have any questions, as I say, I will try and keep my eye on the chat. We will make time at the end for questions as well. But it is all about, as I say, getting the content in there and sharing what we are all up to at the moment. So I do appreciate the fact that not everybody knows who I am. So in this session now, I'm going to go through a little bit about who I am, what I'm all about. It'll be about 60 minutes long, about 45 minutes probably on the old presentation side of things. And then we can answer any questions and help anybody as we're going along. Introducing myself, talking a little bit about my background and things, what I've done so far in property, and also how you can get out there, of course, and build the right foundations for you. Then we'll cover cash flowing property strategies that are really working well in 2026. Why? Because I'm doing them. I will also be available to answer questions, and I will be throughout the day as well. I have a little bonus cheat sheet that I will put into the chat probably after I've finished the presentation for anybody that wants to download that as well. So my life was probably very, very similar to a lot of people out there. I'm nothing special, certainly not. I'm just another guy or girl or whatever. Obviously, I'm a guy trying to do the best that I can do for my family and also for my own situation and circumstances. I've got 2 sons that I absolutely adore. I've got Jack and Lewis. I'm super, super proud of them both. And they really are my driving force for me moving forward, for me, whatever I do in property, whatever I do in businesses as well, they sort of inspire me to do that because and to get my head down, because we all know that it's going to be hard at times. It's a rocky road, it's a roller coaster, whatever you do. If you're going to talk about it and actually, be in the real world when it comes to this, you're going to be you're going to have ups and downs. I worked 16 years as a production manager, working my way off the shop floor to senior management level. And I did enjoy the sort of chase of the next promotion, the next pay rise. And I think we all get that at some point in our lives. A lot of us, we have that carrot that's dangling in front of us that we're always trying to chase and reach, but we don't always reach it. And they always just seems to be that step away. But I was starting to get demoralized by that. And I wanted to do something for myself and obviously have a bit more time freedom. So feeling trapped and wishing for more, because I thought I didn't have any options when I was stuck in my corporate world. And of course, property can give you options. Now, I wouldn't recommend, obviously, just ditching everything and jumping into property. But I would say that if you're going to do property, start doing it alongside the job. Now, if you hate your job, and I grew to actually hate my job, then sometimes you want things to happen a lot quicker and you can get a bit demoralized because you're still doing this dead end job. But always think that if you've got hard times now, you're probably going to have easier times later. So it's like almost saying that if you make the hard choices now, then you can have a better life later on, or you can go for the easier choices now, but you'll struggle later on. And I see that is so true in life. So I had my head down, I was working all of the hours, and I bet a lot of us felt like this guy here who's running on the old treadmill. That was certainly me, spinning my wheels, not really ever getting anywhere, thinking I was doing the best thing for my family. And realistically, I wish I'd done this about 20 years ago. So if I see anybody now, or I speak to anybody now that's like in their early 20s or, under 30 years of old, but they've got their head on and they're almost trying to achieve and do the things that we've been doing, I have a massive respect for that, because I know it was a different world back then, and I'm not going to harp on about that, but I certainly didn't have my head screwed on enough to do stuff like I'm doing now. The fact of the matter is, though, it doesn't matter when you choose to do it, as long as you get started. And that's the main thing. You can start at any age, you can start at any time. And you've just got to make sure that it's going to be fun for you. So as I say, my family is my world, and that is my driving force. And I do think it is very, very important to have that driver when you're starting anything, whether it's property investing, whether it's just getting out there, starting a new job or anything. You need to have a driving factor. Now, a lot of the driving factors can be wealth. It can be financial. It can be money. And of course, that was one of my driving factors. I needed money. I needed to obviously keep the lights turned on, to pay the bills and everything. But more than that, actually, for me, it was about, I didn't want to stop and give up. And that was the main thing for me. When I look at my family and everything, and I have some nice pictures and things around to drive me on, I look at those and I think, no, I'm not going to give up. So when I started out and I was finding it difficult to find deals, I was finding it difficult to get deals over the line, I was finding it difficult to get deals to stack, I kept going. And the reason that I managed to keep going as I did was because I didn't want to quit. I didn't want to be a quitter in front of my family or anything like that. So that was for me my driving force. And the reason I'm saying that to you is you've got to have a driving force. And it can be wealth. It can be the bling. It can be, I want fast cars and I want big mansions and fancy holidays. And there's nothing wrong with that. But what I have found, because one of my driving forces was money, that even when you get the money, you feel a little flat. You've got to be happy in yourself. You've got to be happy in the life that you're building and creating, because we all have choices, and your choices start, whether they've already started or they could start here and now. Your choices have to be the right choices that you're making to build that future that you would like to have. So my life before property was, I grew to hate my job. I missed my family time. I missed my children's activities. I couldn't go to the sports days and things. I always thought I had to be in my day job. I never had any time for myself, and I never felt fulfilled in life. I hated the world that I had created, even though I was the one, through my own choices, that I'd created it. And of course, in 2018, that was where my situations changed. That is where I decided, no, now's time to get out of that. Now, for me, I had to have an operation on my ankle, and that stopped me for a couple of months. And I thought to myself, do you know what? I need to get out there now and I need to do something for myself. And I was planning on building up a property business alongside my full-time job. I was using rent to rent, HMOs, just to get cash flow to come in to replace my wage. And that was something, as I say, I was going to do alongside my full-time job. And in 2019, at the beginning of, they wanted to make a manager redundant. I took voluntary redundancy and thought, I've got enough money to survive for 6 months. If I can't make this property business work, I'll have to go and get a part-time job, but I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to quit. And that was really what got me out of that day job and got me down the property route. And it's been a whirlwind of a journey ever since. So what have I done? Well, I've built a business to 16 HMOs at its height and 14 Airbnbs. I use different creative property strategies like rent to rent, purchase lease options, deal sourcing. I work with companies that deal source as well. And of course, now we do a lot of social housing and supportive living, and we work with a lot of landlords and support those guys as well. So a lot of my portfolio and a lot of what I've got now has gone down a supportive living route because, and we'll have Emily talking about it later, but it's a really good route to go down if you want your properties maintained to a great standard and you want hassle-free investing. So as property investors, we can focus on what's important to us. I do work with JV partners. I do flips and assisted sales as well. Now, when I say I do flips, I don't like renovations. I don't like getting involved in anything like that. I like doing the deals. So for me, I like to partner up with people that enjoy, those crazy people that enjoy dealing with trades and working with people and things like that as well. So I like to team up with the right people. But for me, a JV isn't something you just jump into straight away. You really got to get to know that person. You've got to really almost like meet their family, because it's like getting into a marriage. So don't just jump into any old JV because it seems like a good thing at the time and you're both onto the same sort of ideas and strategies. If you do something like that, you have to get the right agreements, the right contracts in place, because realistically, if you start any JVs, you want to start it, for want of a better word, as enemies, so that you can leave as friends, because things will always change. So what I say then is, don't go and have arguments straight away, but get all of your terms down. What's going to happen here? What's going to happen if you want to sell up? What's going to change, and all of those different things as well. And if you have your strategy and what you're looking for, then feel free to put it in the chat. You know, if you're looking at just doing vanilla buy-to-lets, great. If you're looking at doing rent to SA, rent to HMO, you're looking at lease options, you're looking at flipping properties, you're looking at doing commercial or anything, just let us know in the chat, because I'm always interested to see what everybody is focused on. And if you're not 100% sure, just put not sure at the moment, you know, and then basically you can ask us questions and things, and we can always see what's right for you. So making sure that all deals are a win-win is so important for me, because there's no point in going in there taking advantage of anybody. What I like to try and do is get stuck in there is to help people, make sure it's all done. And it's, as I say, a win-win for all parties. Everybody's happy with that, because that's the way you do the best deals. I doubled my corporate income in just 12 months using the rent-to-rent strategy at the time. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't like a case of, looked at a couple of properties, put the offers in, got the deals. I probably put about 13, 14 offers in before I got my first deal. It took me 4 months to get my first deal. But as you'll see through this presentation, I am quite a consistent person. I am quite persistent in what I do as well. So that sort of helped me in moving forward. And I now work with investors and have built quite a nice big network, which is great. And of course, I'm always looking at growing that network. So, having you guys and girls on here today as well, as far as I'm concerned, it's great to have that network. It's great to still reach out to people and see people as well. And of course, continue to build the property portfolio, the property knowledge, and keep pushing myself forward. Now, over the last 7-8 years now, I've featured in YPM magazine a couple of times. I've spoken at different events. And I don't say any of this to brag. I'm amazed when I look back myself. I almost pinch myself, because it's a case of, I'm actually, people say to me, Mark, you're doing well. You're doing all right. You're pushing yourself. And I always think I'm not. I always think I could do more. I'm not doing enough. Do you know what I mean? Have you ever felt like that yourselves? I mean, that's one of the things there. We do sometimes, if we don't take time to just look back and say to ourselves, I tell you what, let's review what we've done over the last 12 months. Now, some people, when they say to me, I've only done one deal, I've only done one, or I've only got a couple of, you've got a couple of deals. You're moving in the right direction. Everybody moves at different speed, but I never feel like I'm doing enough. And sometimes it's great to just look back through your photos and everything and see where you are. Because I have actually won awards for my property investing, believe it or not. Again, that really does make me laugh, but it's great to see. I'm super excited and happy about that. What else have we done? I was a property entrepreneur finalist from a business strategy as well. And as I say, I've always treated property as a business. I've helped hundreds of people get and grow their own portfolios, as well as building mine. Featured in YPM magazine, award-winning property trainer since 2021 as well. Sort of fell into that, but I love it. And I love helping and supporting others, which is why putting on days like today with great support from other professional and industry experts is what it's all about. Host the Property Unleashed podcast. And if you've never listened to that, then do go and have a little listen. And I would ask one thing. If you listen to that podcast and you like it, and you could just leave us a little 5-star review, that would be great. If you listen to the podcast and you don't like it, please don't leave a review. So that's just a little thing today. A little bit of fun there, a bit of fun. We interview a lot of my students, a lot of other investors, and of course, a lot of industry experts. And a lot of people that you'll hear today are on that podcast as well, keeping you up to date with all of the latest trends and changes. We have a successful online property community called ETA, Education to Action. So it's basically, most of us have the education. Most of us have invested in ourselves or know a lot about property investing, probably more than we actually realize, but we still don't always take the actions. So myself and James put a community together there to just help people do that. I run 2 live inner masterminds a year as well, one in Sheffield, one in London, which is amazing. And, you know, these are just a few of the people that are having great success at the moment through what we're doing. So, as I say, it's just getting that clarity out there. And good old Adam this week, he's got his first 2 rent to essays over the line as well. So that's just great to see. And it's great to be a part of. As I say, that is the Property Unleashed podcast. It's been around a while now. There's lots of episodes there. So do go out there and enjoy it if you've never listened to it. So let's have a little think about your strategic vision going forward now. First of all, you need to look at property investing as a business. You need to systemize it. You need to basically set it up. A lot of people, when they get started in property, will have a property company. They'll start up a limited company, and then they might start making some money. Now, the wrong mindset there is that money's yours. So it's like you do a deal, you've got a few £1,000s coming in. You're thinking to yourself, well, there's my wage sorted. And then there's a few more £1,000 right there. You go, I can buy this, I can do that. You've got to think about it as a business. And I see a lot of people getting caught out because they're what I call a bit of a hobbyist when it comes to it. And I say that's a dangerous game to be if you are treating it as a hobby. You need to be setting yourself up for success. You need to act like a business and structure your business and design it to be future-proof. Now, one of the things that can feel quite funny is when you set up a limited company and it starts making money, I did, maybe not you, maybe it's just me, but I used to think that's my money. That's my money. It's not my money. That's the business's money. And we have to get a business head on and understand that even if our business is making money, yes, we can pay ourselves from that. Yes, we can have dividends from that. But fundamentally, in the eyes and the letters of, HMRC and everybody, and we have to, take into account tax and all those things, it's the company's money. We can't just go spending it all. We need to be careful with that. So it's all about, I would say, having pots that you use when money comes in. Now, if you haven't read a great book called Profit First, I highly recommend that you read that book because it'll totally change the way that you think about your business and the money coming through. And the last thing that I would like to see from anybody, and I nearly tripped up in my first year of trading myself with this, is I was spending money as quickly as I was probably earning it because I was living off of it. And then obviously we have tax bills. We got VAT thresholds to think about as well. And now we can offset things. And this isn't, an accountancy class and everything. And please, on a caveat to this, seek professional advice from people, but understand that it's not just going to be all of that money's coming in. I can do what I like with it, because you might get to the end of the year and find yourself in a bit of a hole, and that's not a place that you want to be. So Profit First is an amazing book to read. And that basically documents how you should, when money comes in, put it into different accounts, different pots, so that you leave yourself in a safe environment, in a safe place when it comes to paying your bills and everything. And that is a great way to then see what profit you're making. Because there's a lot of people as well that have a property business, and I see this a lot of the times in serviced accommodation Airbnb properties, where they're making good money and it's coming through and everything, but they're not really accounting for tax bills that are going to be coming. They're not really looking at the VAT threshold, which can operate very differently with regards to HMO to serviced accommodation. You know, you get taxed differently, you get VAT differently on that. So you do need to be mindful of those things, and you need to just keep an eye out for them. Now, if you're hitting a VAT threshold, chances are you're going to need to build your business bigger to compensate for that. So is that something you want to do, or do you want to keep it below that sort of threshold and things? As I say, it's a structure you need to go through with a qualified accountant, but Profit First really helps you because it makes you move money around. So that's tax, that's potentially VAT if we're there. If we're not, then don't worry about it, obviously. And then I've got expenses. So my expenses one's here. And then what's my actual profit? And the money that's left over after the pots, if you like, those different accounts that's filled up is your actual profit. And that can show you that it's either really good or it's not. It's not as good as you thought. And it's very, very important that you do that. And of course, in today's market, as the property landscape changes all the time, we must make sure that we pivot and adjust. So is there anything at the moment that's stopping you? Because if there is, I want you to have a little think about that. And I want you to sort of ask yourself, what is actually holding me back? And of course, that'd be a great session to listen to will be James's session, which is coming up later today. But what I see a lot of people getting held back is the lack of knowledge. Well, I think that's changing now with YouTube podcasts. There's a lot of knowledge out there. In fact, there could even be information overload when it comes to these things. Sometimes we actually learn so much, we almost get analysis paralysis when we're looking at things because we expect or we think all the deals that we're doing have got to be those sort of golden egg unicorn deals where I can pull all my money back out, or it's 100% ROI and plus and all of those, and just realistically bring ourselves back down to safe ground. There are deals like that out there, but they're not the majority. A majority of the time, you will be able to do good deals, but you're not always going to do those unicorn deals that you think. How to find the right property deals. That could be something that's stopping people. I keep looking in my area. I can't get anything to stack. Well, it depends on what you're looking at doing with the property. It depends on how you. So for argument's sake, if for your good self, it was all about serviced accommodation, but serviced accommodation's either saturated or just not working in your area. Are you looking at the right types of properties? Are you, do you have to change that area? Because it will work, but maybe it just won't work where you're specifically looking. So what sort of strategies are working there and maybe aren't as saturated as all of the other ones? Knowing the numbers and stacking deals is a big one. A lot of us, and I did this when I started, I used to run the numbers, fudge the numbers a little bit. If I could push this up here and get more there, it's this deal or stack. Don't do that. The numbers are the numbers. The numbers never lie, so don't try and change them. If a deal doesn't stack for whatever reason, for what you want, move on. There are plenty of deals out there. Of course, having a power team, being able to talk to people, being able to ask questions. You need to start building that up sooner rather than later, and it needs to be people that will give you the time of day. So obviously, we're not going to waste people's time, but if you've got I have a good power team around me where I can just drop a message in, or I can just drop a quick email to people, and within 24 hours they've normally got back to me, which is amazing and very, very helpful when it comes to my property investing. And that's the sort of people I want to be around. If you can't get hold of your accountant, or you can't get hold of your planner or your architect or your mortgage broker, get another one, because you need to have those people. And obviously they're not going to answer you maybe straight away and stuff, but they need to be able to get in contact with you for about 24 hours time or something like that. I do give them a fair bit of time when it comes to that. And of course, it's all about building up your network as well. And I always think at the end of the day, if you're out there networking, stop talking to the same people, make a game of it, make sure you're going out there. Force yourself to go and speak to 5 new people every time you go out and network, because at the end of the day, otherwise you really are not making the best use. I was going to say wasting time, but you're not wasting time, because you're never wasting your time when you're networking, but you're not using the best use of your time when it comes to that. Two seconds. Sorry, I was just checking something out then. Right, no problem there. So Many ways to be creative in your property investing. Why choose one? And I think that's the other thing that a lot of us can struggle with, is that we actually only know one strategy, or we've got limited knowledge in other strategies as well. So we try and basically shoehorn any deal that we come across into the strategy that we know. Whereas I think you should have a full toolkit of strategies, so that you, when you walk in there, you can say to yourself, well, this will work particularly as a lease option, or this is just a rent to rent, or it's just a buy to let or a flip, or maybe this is an assisted sale. But it's all about asking the right questions. And I'm going to help you with that today. And I've got a little gift for the people here that are live, because we'll put it in the chat when we get there, that will help you with that. But I just say, I like to try and have as many different sort of strategies to use. Now, I'm not saying that you should go out there and try and do all the different strategies, because chances are you won't actually achieve anything, but you could have the toolkit of those strategies to be able to help and support you as you're moving through your property investing. And potentially, for me, if I find an opportunity that is a really good one, but it's just not a strategy that I'm doing, well, I'll look at my network then and I'll say, right, who is doing that? And I could potentially sell them the lead, or it's just, for me, it's good karma. What goes around comes around. I'll say to somebody, this isn't a deal for me. You have a little look at that. And 9 times out of 10, during the course of 12 months or whatever, they'll come back to me and say, Mark, you want to have a look at this? This is right up your street. And it's just great to be able to do that and share deals and things. And I'm going to talk a bit more about the pipeline and the deal flow that we need to be having to be successful. The reason most people don't is because they can't afford to access all of the knowledge that they need when it comes to this. But of course, with YouTube, with the podcasts and things, you can do. You need to become and build yourself up to be that property professional. And of course, have what we call that in property investing toolkit in your mind, to be able to walk in there with a full toolkit in your head of different opportunities, of different ways of doing things, and thinking to yourself, this is how I'm going to do things, by asking those right questions. So one of my top tips for you is, the best deals are obviously from motivated sellers, people with property problems. If they've just put their house on the market, chances are they're not very motivated. Unless something's really upset them, they haven't really got a problem. And a lot of people fall in the trap is, the agent's just called me, this property's just gone onto market, I've made an offer and they've rejected it. Or they won't even talk to me about a creative strategy that I'm thinking of doing. No, because they haven't got a problem yet. We want to be looking at properties that have potentially been on the market for a while and things. So the best deals come from property problems. I can personally say I've never really ever done a deal with anybody who hasn't got a problem that I can solve, or a little niggle that basically says, well, if I give you my property, I could potentially rent it out there. But then if I go through you guys, I can get totally hands-free investing. So it's those sorts of things we always want to be out there looking for. People with a problem. Not all sellers and landlords are motivated. And I would say probably about 80% of people, when their properties go straight on the market, easily aren't motivated, easily won't want to give you the time of day for messing about with any sort of strategies, and sometimes won't even go on price, because the elevated price that a lot of the agents give them will all of a sudden just, they're already in cuckoo land, they're already in dream world, thinking I'm going to get that price, so I'll hold on. So make sure that you are always following up. And Holly will help you with that later, with a system that she's got that can really make the follow-up procedure on any opportunities that you've got seamless. You need to look to work with people, and you need to look and ask yourself, how can I help this person? And that's the way I go into all property deals. I think to myself, right, this person, asking the right questions, has this sort of pain point, or they're looking at selling this property. They're sick of it because for whatever reason, maybe they have bad tenants, maybe they've got a bad letting agent or anything like that. So we got to the point where realistically they're sat there and they've got a problem. It's about them, for me, to dig without being intrusive and rude and asking the right questions to find out what that is. And once I have that, what is their pain point, and can I solve it? Will the strategies that I'm looking at doing solve their pain point? Because if it won't, we need to walk away. And that's another thing that I see a lot of people doing, is they try and force deals. I'm going to force this deal. I'm going to force this because it's a great deal. And the reason they do that is because they haven't got a big pipeline of property opportunities. You never take advantage of anybody. We want to make sure that our ethics in our property business are right. I like to sleep at night, and I would rather walk away from a property deal than do a deal that I thought I was realistically taking advantage of somebody. We cannot go out there and take advantage of people. That's where you get buyer's remorse. That's where you get people pulling out as well. So make sure that you're doing good deals and you're helping people. And if that in the meantime can make you some money as well, there's nothing wrong with that. Make all deals a win-win. And of course, look at yourself as a property problem solver. So what should we think about? Well, making sure any questions we ask are clear and concise. What we don't want to do is start going off on a tangent, and also don't think that you have to know all the answers as well. We don't have to know all the answers. We don't have to be that property professional that can answer everything. Nobody knows everything. And if I don't know an answer to something, I'll just say, listen, that's a great question. I don't know the answer to that, but I will get back to you, because I don't want to say the wrong thing here, but I do know the right person that I can speak to. So is that okay with you? Nobody's ever said that's not. Is the question going to require a productive new way of thinking? So what do I mean by that? Let me just say, let's say a purchase lease option. You're talking to a vendor about a purchase lease option. They ain't got a clue. So you're saying to them, I'll tell you what, I can give you the price that you want in 5 years' time. I'll lease the property off you now. You've lost them. Boom. It's gone. That's a new way of thinking, and a confused mind will not buy, basically. So if you start with agents or with property owners, you start confusing people and using a lot of the terminology that we take for granted and we think everybody should know. You'll confuse people. They won't understand it. They might even agree with it, but you'll never hear from them again. So we need to make sure that we do not speak in a language or ask things in a manner that creates a new way of thinking. So in my case, if I was going to do the lease option with this person, I wouldn't be saying it like that. I would be saying, I want to make you an offer for this property, but unfortunately, with the amount of work and everything that needs doing at the moment, I can't offer you anywhere near the market price that you want. But you've told me, because we had that conversation, that you didn't know what you were going to do with the money if you sold this property in the future anyway. But you just really want to remove that hassle. Now, I like you, and I would like to remove that hassle from your day-to-day as well. Now, there is a way I can do it. Would you like me to explain it to you, or are you just hell-bent on selling it now? Then I go quiet. They'll come back to me. Normally, they'll say, yeah, I'm interested. What is it? I say, listen, rather than offering you a low price, I can offer you market value on that property, okay? I can take the hassle away from you now of basically renting the property off you. It's called a lease, but it's a guaranteed lease as well. So you haven't got to worry about me as, an AST tenant. I take on all responsibility for the property and I maintain it to the high standard, okay? And that's part of the lease. And then what I can do is I can take that hassle away. I can pay you a lease, and then I'll pay you that market rent in maybe 12, 18, 24 months time. The reason is because I've got a few things going on at the moment that I have to get out of the way, but I can buy the property off you. You haven't got to worry about any more viewings. And is that a deal that might interest you? Now, this is all done legally, and it's done with solicitors. I have no problems paying for those solicitors. So you'll have a solicitor that represents you. I'll give you the choice of property related solicitors, but it's very much in a similar method to if I bought some land off of you and I needed to get planning on it. Now, don't get confused, because we're not doing planning or anything on the property. Well, you might be, but not in this scenario, we're not. But it's very much like that, where you buy the land, you pay for the land whilst it goes through planning, but you don't actually buy it until you know you can get planning. Now, we're not doing that, but this is the same method that you can use on your property now. Is that something that we could seek out and go further down the line with? All of a sudden, you've explained things in a concise manner. For me, that works very well for me. So feel free to use that, and hopefully it will work for you as well. So it's about making sure that we don't confuse people. Does the question make you sound like everybody else? And I'd say that even if you're talking to agents and things, try to differentiate yourself from everybody else. Have your own tone, have your own method of doing things. Questions are the life of a deal, and you have to ask them, obviously, but you need to make sure that you're not asking the wrong or incorrect questions, because that can kill your chances of a deal. So make sure you have a list of the right questions. So do not get caught selling to people because that gets people's guards up and everything, but we are selling. Okay. Fundamentally, we're either selling a service or we're trying to sell somebody into getting a deal. Most investors get caught selling to agents and vendors. Try not to do that. And if you can hear yourself, and it sounds like I'm being a bit salesy here, rein it back, be more natural with what you're doing. They think they need to have all the knowledge and all of the answers. You don't have to, so don't worry about that. A lot of people have the fear factor of talking to agents and things. Now, when you go and buy a house that you're going to live in, you'll talk to all the agents, you don't care less. But as soon as you put your property investor hat on and you start going to agents, a lot of the time you can feel a bit nervous because you think you have to know everything. Trust me, you don't. They overthink things, and you don't have to do that. Don't be worried about saying the wrong thing. If you do say something wrong, then just keep going, because chances are it's only you that's noticed it. And people do worry about making a fool of themselves. Trust me, I make a fool of myself all the time. I've probably done it 3 or 4 times already on this presentation, but I just keep rolling with it. So just keep going. Has anybody ever heard or has anybody ever felt like that at all? Just let me know in the chat with a yes or a no. If you've ever felt like that yourself, you've felt a bit nervous, or you didn't want to make a fool of yourself, or you didn't really know if you're going to say the right things and stuff like that. You know, James, being perfectly honest there, I'd be putting it in the chat and saying yes myself. I think most of us have in that time. Do you know what I mean? Karen as well, good stuff. You know, thank you for your honesty as well when it comes to things like this. So what I want to do now is help you with this. And as I say, I've got a little PDF that we'll put into the comments section. You can download it. And basically, it's a whole list of these questions. I'm not going to go through all of these, but these are great. Now, first and foremost, please, let me just say, don't ask them all of these questions, because they will really upset some people if you're there all day long going through all of these. But what I want you to do is to read through these questions and start to mark out the ones that for your strategy that can help you. Now, you can take a screenshot of that if you like, and of course, use it. But I've also got a PDF that you can download shortly. We'll put it in the chat at the end of this talk anyway. So you'll be able to just have those questions with you, and then maybe pick the ones that suit the opportunity that you're looking at. So there's a little gift for you all there just to help you. A lot of you might already have this, and it's easy peasy for you. But I say a lot of the time, these are very important questions and easy to ask as well. So let's just move into now building relationships. I love this saying, the more hands you shake, the more money you make. And that is so, so true when it comes to property investing. You know, the more people that you meet, the more opportunities that you seek, the more you will create the property businesses or the property portfolio that you're looking for, because all money will come from relationships. At the end of the day, somebody somewhere has your money. If you're making money, it's coming from somebody else's pocket. Okay. And it's all about having the right relationships to do so. Now, again, that's not a bad thing. If they're giving you money for a service or a deal or a purchase, or you're giving them money as well to buy their opportunity, there's no harm, there's no problems in that whatsoever. Okay, so don't get hung up on the fact that somebody else has to suffer for us to make money. It's not. It's all about, as I said before, making sure that they're win-wins. So the pros and cons of different property strategies. Now, deal sourcing is a great way to get started, but you never own any property. So the pros are that once you've got a good pipeline of property opportunities coming through, you've got the investors there and things, you can sell the opportunities, it's great. You can make decent money on that. The cons are that overall, obviously property prices go up, you miss out on the capital growth and things. But of course, we're all deal sources. I think one way or another, you need to learn about finding good opportunities. I would class I'm a deal sourcer. I'm a deal sourcer for me in most cases. So we are all deal sources ourselves. But if the odd opportunity comes along, and you need to then maybe sell that to somebody else, then that is a great way to start. But deal sourcing is good because it gives you the fundamentals, gets you out there, gets you talking to people. Purchase lease options, where you arrange to buy a house now for a certain price, but you're going to buy it in the future and you'll lease it off of them in that time. Brilliant, absolute brilliant strategy. I've done a lot of rent to rent, which is where I control and take on other people's properties, pay them a guaranteed rent, basically look after the property as if it's my own. But at some point I have to hand it back with rent to rent. I love lease options because I've got the opportunity to buy it at a set price, also make money from the property in the time being, and make sure that the owner's making money as well. And if I don't want to buy it, I can assign it to another investor. So again, it's a great, great tool to use. Rent to rent, very similar, but you don't lock in a price to buy it. HMO investing is another great strategy to be looking at and to be doing. But you need to look at your marketplace now. It is more and more important, very much so like serviced accommodation, that you need to understand your market, because you just cannot build and put together an amazing HMO, stick it in a marketplace where it's very saturated, and expect it to perform year on year all of the time. If you're in if you're in the right areas and you're maintaining it to a good standard, then chances are you will do very, very well on that. But again, make sure that you're doing your due diligence on that. Serviced accommodation, short-term rentals, again, is another great tool and strategy to use. Just know your market. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that one in a minute, because there's certain ways now that I would say that you need to be looking at with serviced accommodation to separate yourself from everybody else. Now, flipping properties and refurbishments, which Rupen's going to go into this afternoon more and more detail, is also another great strategy to use. It's not a cash flowing strategy per se, but you can get your bonuses, if you like, large chunks of money. At the moment, there's some amazing opportunities on the market. You've just got to make sure that there is demand in those areas. If you're looking at flipping properties, just because you found the right property, but it's not in an area of high demand, it could be sat on the market for a long time. You could get yourself into a little bit of a pickle. But Rupen will be telling us later on what to do and what to look for there. Assisted sales. Now, if you've never heard of that, it's flipping a property. But what we do is it's almost like a purchase option. We speak to the vendor. We organize the price that we are going to pay the vendor for that property. Okay. Then we're going to ourselves add value to it. So we lease the property off the vendor. We add value to that property, and then we sell it, or we keep it and refinance it. We sell it for the higher margin. The great thing about an assisted sale is you don't have to find stamp duty. You don't have to find deposits, because you're not actually buying the property until the works have been done. It can be quite difficult to explain that to people and get it over the line. But again, if you can and you've built those relationships, it's a great way. Now, we have lots of trainings in the ETA and everything, which cover all of these different strategies and scenarios. So if you are struggling for anything there, then do check that out and we can help you. So what is the best strategy then? You need to think about this. The best strategy is the one that is in line with your goals. Please, please, please don't look at me, James, Rupen, Tracy, Holly, anybody that's on today and say, I'm going to do it because they do it. No. What is your goal? And I'm going to do this with you now very, very quickly. People that are here, James said it right at the beginning. So if you've only just joined us, I'll share that with you, Scott, at the end as well. We'll put a little link in so you can have a little look at that, my friend. But it is www.education2action.com. Just because Scott asked. But basically, your goals are the thing that you need to be focusing on. So James said at the very beginning, get yourself a pad and pen. And I hope everybody's got something that they can just write down. I've not got a lot of time for this, but take the notes or screenshot this. But I've got an 8-step plan that can really, really help you with your goal setting. And it will really help you and show you exactly what you want to be focusing on over the next, I would say, 90 days, 3 months, 12 months and stuff. So the first of the 8 steps is having a vision and crafting it. Magic wand focus. We're not going to get hocus pocus. See what I did there on this, but it does work. The next one is your main focus declaration, deadlines and commitments, your action mapping, priority and structuring, taking action, and your daily disciplines as well. So if you can commit to doing something every day that contributes to your goal, fostering a habit of consistent progress, you're not going to fail. You're going to achieve the opportunities that you're setting out there to try and achieve. So I'm going to go through these quite quickly because I'm conscious of time. But crafting your vision, what I would like people to do in this case is write down, even if it's just 1, 2, or 3 goals a minute, just humor me. What are your goals that you want to accomplish over the next 12 months to create a clear vision for your year? So if at the end of this year, you said I could have 3 property deals, cash flowing this, what would that look like for you? Is that a goal that you want? Is a goal to have a couple of purchase lease options or rent to rents or serviced accommodations or BRRs or something like that? Everybody's got their own goals. Okay. Yeah. Gail says, but yeah, eight steps. The eighth step is, and it's the hardest. The eighth step is the most important, and it is the hardest as we go. But keep this nice and simple. Now, the next step that you would then take is, once you've listed down those goals, you've got them in front of you. As I say, we haven't really got time to do this as a workshop exercise, but this is something I do with my inner circle clients, and we do it on ETA as well, is we have the magic wand focus. So you would then look at your list, okay? And you would look down that list and identify the most important goal for you. And this is the one that I said to you now, if I had a magic wand and I could wave that magic wand, and out of the goals that you put there, it is the one that you would like to have tomorrow. So you could wake up tomorrow and that goal would be complete. Which one is it? You could then basically say, I tell you what, it's definitely that one, because that'll give me time freedom. It'll give me the money I want. You've got to go. Okay. We all got lots of goals. We've all want to achieve lots of different things, but then you could identify that goal, and that should then be your main focus. Okay. For the next 12 months, and certainly for the next 90 days as well, because it's reflecting your true desire. So if you're not 100% sure what it is you want to achieve and how you want to achieve it, write down a load of different goals, different scenarios, different strategies. And then if you could wave that magic wand, or Marky Mark can come in there and say, abracadabra, here we go, baby. You could wake up the next day and have that in place. What would it be? Step 3 then is your main focus. What I want you to do is take that one goal and just write it separately, because that is our main focus that we need to have clarity and direction on. So we need to ask ourselves, what is going to push us to achieve this goal? Are you a self-driven person? Do you want to build something of your own? Doing this for other people is always a great thing as well. I'm doing it for my family at the end of the day. I want to be wealthy, but I also want them to see that if you get out there and you try and achieve anything, you can do it, however you want to do it. You want more time freedom. Obviously, time freedom is a great one. So ask yourself those, have your main declaration. And of course, now you need to commit to this goal. You need to basically say, this is what's going to happen. It's not, I'll give it a go. Oh, I'll try it and see what happens. Dip your toe in the water. This is going to happen. And that is what I've always said. If I'm going to do something, I'm all in. I'm going to make sure that it happens. Stick it in the chat. If you've got a goal now and you want to declare it, put it in the chat if you're feeling brave enough, because we all have self-doubts at times. We need to follow a system and we need to take action on that. And of course, simple lack of taking action can be what's holding you back. Okay, we need to make sure that we're out of the weeds. And a fact is, rhythmic activity of being consistent and persistent will get you rhythmic results. Step 4 is deadline to commit. So set a realistic deadline. Deadlines get things done for achieving your main goal, determining how long it will take you and what is required to take you. So you can go away, sit down, have a think about this. What is the deadline? I want this done by the next, we're already 3 months into this year. So you could say, 2026, I want to make sure that I've got this done December. What's the date? What's the time? Let's then work our way back. What has to happen each month for us to be able to do this? What do I need as well? What might I be missing? And things like that. List all the necessary tasks that you need to complete to reach your goal using tools like Post-it notes. Again, quickly, just grab yourself a pack of Post-it notes and start writing each task onto a Post-it note. Grab another piece of paper and you can put those Post-it notes on. And the reason I do that with Post-it notes is because a lot of the time I'll write different tasks at different times, not always in a line. And I can just move those Post-it notes around to say, that's what I need to do. That's what I need to do next. That's what I need to do next. It's a very good way to be able to plan out what you're doing. And then priority. Make sure that you organize your tasks by importance, deciding which actions are most critical. Now, sometimes we will write things down just for the sake of writing things down, but I want us to go through that list the number ones. These are the things that have got to get done. I've got to make sure they happen. Number 2s probably will get done. Number 3s are on my to-do list, but they're probably never going to get done anyway. Step 4 is taking action. Take decisive action by scheduling in tasks on a day-to-day basis, setting deadlines and holding yourself accountable to them. And then the daily disciplines, which was said before. Yep, this is the most important. Commit to doing something every day that contributes to your goal. That could be learning something new. That could be making that phone call. That could be checking the portals, whatever it is, not just drifting through it. I'm set a target here. I need to speak to a certain amount of agents. So I need to find those agents. And of course, share what you have achieved. Remember, the best way to set goals is to identify it, write it down, date it, put a time and date on it, give it a deadline because deadlines get things done. List any obstacles that you might have to overcome. List the groups of people or contacts that you need to have and who you need to know to help you achieve that goal, and what other skills and knowledge you need to achieve this. Write it all down, have an action plan, and of course, then start just taking those steps. List the benefits of achievements, and of course, make sure that those goals are what you want, but give yourself some rewards as you're going as well. Lynn says, get an offer accepted on my next property. Brilliant stuff. So what are the actions that we have to take for that? So that was a quick sort of rundown on a goal setting things there. But what are you going to do now? So before I share the 3 strategies, you need to ask yourself this: how much time do I have to spend on my property business? Now, some of us are very time poor, but we can surely carve out some time. How much money do I want to make? What's your lifestyle look like? Have some fun with that as well. Is capital growth, cash flow the main focus? Can I build relationships to be successful and build that network? And how much hassle am I prepared to take as well? Because we all are going to have a level of hassle. So you need to stop worrying about making mistakes, and we need to start moving forward. You need to work on your mindset as much as anything else to have that property investing toolkit. And this means learning lots of different ways to do things. So never stop working on your mindset. I work on that daily, basically through reading a lot of the times as well. Expand my skill sets. Where am I a little bit weak? Where could I touch base on things? What could I learn a bit more of? And the daily habits. A lot of people say to me, you're very rigid in your habits, which is a curse and a blessing. I'll be quite honest with you, because once I have a habit, it sticks. I keep doing it. I do it. But then I also get annoyed sometimes where I can't do that habit because I've had to go and do something else. So as I say, some people struggle to get into habits. I don't particularly. I struggle breaking the habits. So I've got to make sure that they're good habits. And of course, in 2026, cash flow is key. It always is key when it comes to property investing. So what strategies are working well in 2026? Well, contrary to popular belief, rent to rent is not dead. You're just going to have to pivot and change how you're doing it. HMOs and serviced accommodation still work very, very well. Purchase lease options, as I've said before, are great. Assisted sales, I love assisted sales. And property flips are working as long as you get the right properties at the right price. And that is the main things there. But it's not a cash flow strategy, just to be mindful of. And of course, commercial property is the buzzword at the moment, but that can take a lot of time to get it over the line, to get it complete. And of course, it also can be a lot more difficult than people realize when they're just telling you on YouTube that you can jump straight into commercial and get Costa downstairs to lease your property for the next 25 years. So make sure you do your due diligence on that. So let me share with you what we're currently doing and what we're working on at the moment. So HMOs, below market value. If you're going to be buying HMOs, you've got to be getting them below market value. You really want to be adding some value to those as well. I always think it's very, very important to look at potential HMO opportunities. Is there a chance to extend on it? Is there a chance to add rooms on it and things? If you are acquiring something that's turnkey, ready to rock and roll, and you're happy to just keep your money in it, that's great. And remember as well, with the opportunities that you're looking at, you probably won't always get your money always back out all of the time. So make sure that it cash flows, but focus on locations with high buyer demand. Ensure your target exit price is achievable if you have one. And of course, make sure that you are going to be able to add value to any of those properties. And of course, rent to rent can still work with these as well. Most of my tenants in my HMOs are on rolling contracts anyway, which is very much going to be the same as the new ATs that are coming. It is ATs, yeah, that are coming through. But Anthony and Alison will tell us more about that too. Strategy 2 is serviced accommodation, but it's more on a larger scale. I'm finding now that the larger properties that you have for serviced accommodation is working because the smaller scale ones are very, very saturated at the moment. So if you can transition to a sort of larger property, and I'm talking like 3 or 4 bed properties upwards, that can work very, very well. And we're finding that our occupancies in the bigger properties are good. We're still getting bookings and things with our smaller properties, but you've got more margins with bigger properties. You can have more people potentially stay. You can still let it to a couple of people as well. You've got more options. You can demand a higher rate, and the market doesn't seem to be as saturated in the bigger property market as it is with the smaller ones, with your little flats and your one or 2 beds. 2 bed is probably the lowest that I would go on a serviced accommodation right now. And of course, you need to make sure that you're offering something a bit unique to the market. I mean, I work with a lot of contractors as well, so our properties aren't particularly the most stunning when we do serviced accommodation, but they work for our market. But if you are somewhere where there's a lot of demand and it's very, very high, then you do need to stand out from the crowd. So don't just look like everybody else. Try and get a bit unique in what you're doing. And the last one is supportive living and social housing. This for me now, if you want to say, I want to be a passive property investor, this is probably as passive as you can get now, because you can have a provider come in, take your property on an FRI, fully insured lease over 3, 5, 10 years, depending on who it is and everything, and basically concentrate on being an investor yourself. So this is something that we are working very, very closely with a lot of investors and landlords, and a lot of my own portfolio I am putting into this. So, it's a secure model where a provider takes on your property for 3 to 10 years on FRI leases, ensuring stable hands-off income. It's not going to work in all areas. It's not going to work on all properties. But the providers guarantee rent for you whilst meeting the critical community needs and essential housing solutions. So it's quite rewarding as well. But do check your property. Do check your mortgages when you're doing this. Don't just think, I've got a property, I'm just going to chuck somebody in it. They have to be on the right mortgages. Okay, we need to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success. So you are going to have some things that you need to check out. And obviously you need to get the providers in place as well. I work very, very closely now. I have a company called Social Spaces, which works very, very closely with providers. And if there is, or you do have a property and you'd like to find out whether or not you could let it, either social housing or supported living, then you will be able to reach out to us and we can help you. Now, popular in 2026 due to the high demand of the government-backed social housing, and of course the desire for long-term low-risk investments with the new Renters' Right Bill as well. A lot of landlords are looking at strategies like this. As I say, that is our company at the moment. We have a QR code there, but we'll put links in the chat as well. When I'm off of this and the next speakers are on, I might put a link in the chat there. If you wanted to reach out to us and have a chat, then more than welcome to. We just need to know a little bit about your property that you're interested in having a provider, your area and things, and then we can look at how we can help you with that. So remember, the road forward won't always be as clear as that road there. There will be a hump, there will be twists, there will be turns, but we can move ourselves in the right direction as long as we're not feeling foggy, because it can do. At times you have to take that leap of faith. At times you just have to get out there. You just have to do it. We can't see the top of that building. That building could end just where those clouds are, or it could go and be twice the size. We're never going to know until we actually go into that building and take the action to walk further or see further than we can always see in front of us. So don't just hold yourself back because things seem foggy. Make sure that you surround yourself with the right people. And if you need help with that, then of course, look at joining a community. You might already be in a community if you are, but also what I would say is make sure that you are participating. I was trying to think of the word, that you are because what you put into any community, you will get out of it tenfold. If you just sit there in the background and expect everything to happen for you and you don't turn up to things, it's never going to happen. So make sure that you're out there, you're networking, you're in the right community. And of course, what we've done at ETA is build a community. We call it a village, because in a village, everybody is there to help and support each other. You got your local shops and things, you got your neighbors and stuff. We're all there to help each other moving forward. A lot of the speakers that you're going to hear of today, you'll recognize if you were here from the very beginning, they are the speakers from ETA themselves. So these are people that are in our community that have coaching calls each and every week as well. So they're going to share with you today all the industry experts and everything, all of their knowledge. But again, our ETA members can ask them on a week-on-week basis, how do I do this? How can I do that? What support do I need? And it's a great place to be. As I say, we're not here trying to sell anything today. There's nothing else. This is just brand awareness because ETA sponsors this event. But there's a whole vault as well full of different trainings that you can work your way through. And it's just a monthly fee for it. So ETA is there to help accelerate your property investing journey, maximize your time and efficiency with expert guidance and result-driven support. If you would like to check that out, there's a QR code there. As I say, there's nothing to buy from us today, and we can give you access to it for £1. Basically, I say nothing to buy. There's £1 there if you want to have a little look, but you don't have to. The links will go in the chat, and we will move on. So all that leads me to say is, again, the Property Unleashed podcast is my podcast. Comes out every Thursday, 100% free, never charged. No ads on there either. So come and have a little listen. A lot of our experts are on there. And that is it. So thinking about your action plan, your next steps moving forward to a prosperous 2026 is to implement strategies, identify which strategies suit you, connect with us either on social media, always looking to connect with people on Facebook and Instagram as well. Mark Fitzgerald, entrepreneur on Instagram, Mark Fitzgerald Facebook, smiley face, blue tick, can't go wrong. And if I can help you in any way, shape or form, then I will do. Subscribe to the Property Analyst podcast, and we have a YouTube channel as well. So that is it. Now it's up to you guys to have, make 2026 your breakthrough year. It really is down to you guys. And I have to say, if you've stuck with me over those 60 minutes, I've covered a lot of information. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, do feel free to put them in the chat, and I will answer those questions and things. But we do have a lot of speakers to get through today as well. So right here, right now, I'm going to bring my mucker back here. I'm going to stop sharing. And James, how we doing?
Hello, Mark. Yeah, take a break. My goodness me, how much energy has this guy got? It's incredible. And like I said, I have written some notes down myself. There is a couple of questions that I'll be going through as well. But really the things for me is what Mark said. We are the captains of our ship. Our lives are exactly the result of the decisions that we've made. So we need to be responsible for that. And that feeling of inadequacy, Mark, that you talk about, perhaps that's your inner self knowing what potential you truly have. Just makes you think that, doesn't it? And I love that last one. If we can't solve their problem ethically in property, walk away. But just quickly into the chat, I wanted to just ask you, Mark, you got Rayhan who's asking, he's worried about saying the wrong thing. What would you say to that?
Well, chances are we will. So get over it. And I mean that in the politest possible way, because I've been there, mate. I've been there. I felt like it myself. I didn't want to make a mistake, but it's practice, it's repetition, and it's just having conversations. And just be mindful that we cannot control how other people think. So whether they like us or not, chances are some people like you, some people don't like you. That's not on us. That's on them. So go out there, have conversations, be yourself. Okay. And also make a note after those conversations. What went well? What didn't go so well? What can I do better next time? Always look to improve, but we will make mistakes. I still make mistakes now. I still fluff my lines and stuff. Just go with it, mate. It gets easier the more you do it.
Yeah. And there's two of these and one of these. So in sales, when I was doing sales, I would always listen first, because once you've got three things that they want and you can give them those things, then that's the beginning of getting a great deal. So thank you for that. Lynn was asking about, what would make your essay slightly better than others. For me, that would be design, position. Any sort of tips there, Mark? Just very, very quickly.
I just think it's knowing your market. You want to talk to your market when it comes to serviced accommodation. So, like I say, if it's contractors and stuff, it just wants to be nice and easy for them. If you're trying to show something off and you want to go design led and build a brand, then that's great as well. I think without knowing her market per se, whether it's holiday makers, whether it's contractors and stuff, I would say, standing out from the crowd isn't just having, the bed sheets there and a few pillows and things. What else could you add to it to give them that sort of VIP service? And I know James is very good at that.
Yeah, very good at that. And for me, it's always about supply and demand. Give them what they want, not what you want. It's so easy to do that. And just very, very quickly, I just wanted to come on to Marie Nilsson. Hello there. Do you think larger essays work for contractors, or would you recommend holiday lets? What's your thoughts on that, Mark?
Well, actually, I can say for a fact, 4-bedroom properties are going very, very well with contractors. As long as you've got a couple of showers in there, a couple of bathrooms, they don't have to be en suites and things, but that is working well. But also, particularly for the contractor market, a 1-bed or a 2-bed flat is still quite good, as long as you've got parking.
Absolutely. And I will just say quickly that if you've got a big development going on, like Barrow-in-Furness near, in Cumbria, in that area, 10-bedroom essays work very well because the contractors can all live together. And if it's in the Lake District, then we know that that's going to be really good for friends and families to get together. So bigger the better, Mark. Absolutely right. So thank you very much for that. And a big round of applause for Mark. That is world-class presentation, my friend. I wish I had slides like you. That's all I can say. So thank you very much.
No worries, no worries. So we'll jump straight into the next one as well. We can still answer any questions. We will have time at some point. We'll go back through. If we haven't answered your question now, we will go back through them ourselves as well. But I'm conscious of time, and we've got our next presenters here as well. So just moving forward with this, obviously today I've just spoken now. We've got Anthony and Alison on next, talking about the Renters' Right Bill. Then at 11:30, we will have James Wyatt on himself, talking about how to remove any blockers that you have. Then at 12:30, we have Tracy Patel, who's going to be talking to us all about design and how you can maximize getting the most out of your properties to stand out from the crowd. We've got Holly Jennings then to start us off in the afternoon. She's going to share with you and show you a system that can really help you do deals and how easy the follow-up can be. Rupan Patel will be on talking about refurbishments, the 5 pillars of refurbishments, and how you can maximize profits when you are doing property renovations. Then we will have Emily McTammany on, who's going to talk to us about supportive living and how that could be the answer to any property problems that you're having and how to set yourself up successfully for that in the right manners. And we'll round the day off with our good friend Rob Peters, who's going to talk to us about funding. He's going to share with us case studies about how traditionally you can fund your deals with sort of strategies that you probably weren't aware of. So without further ado, I'm going to invite our next speakers to the stage. It's great to have them on. There they are.
Good morning.
Anthony and Alison. How are you both? Good to see you.
Fantastic. It's been a busy few days and webinars. We had our networking event last night. So lots and lots going on, lots of things to letting people know about in the property market at the moment.
Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you ever so much for joining us today. It's an honor and a pleasure always to have you both on because you're full of knowledge. You're abundance of knowledge. And we're going to be talking about a hot topic at the moment, which a lot of people can be very, very fearful of. The Renters' Right Act, Renters' Right Bill. They keep changing the names, don't they, all the time? But I'm really, really looking forward to this. I'm going to be taking plenty of notes. So without further ado, I shall just leave you both to it.
Thank you very, very much for having us today. Now, for anybody, whether you are a landlord currently and you're managing your own portfolio, or whether it be a case of you've got a letting agency looking after your property, or you're looking to invest in property, you need to be aware of the Renters' Rights Act and when it's going to be arriving. So this is a massive, massive change, and it's the biggest change in 30 years as far as the rental marketplace is concerned. There's major, major changes. And what we're going to go through today is a little quiz. So there may be many people, we speak to many people, don't we, at networking events and landlords that we're working with. Say, oh, you know, you're fully aware of what's going on with the Renters' Rights Act. And they say, oh, yeah, all read up, know what's going on. And then you ask them some of these questions and it's like, oh, didn't realise that. So hopefully we're going to jog some memories and also give you a list of things that you should be doing before this comes into play on the 1st of May. You should have a checklist of things you should be carrying out before that day arrives. So what we're going to be doing, I'm going to be asking the questions and we're going to be expanding upon a number of these questions as we go through this quiz to give you a great idea of what's going on. So we want interaction, don't we? This isn't a boring PowerPoint where you're just going to sit and watch the slides. We want to see on the chat there that you're committing to what your answers are going to be. Now, let's be honest, they are 50-50. So you see, you've got a good chance of getting these questions right, even if it's a guess. However, this will open your eyes to a lot of what's coming. You've got to be proactive, not reactive as far as property is concerned. So we're going to be starting the first section. It's going to be on simpler tenancy. So Alison, are we ready?
Yeah.
We're ready. Let's go for it. Okay, first question. Here we go. Landlords can sign their student tenants up to a 12-month fixed term tenancy. This is very much a case of in university cities like Coventry. We've got 2 universities, lots of students coming along, and they say, right, can you charge them up, sign them up for a new 12-month tenancy? Is that true or is that false?
So I don't know if you want to comment in the chat as well as we go along what you think the answer is. But this one is false.
Oh, we got to want to commit there for a true.
So yeah, unfortunately this is false. What's coming in is all tenancies, no matter whether they're existing tenancies or new tenancies, from the 1st of May will become a periodic tenancy, and you will not be able to sign any of your tenants up to fixed term tenancies, even if they're students. If you're operating in the private rental sector, you will not be able to sign them up to a fixed term tenancy. It will also be a periodic tenancy. If purpose-built student accommodation is slightly different rules, so that doesn't necessarily apply there. But if you're a private landlord renting to students, you won't be able to sign them up to a fixed-term tenancy.
So one thing to be aware of on that side of things, obviously, typically people are then wanting to go from, I don't know, a September to May when their course ends or something. And one thing to be wary of in your headset, for example, if you're in an Article 4 area, and you're using your property as a HMO, and you then all of a sudden think, oh gosh, I've got an empty property for a couple of months, that all of a sudden you're maybe potentially changing the usage of your property and the type of usage you've got. So if you're in an Article 4 area, do be aware of if you're going to start changing the use of your property when it's vacant, for example, if you're letting to students. Very much be aware of. Okay, good start. Tenants will need to provide their landlord with 2 months' notice. Is this true or is this false? Now, this is obviously from the 1st of May, guys, not the current situation.
Okay, so this one is true. So tenants, if they wish to vacate the property from the 1st of May onwards, would need to provide you with 2 months' notice, but they can do this at any time. So in theory, they could move in on the 1st of May, and on the 2nd of May, they could give 2 months' notice. So you may have a quick, worst case scenario, you'll have a quick succession of 2-month contracts. I very much doubt that will happen because most people don't want to be moving every 2 months. I certainly wouldn't want to move every 2 months, but it is something to be aware of.
This is a major concern a lot of landlords are having in the fact of, oh gosh, what if happens I could have 6 tenancies a year? And yes, feasibly, that could well happen, but realistically, people move into a property, they're moving there for a reason, they're going to want to stay there, they want a surety. Unless there's a major issue or a problem in the property, they're going to want to stay. They want comfort, they want to be able to, surety of what's going on. If you look after them, this is the one thing, gosh, we've got some tenants that have been in some of our properties for 12, 13 years now. If you look after them, you charge them the right rent and you look after the property, they'll want to stay. That's the key thing with this one. Yes, be scared of the fact of that, could well have 2 month tenancies, but in a lot of cases, if it was you, would you want to stay for somewhere for 2 months? It's not likely. The majority of cases, you'll still have people wanting to stay for longer term tenancies. Okay, moving on to the next one. So, as a landlord, these changes are coming in, Alison, right? Now, all of a sudden, we've got all this legislation changes. So does this mean that I'm going to need to issue a new tenancy agreement to all my current tenants by May when this new legislation comes in? Is this true or is this false?
So this one is false. So whether you've got a tenant in situ at the moment, you don't need to provide them with a new tenancy agreement. They have to have a tenancy agreement. So if you never gave them a tenancy agreement in the past, they have to have one. But you don't need to do a new tenancy agreement from the 1st of May. You do, however, have to issue them with some government guidance. And this needs to be issued to your tenants by the 31st of May. Unfortunately,
have we been given this yet? Have the government been on their toes? Are they making sure they're giving
as always, the government have not released this information yet. It's expected to be released in March. Well, we're in March now, and there's still no sign of it. But I imagine it's going to be a document similar to the How to Rent Guide. So you will need to issue that to your tenants. I'd recommend doing it electronically, so you've got a paper trail of that and issuing that.
One would assume it's going to be almost like whatever tenancy agreement you've got in place, all the rules and regs on these particular terms will be superseded by this particular rulings that have come in, and that we're documenting that for you. So yes, it's something that's coming in, but the government make big changes, but we haven't actually got that document yet. But as Alison was saying, anything and everything you do as far as lettings is concerned and property management, prove you've done what you've done. That's so critical. You've got an audit trail of everything that you've done. So there's electronic signature sites such as like DocuSign or Signable is one that we use. That means that you send that document out to your tenants. So there's no argument over the fact of whether they received it. All these things, make sure you do anything and everything to the hilts to make sure you're fully covered as a landlord.
And in terms of that, there was a couple of questions in the chat. So if your tenants are on a fixed term now, so say like you've signed your tenants up and their tenancy is due to end September 2026, on the 1st of May, that will automatically convert to a periodic tenancy. So your tenants will no longer be obliged to stay till that end date. They may give you notice sooner.
But they've got to give you the 2 months. So realistically, May, June. So they could well come out a month earlier if it's a month or two earlier, and in July. But
you don't need to issue them with any new tenancy. No. Only this guidance that the government are yet to release, but will hopefully release soon. But yeah.
Okay, moving on to the next question. So this is really good, guys. Thank you very much for your interaction on this one, because hopefully we're giving you an awful lot of clearer ideas of what's happening and when it's happening. We've got lots of different stuff to come on to now. So the next thing is going to be reform on grounds for possession. So if tenants are in breach of anything, you've got certain notices that you can give them, and that's typically your Section 8 notice. And then there's certain grounds of reasons why they're in breach of their tenancy agreements. This is the sorts of things we're going to be coming on to now. Reform grounds for possession of your getting back your property. So landlords will not be able to end a tenancy. So I think the expansion on this one is they're removing the Section 21 no fault eviction, which we've all had in our toolkit for quite a while now. They're removing that, so our landlords no longer going to be able to get back their tenancies.
So the answer to this is false. I see a lot of stuff online. I always put this one in because I see stuff online where landlords seem to be panicking that they're not going to be able to get back possession of their property. They will be able to get back possession of their property, but they have to have a specific reason and they have to meet with one or more of the possession grounds. So we're losing that Section 21, as Anthony said. So that at the moment is kind of the no fault eviction. You typically use that, if you were selling your property or if you wanted to, it's seen as a slightly easier route because you don't have to give a reason and it can't really, as long as you've got your paperwork in line, it can't be really argued with in court. So that's been removed. So we just have to have a reason and we have to say exactly why, provide evidence why we want back possession.
Section 21 was great. It was a much more longer-winded process because as things stand, it's a 2 months notice, whereas Section 8, you're telling your tenants at the moment, is 2 weeks to resolve the issue that you're in breach of, for example, arrears, or we can apply to the courts. But those things are changing. So on to the next question. So we've got a tenant that's been in arrears for quite a while now, in and out. But now a tenant needs to be in 3 months of arrears before you can give them notice, this Section 8 notice. Is this true or is this false?
So in terms of this one, unfortunately, it's true. So I think this is one of the really negative parts of the Act is that they are reforming the grounds as well. So at the moment, up until the 1st of May or up until the 30th of April, we can give notice when the tenant is 2 months in arrears, and that notice is 2 weeks notice. That's changing. So from the 1st of May, a tenant will need to be in 3 months arrears at the time that the notice is issued and at the date of court, when you go to court, if you end up going to court. So they have to be in 3 months arrears, and then the notice period is 4 weeks. So potentially, if your tenant has completely stopped paying, you would be in a position where you haven't received rent for 4 months before you'd be in a position to go to court. So yeah, really long. It's going to be a lot harder to get back possession, a lot longer process when they're in arrears.
The key thing to expand upon on this one is on experiences I've had over the years that magistrates and judges, I swear some of them, and there was this particular one I went to court with about 12 months ago now, I swear he was a landlord as well. He'd been through something similar himself, in the fact of that if a tenant tries to argue one side of the bargain, so for example, an issue with Section 8 notice was issued to this particular tenant, and he stated he didn't receive it. But the judge or the magistrates then said, well, okay, we'll accept that you didn't receive that, but you then received a court notice, and the reason why you was being summoned to court because of the fact of your arrears, and you didn't resolve matters. So I'm going to say that the fact that that's not, an acceptable term of the reason why this should be thrown out. So what I'll say to you is as far as judges and magistrates are concerned, as long as you've got the proof, and this is where you've got mandatory and discretionary grounds, when you do these notices, issuing with the mandatory and the discretionary grounds. So for example, if a tenant goes in there and pays a little bit extra to get them below that 3 months before the court hearing, the judge is going to have the right mindset there to make sure that you're going to still be able to have a good chance of getting your possession back.
Yeah, I probably should have said on that question that that's in terms of mandatory grounds. The mandatory ground is that the tenant has to be in 3 months of arrears. There are discretionary grounds, so you could go to court before that 3 months, based on other discretionary grounds of persistent arrears or any arrears. But you are
Can be argued with.
Yeah, you are going on a discretionary ground, so it is very much up to the judge on the day, whereas a mandatory ground is a lot stronger case, because providing you've got the evidence, which if it's arrears, it's quite easy to prove that they haven't paid, then it shouldn't be argued with in court.
Exactly. Okay, so moving on to the next section, which is going to be on rent controls. Now, we all want to make sure we're getting the best rent. Of course we do. We want great tenants and getting the right rent in place. So we're going to come on to some key questions here for you on rent controls with the new act that's coming in. So I'm a landlord. All this new Renters' Rights Act's coming in. Is it right that I'm only going to be able to increase my rent annually by a maximum of 5%? That's what I'm sure I read that somewhere. Is that true or is that false?
So that one is false.
Yay! Come on, we've got something good here.
The Labour government have, from the get-go, said that they're not looking to put any rent controls in terms of what you can increase your rent by. So as long as you keep your rent to market rent, there's no limit on that increase. You can only do it once a year, and you have to give your tenant 2 months' notice. So that's increase. At the moment, it's 1 month's notice. It's going to be 2 months' notice, and it has to be via a Section 13 notice. So at the moment, you might just have a good relationship with your tenant, and you approach that, you have a chat with them, or it's agreed maybe at a renewal stage. So there won't be any renewals going forward, and you can't just have that conversation, unfortunately, and agree it with your tenant. You have to serve them the official Section 13 notice. As
with everything and anything, prove you've done what you've done, document it, audit trail. It's like, for example, anything when you're issuing a notice, for example, for ourselves, whatever it may well be, yes, we'll deliver it by hand. We'll get date stamp photos, everything you can do to prove it, and we'll send it by email. So an email address that they've sent us emails on in the past. So as far as then a judge or a magistrate is concerned, or anything like that, if it ever went to court, you've got multiple bits of proof there to back up the reason you've gone the extra effort to make sure that notice was issued. So the next question you're going to ask on that one is, well, okay, well, I'm going to increase it by 6%. Can tenants delay the rent increase? Have they got the power to delay that rent increase?
Yeah. So yes, unfortunately, they are going to have more powers. I say more powers. If they don't agree, if you've gone above market rent or the tenant doesn't agree that you have increased it by market rent, they can dispute it via a first tier tribunal. Now, this isn't a new system. The first tier tribunal is in place at the moment, and there's very few claims that go through that at the moment. The situation at the moment is they can, if a tenant disputes their rent increase and it goes to the first tier tribunal, there's 3 ways that it can be kind of decided upon. It can be decided that the landlord is actually spot on with what they're proposing the rent is going to be, and that is agreed. It could be that they say, no, the landlord is trying to get too much rent here, and yet the tenant has every right to dispute this, and it should be in a lower amount. At the moment, there's also a third option where the tribunal could say, actually, the landlord's being pretty generous here. He deserves more rent, and they can increase it. What's going to happen is that third option, where it could be increased, is going to be removed.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know. I don't really know the stats on this at the moment in terms of the first tier tribunal, but I very much doubt they probably increase many rents. So I'd say they're removing that option, but it probably doesn't happen. And I think if a landlord's proposing a rent, they're not bothered whether that's going to be increased or not. They just want the amount that they're proposing it anyway. What is changing is that at the moment, if you put that increase forward on the 1st of January, and then the tenant disputes that first tier tribunal, no matter how long that process takes, that the decided rent increase will be backdated to the 1st of January. That's going to change. So it's not going to be backdated going forward. It will come into effect on the date of the tribunal ruling. So potentially that process, depending on how long it takes, I think at the moment it's a 2-3 month turnaround on that. So it could delay your rent increase. And if tenants kind of get wind of this, they don't have to pay to dispute it. It's a no loss for them. So I think.
Well, I'm not sure. Is there going to be
disputes.
more? What we're hoping from this is there's going to be more criteria to which a tenant can dispute this, because if it's just as straightforward as disputing it, again, there's a little bit more expansion on criteria on what this is going to be and the reasons why a tenant, because if it's straightforward enough, you look at other comparables and it's very much the same, then you'd assume that they're going to have real reasons why, one would hope at least anyway. And this is where it's important with tenants, if you're looking after them, and when you're trying to justify a rent increase, you may feel, oh, they've been great. And I would speak to some of the landlords, oh, I've got lovely tenants. We never hear from them. We just go and do the gas cert and the electric cert and all, they look after this, that, and so he looks after the place really, really well. I feel really bad increasing the rent. Well, no. Here's the reason why, in the fact that you are the landlord, you're running a business, and anyone that's as a landlord needs to run their property portfolio as a business. But if you increase their rent, a way that this could be seen, and we do this on a number of landlords do this on occasions, in fact, look, if you were to move house, because that's the whole concern, if you increase their rent, they want to move. If they're to move, may well be, let's say it's £1,000 rent. If they were to move, it's £1,100 at the house, which is like for like up the road. However, if you say to them, look, I'm putting it up to 1,050, which means that they're then thinking he's looking after us. But if you justify it by the fact of showing comparables and what you're doing, and that you're then actually giving them something of a benefit, and also that will be seen in your favour should it be it goes to ombudsman, or as far as the first tier tribunal, that you're going that extra mile. What I always say to you is always think to yourself, what could be construed as that you're going the extra mile to help your tenants there is really good. But always make sure that you're increasing the rents, because that's what you have the right to do each and every year.
And in terms of that first tier tribunal, at the moment, the government haven't put any extra resources into that, in terms of the government don't believe that there's going to be any more disputes. So they haven't put any resources there. They have put kind of in place that they will add secondary legislation to this if they need to. So if there is suddenly a big increase and there's long delays, then they might add new rules to it. But at the moment, I think personally, it's not something that's being talked about this much, but I think this is like a really big concern.
It could take an awfully long time for you to get your rent increase, an awful long time. Because
at the moment, that process takes about 2-3 months, and there's very few of these tribunal cases happening. So in Scotland, when they had similar kind of things in place, they saw massive increases to how many disputes were happening. So I think this is a really, really big concern. I think your communication with the tenant is very, very important.
It's grey areas. It needs to be black and white. Basically, there's very clear criteria for it rather than it being a grey area, because that's what it is almost, isn't it? It needs to be very clearer. Okay, we expanded on a little bit on that one because I know that's quite an important one for everybody. Okay, now then, here's the great option. So I'm a landlord and I've got 3 people wanting to rent my property, right? And I've got 2 people who said, yeah, I want to move in, here's my situation, and this is the advertised rent that I want to pay, which is the advertised you've asked for. And then the third person comes along and says, listen, Alison, tell you what, I'm going to pay you a little bit more rent. Can you let it to me instead? Is that a case of that you can accept that higher offer than advertised rent? Is that true or is that false?
Yeah, so this one is false. So you can't, so they're calling it rental bidding. So if someone comes in with, if you've got your rent advertised at £1,000 and someone comes in and says, I'll offer you 1,200 to kind of beat someone else to that rent, you're not going to be able to accept that. Apparently, according to the government, this is a really big issue. In our area, it really isn't. So I don't know if this is based on the London market. I don't know if anywhere where you guys are based, whether you see this problem, but we honestly don't see it that often.
And if you do have it, have suspicions.
Yeah.
Have they got an ulterior motive why they want to get that particular property in that location? If they're offering you crazy money more, you're like, oh, suspicious.
Yeah, I always think that the best tenant isn't the one that necessarily can pay the most.
No. Voids cost more than getting optimum rents.
And you want to choose your tenants based on kind of the fit for your property and what you're looking for, rather than necessarily the highest price that's going to be paid.
Absolutely. Okay, now then, we're a country of pet and animal lovers. Acceptance of pets and discrimination is going to be the next section we're going to come on to, because this is another hot topic from the new Renters' Rights Act that's coming in May. So, I am a landlord. I've got a lovely property. and it's not just as straightforward, I know, as a true and false on this one, but I've got a lovely furnished property, 3-bedroom property, and I've had an applicant that's come along and said, I'm a lovely family and we've got a dog. Is that landlord obliged to accept pets? Is that true or is that false?
So it's false. So landlords will not have to accept pets. However, they have to consider a tenant's request for a pet. So you need to essentially have a pet policy on for your property. You've got to consider their request, and each request has to be responded to. You can decline that request, but you have to give a reason, and it can't be because I don't like dogs or because I've had a bad experience in the past, or the last person ruined my house with a dog. It has to be, I'd say the government aren't going to publish like what's a legitimate reason and what's not. If you have a HMO, I think you've got a legitimate reason to say, no, you can't have a pet because it was an 8-bed HMO and everyone has a pet. You're going to have a HMO.
Noah's Ark.
HMO zoo. So in that case, you might have a leasehold property. It might be in the lease that you can't have pets. How we're going to be dealing with it in our agency is we're going to have a pet application form.
They've got to sign a paw print.
Yeah, they haven't got a paw print. But asking those questions, so it's very different. If someone's got a dog they've had for 5 or 6 years, it's fully trained, they work from home, so they're at home with the dog all day. That's a very different situation to... As well as the garden as well, isn't it? Yeah, depending on the property type. That's a very different situation to somebody that's out of the house working 12 hours a day. They're looking to bring a puppy into the house. It's going to be left on its own. So you have to ask these questions. You have to get that information to make your decision. But I think, again, it's the minority that kind of ruin it for the majority. I think I'm a bit on the fence with this. I feel like we've seen bad pet owners and we've seen how properties can be left. But equally, we've had tenants that have had pets. You'd never have known that they had a dog or a cat when they've left. So it is, but I think it's asking, again, that communication, asking those right questions.
I think another thing to highlight as well is if you're in a leasehold flat, for example, and the type of pet, it may well be in the actual lease for your property itself as a leasehold property. It may well say whether you're allowed to or not as well. So do bear that in mind. Okay, now then, I've got a tenant that's come along and unfortunately changing circumstances, and now he's claiming universal credit. As a landlord, landlords legally cannot refuse a tenant on universal credit. Is this true or is this false?
It's interesting to see what people put for this.
Sure.
The answer to this one is, let me just read it. Let me just double check.
You've asked this question and answered it way, Alison.
I know. I've confused myself.
You should have just put the landlords legally can landlords legally refuse tenant. So landlords legally cannot refuse. So basically, they have to accept. You're a double negative there.
I know. I've confused myself with double negative. So the answer is false. So landlords can still refuse universal credit tenants. They don't have to accept them, but you have to be careful about your wording with things. As long as you are treating all applications the same, whether they are working, whether they're students, whether they're on universal credit or receiving some sort of benefits. And the way to go about this is to have an affordability criteria. So from the get-go, when you're advertising your properties, you need to make it clear what your affordability criteria is. Now, you can set this to be whatever you want it to be, as long as it applies to everybody that applies for your property. So ours in our agency, it's in line with our referencing partner, and it's that the tenant has to be earning or has to have an income, whether that's from benefits, work, of 2.5 times the annual rent.
That's the household income.
So that's the household. So if you've got a couple and they're both working maybe part-time with a universal credit top-up, they might meet with that affordability. If they're not meeting with that affordability, they need to have a UK-based guarantor that's living and working in the UK, and that guarantor needs to be earning 3 times the annual rent for that property. So if they're not meeting with that criteria and on universal credit, you can refuse them. In the same way that if they are working and not meeting with that criteria, you can refuse them. You can't blanket say on your adverts, no universal credit, or as I see, no DSS. So it is going to become illegal to kind of do that blanket ban on universal credit. And that also applies to children as well. Some landlords say no children. I mean, actually, to be honest, children probably cause more damage than pets sometimes, having kids ourselves.
Yes.
But yeah, so you can't do kind of blanket. If your property's not suitable to have children, if it's a 1-bedroom flat and it's mum, dad, and
that's the
2
suitability,
kids.
because if you've got a smaller 1-bedroom, as you say, a 1-bedroom flat for 5 people, two parents and 3 kids.
So you on that basis you can refuse it, but you can't put on your adverts no universal credit or no children, kind of these blanket kind of bans.
No. Okay, we're now going to move on to enforcement. Okay, this is a big section now for you guys. Make sure you've got your pens at the ready and you're clicking on the trues and the falses. So, as a landlord, you can be fined £7,000 per breach of the Renters' Rights Act. Is this true or is this false?
So this one is true.
Oh, gas.
So yeah, you can be fined £7,000 per breach. If it's a serious offence or a repeated offence, then that's going to be a £40,000 fine. So these are bankrupting fines.
This is why we're trying to educate people so much at the moment on this Renters' Rights Act. Some people are just, it'll be fine, I'm not worried, I'll worry about it when it comes. No, please, act quickly, be proactive on making sure this is all up to date. Now, with regard, is there anything that's any infinite fines on this, or is it a case of when it's per breach? And that's, if you might be worth actually expanding on a little bit here as far as different, is there, for example, give me examples of different breaches. It could be that you've got £7,000 for that breach, £7,000 for that breach. What could it be? So, for example,
so if you haven't served the guidance that the government are yet to release, but will be releasing, if you haven't served that, you could get a £7,000 fine. If you refuse to accept a pet without responding or without giving a valid reason, that could be £7,000 fine. It is kind of per breach, but yeah, repeated or serious offences. I wouldn't class those as serious offences. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how local councils start enforcing this. We're in Coventry, and our council love
hot to trot on
fining landlords.
Yes, absolutely.
I think they've racked up the most fines for a council in the UK. So yeah, it depends on your area.
Though, the properties are compliant. Again, a majority being penalised by the minority not doing things right. But no, compliance is great. This is what we want to do. Everyone compliant and know what's going on. So, rent repayment orders are being extended from a maximum of 12 months to 24 months. Now, it might be worth expanding on why a landlord may well have a rent repayment order.
So this one is going to be true. So at the moment, we do have rent repayment orders. It's not a new thing. At the moment, I think the cases I've heard about the most is if a landlord is operating a HMO without a HMO licence, then the tenant can put a claim in to basically get their rent that they've paid for the last 12 months paid back to them, or up to 12 months paid back to them. So they're extending this so they can claim back up to 24 months if they've been living in the property that long. But yeah, most often I've seen this in HMOs, but I believe it's now been extended out. So any kind of breach in your compliance, the tenant could come after you for this. And if you operate in kind of a 5-bed HMO, renting out those rooms individually, the chances are if one person makes a claim and is successful, word will get round. So it could be a massive
bankrupting.
Loss.
And this is why, as I emphasised, and I say this to everybody, gosh, I've been saying all these years, prove you've done everything you've done, document everything, date stamp photos, anything and everything you can do. A tenant to sign, they say they've received something. And this is why the electronic signatures route that we go down as far as all paperwork that we issue. In some cases, I know Liam, who does our paperwork, it's a case of, you don't need to send all that. He says, no, I send it all, because then there's no argument they haven't received it. I said, well, you've already shown them. No, they received it all. They've got everything there. And obviously photos and date stamp photos, there's apps you can get on your phone that are free apps that you can date stamp any photos and things that you're actually issuing. There's a question there, Alison. Does the tenant have to make a formal complaint to the council claiming a breach? This is on the previous question.
Yes, so that they'd have to make a formal complaint. I'd like to think that most tenants, if they've got an issue, would come to you first, so you can get things resolved. But obviously, there are the tenants out there. There's companies out there, ambulance chasers that are out there that will be, I'm sure, putting their messages out to tenants to try and get them kind of
Is your landlord in breach? And this is the thing. It's, as I just said, prove that you've issued all the things you've issued. And as long as you've got that, you can say, well, no, I did all those things. There's safety certification, periodic visits, smoke alarm tests if you're HMO landlord, all these different things. Okay, moving on to the next one.
So just with that was phase 1 of the Renters' Rights Act. So all of that stuff that we've kind of just covered there, that is coming in from the 1st of May. We're going to move on now to the Landlord Database and Ombudsman, which is kind of being rolled out kind of towards the end of this year.
Well, yeah, we shall see.
Yeah.
We shall see if the government managed to get that one in order. Okay, so the Landlord Database and Ombudsman. So, as a landlord, registering on the Landlord Database will be considered good practice, but not mandatory.
Yeah, interesting to see what people's thoughts.
So it might be worth expanding on what this particular thing is. So, as a landlord, is it a case of registering just your name on there, DDs, or all your properties? What's going to be the process for that?
Yeah, so there's going to be a landlord database. This is going to be brought in at the end of this year, or from the end of this year, probably next year.
We'll see.
We'll see, indeed. But yeah, so landlords, this one is false. It's going to be mandatory. You will have to sign up to the database. So it won't just be your name. It will be all of your details. Your safety certificates. The government haven't told us exactly, but there'll be all the information. And the idea being that your prospective tenants can log on and they can see exactly kind of who they're renting a property from. So it will show up if there's been any kind of breaches in your compliance or anything like that. And it will hopefully give them more kind of power, I guess, to know kind of where they're renting from. Unfortunately, it doesn't work two ways. I'm sure there'll be comments about tenant databases. There's not going to be a tenant database. There is a landlord database.
Oh, the black book as far as the different people to speak to and not speak to. Barry, what we will do is we'll come on to your question at the end to revisit that one, going back on questions we had before. But yes, we will cover that one for you. Don't worry. Okay, now the next question. So if a landlord uses a letting agency, they do not need to register with the landlord ombudsman because the agent will be registered. Is that true or is that false?
Yeah, so the landlord ombudsman, this is where a tenant, if they've got a problem, if they've approached the landlord and it's not been resolved, this will be then somewhere that they can go to kind of and refer their complaint to, and that ombudsman will kind of sit in the middle and decide what's fair, whether the landlord has kind of done anything wrong or not.
At the moment, letting agencies have had to be a part of an ombudsman for many, 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 many years. But they're now introducing this one. Is it a case of do they need to register with this, or is it true, or is that false?
So that's false. So it is going to be compulsory. I think at the beginning, how they did it with letting agencies is that it was kind of a optional thing to start with until they'd got it all up and running, and then it became a mandatory thing. I'm not sure if it's going to be a similar situation. The landlord ombudsman, they said that it will start looking at it kind of the end of this year, but I think it's going to be something that comes over the next few years because they said I think it will be, they've got to announce who's going to operate this ombudsman. So yeah, I think it will be a little while before this all comes into place. I don't think this is anything to worry about.
No, once in the last 10 years. And that was dealt with very quickly.
Yeah, so that's for us in our letting agency. We had somebody, I'm trying to remember the circumstances. She messed us around so much. I actually did the viewing with this lady, and I showed her about 3 rooms, and I was gone for about 2 hours. And the office were trying to phone me thinking something had happened. She was just like every little detail asking me the weirdest questions. And I kept with it thinking, you know what, some people just need that bit of reassurance. And we went through all this. And then she was umming and ahhing about which room she was going to take. And then we sent her the application form through Signable, and she wanted to know why we were using Signable because it was an American company. And we were just like, oh my goodness. And the questions were just getting more and more like weird. Like, why are you like members of this? And why don't you do it like this? And really weird, that was irrelevant to what she was taking. And in the end, she hadn't made a decision. This went on for about 2 weeks, and she was phoning the office most days. And I think we probably wasted a week of our lives on this lady. And then she paid a holding deposit. And by this point, we were like, we don't want her. So we literally replied to her and said, unfortunately, we're not going to proceed. Please give us your bank details. We'll get your holding deposit back to you.
I don't think this is going to be suitable.
Yeah, we don't think you're a good fit. And she complained about us to the Ombudsman, and they kind of came and said her claim was that we had messed her, or we'd messed her around, and we'd taken up her time. I thought, I need to do a counterclaim here. But yeah, so we kind of just responded saying, she first viewed it then, she didn't pay a holding deposit till this date, and we refunded it the next day. So they were happy that we had acted fine, and we didn't hear anything further from that. So that's the only thing that we've had go to an ombudsman. And she didn't actually even raise a complaint with us to start with anyway. But yeah, very, very odd people.
So there will be a charge for landlords to register on this database. Is this true or is this false? Another spend. Is it true or is it false?
Yeah, so this one is, of course, true. The government are going to be charging for both the landlord database and the landlord ombudsman. They haven't told us what charges yet. They say they're going to be in proportion to the costs of running it, which obviously probably is quite a concern with how government spend the money at the moment. And I believe that it will be per property as well. So it's going to be something you need to factor into your deals when you're doing your numbers.
Okay. Now then, this is the thing that's been around for quite a while as far as the standard of homes and decent homes standard. Now, this is something that is going to be updated and reviewed again as well. So moving on to this next section. So landlords will have until 2035 to get their properties up to the required standard. Is this true or is this false?
This is part of phase 3 of the Women's Rights Act. And I had to do a double take when I was reading this. So this is true. So it said 2035 to 2037. So I'm not sure what happens in 2036, but yeah, they're gonna have until 2035 or 2037 to get your properties up to standard. They haven't published exactly what that standard is going to be, so we can't really start updating things and working towards that now. They're consulting over things at the moment. There has been whispers of a certain age of kitchen, a certain age of bathroom. They're going to be reviewing the HHSRS, so their housing, health, go on, you say it. The guidelines at the moment where they kind of used to assess your properties. So they're going to be updating that. Obviously, there is going to be minimum energy efficiency requirements. They're coming in from 2030, and that your EPC rating will need to be a C.
But what I'll say is there are all these aspirations, I believe, but then a couple of years down the line, it may all be gets changed. And if reform get into the government, this may all get completely smashed away. But who knows?
So with the EPC thing,
but EPC is not just a case of though for you need to meet this and it's benefiting the tenants. It's benefiting you as a landlord, and the fact that you're going to be doing things that will add to its value by doing the work you need to do on it, and obviously then for your tenants to see it as more attractive as well.
So yeah, with the EPCs, they have pushed back a little bit because it was going to be 2028 for new tenancies, so they've kind of scrapped that deadline. So now they're saying 2030. They are reviewing this system at the moment, or they've had consultations. They're now reviewing how those ratings work because it's quite an archaic system at the moment.
Isn't it? And it's got to go to a C as well.
So I think the average in the UK is a D. So this will affect a lot of landlords, a lot of properties. you're going to have to spend up to £10,000 to try and get it to the standard. That's kind of the cap that they've put on that at the moment. You need to be aware of it. It is coming. It's in your interest to try and improve the energy efficiency of a property. I wouldn't go out and spend masses of money at the moment because it is under review. And I imagine that there'll be green deals and things the way you can kind of do it.
Okay.
Cost effective.
Under the new rules, the landlord is responsible to resolve damp and mould issues, the bane of every HMO landlord's life.
So this one is going to be true. So the law that's coming in is AWAB's law. So this law is already applicable in the social sector and it is going to be rolled out to the private rental sector. So this law was brought in because there was a little boy that was living in social accommodation that was living in mouldy and damp conditions, and unfortunately he passed away, and it was decided that that was as a direct result of the conditions that he was living in. So which that, you know, it shouldn't be happening in this day and age. So in terms of AWAB's law, basically if a tenant reports to you that there's a mould and damp issue, there's going to be certain timeframes that you have got to act and get that issue resolved. If not saying that it's not caused by a tenant issue, sometimes it is how the tenant is living, but you need to, it's going to be your responsibility to get that resolved in that time frame. Not necessarily pay the costs, that's kind of a different debate. If it's caused by a tenant, then they will perhaps need to make a contribution. But yeah, landlords will have quite strict guidance on how
if it's the property
respond.
issue. I think if it's the property that's the issue, fine, landlord's responsibility. However, as we see so often, I'm sure many landlords will be on here will echo this, tenants that are drying their clothes in a HMO room without the windows open and without trickle vents in the windows, and they're wondering why there's damp that's arriving. That damp's got to go somewhere. So one thing you could try to preempt to your tenants is, look, I'm going to give you a space, I'm going to give you areas to use to dry your clothes in a certain space that won't have the impact that it would do if it was just kept in their rooms. Things like that, different things, think ahead. Think, I don't want this to happen, or things you can do with the decor as far as the type of paint that you're using on the floors and the walls and the ceilings, perhaps. Think ahead, because it's likely to be that this may well happen, but try and facilitate it so that you've done something as far as the tenants are concerned to make it a bit easier for them, so there's less chance of it happening for you.
Yeah, so that in terms of that rule, that hasn't come in yet, so they haven't actually, that's going to be part of phase 3, so they haven't set like a definitive date, but I think it's good practice that, you know, if you've got any damp or mold in your properties, get a damp survey done. In our area, there's a contractor that does that for free, but that will kind of at least document that it's kind of caused by a tenant. If that is the case, it will give you some guidance on what you could perhaps do to help. But you have in that report, you've got that, so it shows that you're acting upon that. But education of the tenants is really, really important.
Yes. I think with My Deposits, I know Liam gives this one out. There's a leaflet with My Deposits. I'll be using short deposit with My Deposits for all of our landlord deposits or tenant deposits. And there's a leaflet about damp. And as I was saying about, we've got an audit trail, the fact it goes out with the signable documentation. It's another leaflet the tenants get sent so they can read through it. So then, should it be the end of a deposit dispute, that you provide this information to your tenants, think ahead, be proactive on that. It's very much important. So, Alison, moving on to this next section here. So this is a big stat that's very important for you to be aware of. 24% of landlords intend to reduce their number of rental properties within the next year, and this rose to 33% in the next 5 years. So, you know, I know when the tenant fee ban came in and all these different things, it's a regularly changing marketplace, regularly changing legislation, all these different things. I think in a lot of cases it's very good in the fact that it's sharpening up the standards that we want people to keep their properties to, and the energy efficiency is good. Obviously, we want to look after the environment. All of these different things, obviously, look after us. We want tenants to have amazing properties that they can look after, and that we're looking after them. Because in the end, as landlords, if you've got tenants that stay there for long term, it's a great thing to have for you. Now then, as an organisation, yes, our main thing we're best known for here in Coventry is as a lettings agency. However, Alison and I as I was saying, this is the third presentation we've done this week. We are passionate about helping you as property investors to be as successful as you possibly can be whilst maintaining compliance. With this in mind, we've got a number of different facilities that we offer that are free, that are there available for you. So if you wanted to have a discussion, you've got the ability to schedule a call there. With it really looking to invest in Coventry, give us a call. You can book yourself a call that goes directly into our diaries. If you're wanting to learn about investing in Coventry, we've got a free on-demand webinar on there. Or if it's a case of there's a certain, download on there, the compliance checklist, for example, or a HMO compliance checklist. Or we've got podcasts. We've got, let's go back. We've got podcasts. We've got a YouTube channel. We've got an array of different things we want to help you with. Or if you're an investor that's not in the area, but you want to invest in Coventry, you'll be working with myself. And as far as property sourcing is concerned, there's an array of different things here. We want to help you as best as we possibly can do. So if you go onto that QR code, that will take you to something called a link tree. And there's an array of different bits of information on there for you to be able to download. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that at all? No. Alrighty. Now then, moving on to, you got a chance to get that picture. The last slide. Now then, what I'm going to do is going to go back through a couple of the questions that came up earlier on. So we've got a gentleman that was highlighting the fact that his daughter, there we go. So my daughter is at university and her 4 friends start to rent a house this summer. Very exciting, we love that. And already has agreed the landlady the new tenancy. Now then, surely the landlady must change this and the students don't want to lose the house as it's in such a good location. Don't worry, is all I'll say to you on this one.
So how we're dealing with, because it is that, we deal with students that are signing up for September. So how we're dealing with it at the moment is we are just continuing as we would usually do, because those rules haven't come into place yet. Most students in our city start looking November, December, maybe January. We've got properties let already, so their agreements have been issued for their start date. What I would say is, in terms of referencing, you can't reference tenants until 3 months before, or at least you need to be within 3 months of the tenancy starting. But yeah, we will do a new tenancy agreement once the new rules come in, because there's going to be certain things that you have to have in that tenancy agreement. So in that case, because the tenancy hasn't started before the 1st of May, we will be issuing a new agreement rather than kind of giving the information. But that's how we're going to be dealing with it. So yeah, I would expect that landlord to give them a different agreement from the September. But yeah,
if there's one in place, it's a contract that's been signed already, and then it's this changeover crossover period that's not quite clear yet. But all we can do is just go on what we've got. If you've got a contract that's been signed in place, just assume it's going to go on those terms with the new terms that are coming in, which will supersede it. When we've got that document that then comes out that can be published, we'll then act accordingly. Now then, one question we've got here: as far as the charge for landlords to apply on a database, will this apply to all strategies such as service accommodation, houses of multiple occupation, and buy-to-let?
So HMOs and buy-to-let, yes. So if you're in the private rental sector, yes. If you're doing serviced accommodation, that is slightly different, so it won't apply. But just be very careful that it's not kind of, if you're doing serviced accommodation, you've got people staying there longer term, it may be classed as kind of a tenancy rather than a license. So just be very careful about that. But yes, if you've got a HMO at the moment and you have a HMO license, you're still going to have to apply for that HMO license and register on the database. So it's kind of going to be like doubling up on stuff. If you're in an area where there's selective licenses as well, you'll need to apply to be on the database as well.
Any other questions at all, guys, until we pass back over to Mark, I believe. Or James.
Absolutely fantastic. That is an incredible presentation. Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Anthony. I've made lots of notes, and I am a landlord. I was just going to ask you, first of all, a couple of things that I wrote down here that I think are key learnings is that, rent caps, as long as you've got market rent, if you do it once a year with 2 months notice via Section 13, that's a good thing to know. A good tenant is one that's paying the right amount of rent and looks after the property. I think that's really important. And if it does go to court, we need to trust that judge's experience and that mandatory grounds are best. Now, one question I was just going to ask you quickly on property condition. Obviously, if I was in your area, you'd have all my properties. That would go without saying. How do we find people like you to manage our properties when we're not in your area? What would you say we should be looking for?
Oh, good question. I mean, for example, in Coventry, if it's a HMO line, for example, there's something called the Coventry Landlord Accreditation Scheme, which the council have introduced, where you have to go on a specific training course to become accredited. And then any of your landlords are then able to apply for 5-year HMO licenses. And this is a database, it's a register that the council publishes online. So see if there's any council registers that they've got online of accredited organisations and agencies that are out there. There's a number of other tick boxes as well that all agencies should have, obviously registered with an ombudsman. Not that we ever need them, but we've got to be registered to have ourselves on there. Also public, the client money protection as well is very important, because we get audited each and every year to ensure that we have our, for example, we've got a separate bank account for our deposits. And in addition to that, then obviously then audited with our My Deposits accounts, and the bank account has to echo each other, as well as we're doing everything we write. We have to publish everything once a year.
So yeah, client money protection insurance is something every letting agency should have, and that's, historically there's cases where letting agents kind of disappear and they're holding the deposit funds, or their tenants have paid the rent, they haven't paid onto the landlord, and they disappear. So the client money protection insurance is what they letting agents have to have, which protects that landlord and the tenant, so that if the agent scarpers or goes bankrupt or something, that money is safe, is protected.
I think another thing, and this is one change, Alison could take credit for this one, we did about 10 years ago. Initially, for the first 5 years or so as an organised, because we're going now, 16 years in fact, anybody and everybody were getting involved in different tasks in the process, because obviously as you've got the let the property, do the viewings, let the property, book the viewings, you've then got the person that does the paperwork, you've then got the person that does the periodics and the maintenance and the upkeep of the properties themselves, as well as then the person that does the client account side of things and pays the landlord. One thing with the agency is going to be important is who does what part of the process, who's accountable. That's a key word, accountable. So if you can then say, right, why is my property not let? Who do I need to go to get feedback on my viewings? This person. So we've got Natasha who looks after that side of things. As far as viewings for sales and the lettings. And as far as renewals, rent increases, section 13s as we were talking about, tenancy move-ins, all these different things, that's Liam. He'll look after that side of things. He's the person that's accountable. The inventory clerk will be going out to do these things. Then as far as periodic visits have been Carolina, do all the periodic visits, sort out the maintenance, the work that needs to be done. And then as far as in the client's account, if any landlord's saying, where's my rent? It's Alison, they'll be coming knocking on the door for when I'm going to receive my rent. Or if there's rent arrears, or if there's marketing, or if there's sourcing. It's really important, ideally, that you've got different people that you can hold accountable rather than just a general phone call. Actually, admittedly, everyone knows all that's going on. We've got a group of 6 of us here in the office. But that's a really important factor that then, and also that they're advertising on all the main websites as well, the highest visibility.
I think a good question to ask at the moment as well is just say, what do I need to know about the Renters' Rights Act, and what concerns should I have, or just something like ask them about Renters' Rights Act, see what they say, because I went out to an appraisal the other week and got really well with the lady, and she phoned the office the next day and she said, I've got a couple of questions about the Renters' Rights Act. And she said, you actually seem to know what you were talking about. She said, one of the other agents said, I don't need to worry about it because it's not happening until later this year. So I'm like thinking, wow, because you do things you can do and you can prepare now. And this particular lady was weighing up maybe selling in the next 5 years, and she was like, how's that going to affect? And this agent said, you don't need to worry about it. So ask those questions and just see how that's reacting. And I wouldn't always say the cheapest isn't always the best. I often see on these landlord groups people, letting agents get a bashing, and there's good letting agents, there's bad letting agents. But I think price, when I see like, my agent's awful, and then you look and they were paying 5% or 6%, you're thinking, well, you've got to kind of look at what they're getting for that money. And if you're kind of trying to get a lower fee, what part of that service are they not going to be
I think
offering?
the good phrase is good agents aren't cheap and cheap agents aren't good.
Very good. I'm going to write it down.
Live in the range. But we have expertise in HMOs. We love HMOs. We love getting our teeth stuck into those because landlords can earn a lot more from their HMOs if they're compliant and doing well for them.
Yeah,
Don't be scared.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. As I say, that was a brilliant presentation. It's actually helped me tremendously. It's put my mind at rest in a lot of areas. So thank you very, very much to you both. Hello, Mark.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, amazing. Great presentation. You guys never failed to deliver. So, jazz hands, big clap and everything. Thank you ever so much for your time today. Again, take a quick screenshot of the resources there, as Anthony and Alison are, experts in their field, and they will help you. They give so much to their own communities and things. So do make sure you're tapping into these types of people as well. But once again, thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Alison, for your time today.
Weekend and a great day today.
Cheers. Thank you very much, guys. So brilliant stuff. Moving into our next section, we have had Alison and Anthony talking about the Renters' Right Bill. Coming up shortly is young James Wyatt himself. And then after that, we have the lovely Tracy Patel, who will be talking about kitchen designs and how to make sure that you're maximizing your properties for the future and standing out from the crowd. Then we'll have a slight break and I will go crazy with the slides. And then we'll have Holly Jennings on, who's going to show us a system that can really help our property investing, giving us a demo with that. We will then at 2:30 have Rupan Patel on. He's going to talk to us about refurbishments and how you can structure those to maximize your property profits. Then at 3:30, we have the lovely Emily McTammany on, who's going to be talking about social housing, supported living, and how that could be the answer to your property investing. And we will be ending the day with Rob Peters, who will be showing us some creative ways to use traditional financing to really help you with your property investing deals. So we've got a lot to move on to, and I'm not going to waste any time. So I'm just going to introduce our next speaker, Mr. James Wyatt, who is here helping host this session today as well. I appreciate your time today. But James is an expert when it comes to mindset mastery and really digging deep and removing those mental blockers. It's something he does, on basically a weekly, probably even a daily basis in our community, ETA, where he helps people that are struggling to get those deals over the line, struggling to get out of their own comfort zones. James has been working on himself in the sense of his own mindset and everything. And that's what makes him an expert in this field, because he's so passionate about it. And you will see that in his presentation now. So without further ado, my friend, I shall hand the reins over to you, give you the stage. Mr. James Wyatt, enjoy.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. Oh, he really has bigged me up there, isn't he? Can I really solve all your problems? Yes, I probably can, because I think that, first of all, welcome everyone. It's absolutely brilliant to have you all here. And of course, the first step in anything is actually taking action. So the fact that you've dialed in, you've taken some time out of your day, you've taken action, you've put one step in front of the other towards, getting towards that ideal life that you deserve. An ideal life that you deserve. So my name is James Wyatt, and I live and work now in the Northeast with my wife and family. And my background for at least 20 years of my life was logistics, where I helped DPD actually develop that 1 hour delivery window back in 2012. The thing that we all rely on now, that was down to some of the things that I was developing at the time. I bought and scaled, or have bought and scaled and sold 2 award-winning parcel businesses. And I actually left logistics in 2022 completely. I'm now a transformational coach, where I use the skills that I learned in building successful teams to bring the best out of my clients in their business and property investing. And along with mindfulness and fitness, I really am very good at getting that best version of you out and encourage you to take on challenges, to grow, and to really become the version of you that's really going to help you achieve your goals and get you towards that ideal life that we all want. I also invest in property, and I've completed a few commercial to residential projects. Got some buy-to-lets. I've got a CMO, which is a commercial multiple occupancy. So instead of it being a HMO, these tenants actually don't argue over milk and they go home at the end of the day. Just kidding, Mark. So I do a bit of property. And really, for me, as you'd expect, is it's all about combining what really fires you up. What's your passion? What do you enjoy doing? And I think that for me, I wanted to combine spiritualism, which I'm very, very enthusiastic about, and customer centricity. If you think about back to my parcel days, it was just, I was in the customer service industry. It just happened that I moved parcels. Well, I'm still very happy to be in the customer service industry, but I will be providing accommodation for my clients. So I wanted to integrate spiritualism and good design and feng shui into property. And I thought, how can I do that? So I've created and will be creating a brand called Soulful Stays. Now, Soulful Stays is going to be a high-end, top-end, well-designed apartments where guests can experience in-house chefs and mindfulness treats. And I think that if you have got the desire to build a brand and you've got that passion in you, then really should be looking at scaling that. It's not all about owning properties. Sometimes it can be just about controlling properties. And the reason I say that is because if you think about all of the hotel chains, they are probably all doing rent to rents. They probably do not own these big tall hotels. So there's an opportunity there that if you want to think big in rent to rent, think like a hotel chain. So I'm really, really thrilled to be part of this. I'm really excited as well, because when I started in property in 2022, I really wish that I'd have had something like this that I could have plugged into, because I think this is phenomenal value for money. This is world-class training with people that are in the industry, that have their feet on the ground and are bringing to market new strategies and actually making a living from property. So for this to be free, and it's just incredible value for money. So I hope that you're getting the best out of today. I hope you're making lots of notes, and I hope that you can come on board and join us on ETA as well. So I really wanted to start with this slide, and building the impossible. And this is a saying that I say to my clients, and I'll say that incredible success, not just normal success, incredible success is a choice that you make, but it usually starts from an impossible start. So what I really wanted to discuss here was that, we can all experience success from the comfort of a 9-to-5. I'm talking about true success. I'm talking about a point of no return, a leap and worry about the landing. And if you are in pursuit of your ideal life, if that's truly what you want, then you should be ready to go all in. You should be able to untether yourself, point of no return, jump in, because this is your future. This is your ideal life. This is the biggest thing you're ever going to achieve in life. So you better be ready to start from an impossible place, because it's going to get tough. And I would say this, they did a Harvard study, so a business study on entrepreneurial people. What is the difference between successful entrepreneurs and wannabes? And it was actually a financial point of no return, a point where they had financially invested in themselves and there was no going back. And I can give you an example of this, actually. So my wife, Lida, she quit her job and spent all of our savings, yes, on her book business. She writes spiritual children's books and has, had to self-publish her books. And we are, fully committed to that. And it really did dawn on her how committed she is and how she can't go back when an Arctic lorry turned up with 15 pallets of stock. That was a day, I can tell you that. So, that I think that's really, really important, that we understand that it's true success is going to be from an impossible start. And what I like to do is I like to get inspired by some people that, that inspire me. And one of the guys that inspires me, and you're going to have to excuse me, it looks like the PowerPoint presentation is giving us all the information. So don't read too much of this. I'll talk to you about it as I go. But basically, Peter was born in New York in 1961 to parents who were Greek immigrants. So that's a pretty mediocre sort of start. No real silver spoon, no real resources. This is how it was. And I think that when Peter grew up in 1961, there was already the sort of space race, if you like. And I remember that when President Kennedy stood there and addressed the US nation and said that we were going to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade, what he actually was doing there was actually, setting sail on a path he wasn't sure about, because his technical team, his scientists were already telling him at the time, we do not have the technology to get to the moon. So Peter was inspired by that point of no return, and it really got him into the space industry in a sense, and he became a little bit he really got into it, and he continued his love with space by studying engineering and medicine, and it actually helped him to encourage his business, which is called X Prize. Now, X Prize is really, really clever, actually, because when we talk about building a power team, and that's what Mark was saying, and it is exactly what you should be doing, because if you think you can go it alone, it's just so difficult and it just takes forever. You're better off being surrounded by the right people. But what Peter did, which was brilliant, is he understood that the intelligent people that could solve highly technical problems all worked for individual companies. Some of the very best people at Google, the best people at some of these technical businesses. What he found is they were all friends. So the geeks, if you like, were all getting together at the weekends and gaming and spending time together. So what he did is he created this company called X Prize, where he basically offered a large amount of money for people to solve really technical, difficult problems. So these people got together. So he created this power team from the most incredible top-end businesses. How clever is that? And he overcame some very difficult problems with that. He co-founded, it was Peter Diamandis is his name, and he co-founded a university. Imagine that. He actually created and started his own university, which is just phenomenal in itself. And he had a goal. And he asked NASA about this, and he said, NASA, I want to be the first person to offer commercial flights into space. And the head of NASA, it was a woman at the time, and she said, no, you're not doing it. And Peter was never a man that, he used to say, if you can't change the rules, ignore them. I mean, that's pretty crazy to think that and say that. But he actually did. He went ahead anyway. He solved all of the problems that he was coming across with, putting planes commercially into space. I think famously, Stephen Hawking was one of his first customers. Took him 10 years, but he did get people into space. He did not take no for an answer from NASA. And there was also something else that's quite clever about that, is that NASA were most insistent that people wore boots when they went up into zero gravity. And Peter challenged that as well. He literally knocked on the office of the lady at the top of NASA and said, why do we have to wear boots? They're just annoying. Right? Why do we got to wear boots? So she said to him, well, actually, let me find out. So she found out that it was because that the military needed to have their boots on at all times in case they landed and they needed to be in an operation. So it was actually a military reason. So he actually got that changed, and you don't need to wear boots in space now, so you can get your socks out, which is absolutely great. And I love this about Peter when he says that the best way to become a billionaire is to help 1 billion people. How good is that? What a guy. Peter Diamandis. One of his great books is Get Abundance. I thoroughly recommend that you read that. And that moves on to someone that really has inspired me as well. So you've got Helen Keller. Now, Helen Keller, she never really used her disabilities as an excuse. She never leaned on them to avoid opportunity and accountability. And as you can read here, as a baby, she became She became ill. I think she got meningitis, and at the age of 18 months, she became deaf and blind. So just imagine that for a minute. At the age of 18 months, you become deaf and blind. So she became very insular, very isolated. She really obviously couldn't communicate with the world. But then this miracle that came into her life, Anne Sullivan, she came into her life, and she taught Helen to spell words using her hands, finger spelling, and then Helen went on, it opened up her world, and she went on to be a remarkable woman. You know, the first deaf-blind person to achieve a Bachelor of Arts. So she got a university degree. How cool is that? She wrote several books, which is just phenomenal. Public speaker for disabled rights. Can you see how she did not lean on those excuses not to really go? And you've got to remember, this is during the First World War and into the Second World War. And she was a woman. This is an incredible achievement. And I know that she worked really, really closely with the American Foundation for the Blind. And what she said here was, you know, the only thing worse than being blind is having sight, but no vision. Yeah, I mean, that really does strike home for me with that. I just think she's just an incredible woman. And I think we should all really take note of the fact that it doesn't matter what setbacks you think you have. If your intention, if you really want to achieve something, then you shouldn't let them stop you. So that was, you know, those are two people that really inspire me. And I think they represent how vision is really important. Your vision, what are your goals? What's your ideal life? And how important it is to have a power team around you, as Peter Diamandis would say, his X-Prize guys and girls. So really, really clever that. So let's look at something that I think that is probably what's blocking people, what's actually stopping us from really getting on. And, you know, what do you believe you are capable of? You shouldn't be able to answer that. You should not be able to answer that question because it's limitless. Your potential is, you know, it's sky's the limit. Like Mark was talking about earlier, and like sometimes we all feel like we are inadequate, imposter syndrome, but that's just because we are so full of potential. That's that feeling inside of your little voice, that inner voice saying, no, we are nowhere near what we can achieve. And that's why I think that feeling of inadequacy is in there. So, you know, my question is, what is your vision? You know, what is it that you imagine your life to be like? What is an ideal life? And I really think that it is important that we imagine that. You know, it's really important that you take time out in your day to sit and imagine what your day would be like. What's the ideal life like for you? Are you sitting on a beach? Are you opening children's homes? Are you helping people? Are you, you know, being a philanthropist? You know, what is it that your perfect day is? What would happen if I gave you the money to do the choices that you would want to do? Well, that is all about having the imagination in the first place. If you can't imagine it, then how can you work towards it? So it's really important that if you're going to have a life of purpose, that we can imagine it, you know, and also who around you shares your vision. Like I said, it's very important to have the people around you that share that energy. You know, what are you doing to encourage the right people to share time with you? Who do you spend time with? You all know that classic rule that you know, you become the people that you most spend your time with. So who are you spending your time with? And how can we get the right people around us? Well, we're going to go through all of that. And I'm going to give you 7 steps so that you can become a better version of you. And if I could give you 1% improvement in each of these, then that's 7% just from today. Imagine if you did that for the next 6 months. My goodness me, the exponential would be incredible. And I think that's really what today's talk is going to be all about. You know, it's all about imagining big, you know, really taking time out of your day to see your ideal life. And I promise you that life has a way of bringing the opportunities to you. If you're willing, if you're transmitting, you will receive the opportunities. You know, and, you know, it's got to feel impossible now, your ideal life. Obviously, the year ahead, don't go too mad. Don't give yourself impossible targets, because you're gonna create procrastination. You're gonna put too much pressure on you. And Mark would agree with this. You really want to make sure your first 6 months, your first year are achievable. But if I'm giving you 10 years to achieve, I want it to be impossible. I want you to tell me, James, I'm planning on opening a cafe on the moon. That's what I want to hear. I want to work with people that have impossible goals. Okay, so let's crack on with those 7 tips. Well, we start at number 1, M, the letter M. It starts with me. Look in the mirror and tell yourself that you are ready for greatness. You are ready to start towards your ideal life. And you have everything you need right now. You don't have to go looking for it. You don't have to get your ducks and start putting them in a line. You have everything you need right now. Everything inside you is there for you to use. And I really do believe that how you see yourself, what do I limit myself to? How do I see myself? Really reflects how you see the world. I don't want to lose you too much in the woohoo, but it's true. Scientists have proved the minute you look at reality, what actually happens is it goes into your brain first, deciphers what you see based on your past experiences and your experiences and what you know, and then it interprets what you see. So it does go inside to see outside. So what is inside you reflects what you see outside. So if you feel happiness inside, and some people do, you can see them all around, there's some happy people out there, then that's because they see a happy world outside. It's a really, really simple thing to do. If you're a doom and gloomy sort of person, if you've got a victim mindset, then you're going to attract that. In fact, you're going to attract people that you can spend time with and tell, misery loves company, as they say. So it's really important that you feel happy inside, even if that's difficult. I mean, there is scientific evidence that if you wake up in the morning and the first thing you do is smile, just put a smile on your face, even if you don't feel like it, it has an impact on your mood, and that will reflect how you see the day. Be energetic, be passionate, be the most passionate person in the room. You will attract passionate people to you. And who wants to work with doom and gloom? I don't. So shine brightly. Opportunity is looking for people with their hand in the air like this. Here I am, come to me, opportunity. And that means investors and service providers are, like-minded, energetic people are going to want to work with you too. So all you've got to do is raise your energy. I was in a cafe in Newcastle, and I was, and on the wall it had this slogan that said, "Shy Banes get now." It's a northern saying. And it made me think, it's absolutely true, isn't it? We need to speak up. We need to get away from that shyness. So speak up, ask questions, and go for your opportunities. And this is the beginning of you on the road to your ideal life. And you will be challenged. Good. Challenges, for me, is a physical thing that you stand on to get a better view, to see what's coming. Challenges are designed to make you feel uncomfortable. So get comfortable being uncomfortable. So and what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to give you a few examples. This is not me preaching and telling you what you should do. This isn't me saying if you do this, your life will be great. But these are some of the examples that me and my clients do. And I think that even if you did a few of these, it would certainly help. For me, it starts the night before. I always have a glass of water next to me for when I wake up. You've lost a lot of water during the night, so we need water in our brain to help us think better, give us clarity. I like to start my day with gratitude. Look, you're alive. If you look over and you're waking up next to a loved one, or your kids are coming in the room, be grateful. You've got another day. Some people don't. So you have to start a day with gratitude. That's what I like to do, and I hope that you would do that a day. Some of my clients will have the luxury of being able to go and meditate. And of course, you've got time to meditate. Just use an app on your phone and get yourself to wake up before everybody else if you have to. But meditation helps you stay in the present. That's the essence of mindfulness. I should have used the letter M as mindfulness as well, but it's really important that you do get time to yourself to look at, your life and get yourself into that wonderful meditative state. And that helps with imagining your ideal life as well. Like I said, get up early, get out of bed, go and have a little dance, have a little jig. I truly think that if you can raise your energy, get out there in the sunshine. Oh my goodness, the sun when it's shining on us. Surely we all feel the heat and the love. I mean, the sun is a miracle. Let me tell you how much the sun is a miracle that it's shining. If there's any physicians out there, scientists, quantum scientists, the actual chances of what the sun does for us is very unlikely. What the sun actually does is it performs fusion. It forces positive neutrons to collide and create energy. That's a bit like the energy when you put two magnets together. You can sit on them all you like, but they repel. Well, what's the chance of you smashing those particles together to create heat and light? Well, the sun does that billions of times a second for you. So sit in it, feel the heat from it, appreciate the miracle that is. Take your shoes and socks off as well and get those feet on the ground and get grounded. Grounding is a really, really important thing to do. It connects you with nature because you are nature. You are part of the universe. And then I want you to imagine a great day ahead. Everything going right. In fact, I'm going to borrow that magic wand and I'm going to give it to you and I'm going to say this. I want you to imagine that you cannot fail today. In anything that you do, you cannot fail. Imagine if I gave you that. Well, you've got it. You've just got to believe it and just start that day with an absolute smile. And I want to give you a gift. I'm actually going to give you, to start this ideal life, a £1 million racehorse. I'm going to give each and every one of you a £1 million racehorse. And it's going to win races and it's going to bring you all that money that you need. Remember, money just gives you the choices to do what you want to do. It's really important, that is, because money itself won't make you happy. It's the choice that it gives you. So I'd probably ring you up and say, hey, how's that racehorse coming along? What are you feeding it? Yeah? What are you nourishing that racehorse? Are you giving it the best food? I hope that, it's organic, freshly prepared. Of course I am. I'm preparing it all myself with the very, very best ingredients. I am looking after that horse, that £1 million horse that you gave me. And I'm certainly not taking it through any drive-throughs. And are you keeping it in shape? Are you keeping it in top condition? Yes, of course I am. It is in tip-top condition. I'm exercising it. I'm being really careful about how I treat it. And of course, if there's any injuries, I get straight on them. Any signs that things need fixing, I'm straight on it. And how do we keep that horse in shape? Well, we challenge that horse, don't we? We make sure that we put it out there and challenge it and stretch its capabilities. If we want to, enter it into the Grand National, we are going to be up against some others that we need to be prepared for. So I really, really hope that you are looking after that $1 million racehorse. Well, here's the thing. That racehorse is you. It's you. You have that racehorse. That is your body. That is the gift that you have. So just let that sink in for a minute. And that's what you should be doing, looking after your $1 million racehorse. While we're on the subject of horses, and I don't want to get a little bit too woohoo, and Mark will tell me off for this, but this is really, really important. And this is probably why Mike's actually feeling like there's a lot of opportunities at the minute. And I'm getting a lot of opportunities at the minute. And I want to explain why that is because we are in the Chinese year of the horse. And it so happens that it's combined with the fire sign. So this is the first time since 1966, we have got the year of the fire horse. And, this is an incredible time. Fire horse energy, this is all about it, it moves really, really quickly. And it amplifies any energy you are already carrying. So if you are aligned with success, it will accelerate that. But if you're a bit scattered, you're a bit all over the place, it can magnify chaos. And it's because the previous Chinese year was all about the snake and shedding that skin and becoming that best version of you. So if you're already that best version of you, it's going to accelerate success. So it's all about understanding that this energy will work with you, and and you shouldn't feel overwhelmed by it. You just got to work for it. But there are 3 things that you need to know, and the first one is visibility. There's no hiding away here. Shy Banes, you've got to come to the forefront. You've got to not hide away. This is a year of you to stand up, be courageous, be authentic, and show off your true self. I can't tell you enough how important that is. And what do I mean by that? Well, why don't you update your profile pictures on social media? Why don't you start social media? If you've got something that you're passionate about, I want to hear about it. I want to be around passionate people. So why wouldn't I want to listen to you? Get out of your own way, get yourself out there. So refresh your personal brand. I hope you're all building brands. True success comes from an impossible start. This is the whole point. And I want to see you. I want you to be seen. That is the first thing I really want you to work on. Secondly is momentum. We need to balance that fire, avoid burnout by dip your toes on the ground. A grounding is really, really important. And how would I do that? Well, I would have some daily routines. I'd make sure that I certainly had some earth tones around me, some plants, and really get into those routines. You'll see Mark is out. I think he's out twice a day in nature. I'm in nature. Nature is a natural resource for you to take advantage of. That will help with your grounding, and also to stabilize your nervous system, which is really, really important. And number 3 is all about bold expression, moving quickly and intentionally with purpose. I'm not saying you should be impulsive and not do your due diligence, but more intuition. More using of your senses to really get a feel for what's best for you. So you need to understand that this is fire horse energy and that you won't get burnt. So I hope that you really do get into that and embrace that. So moving on to into intuition. Let's crack on with intuition, the letter I. And really, I really wanted to share with you something that is quite phenomenal. So your brain, via your 5 senses, remember all of those? There's not just your vision for watching the screen. There are other senses. We want to be out in nature, smelling, touching, feeling, tasting, feeling. These are all things we should be using. Your brain, your subconscious, if you like, is gathering quite a lot of data per second. It's about 11 million bits of data a second. But it only actually gives you to the conscious, the frontal lobe, the consciousness, about 60. So it's taken in 11 million and giving you 60. And worse, your brain is filtering out a lot of it before it gives you those 60. And it's going to be giving you information based on your past, which is not great. We want stuff that's based on our future. Because if we can be intuitive and pick up the senses of our future ideal life, then your brain will show you those opportunities. It will show you a way of getting to that future. How great is that? So we really want to use our senses. We must think about that ideal life that we're trying to get to, and really use our brain to help us. This is really important. Clarity, write this down. Clarity is the mother of intention. And we're going to get onto intention in a minute, because that's staking the ground stuff. Yeah. So clarity is your clarity is going to come from past experiences, is my point. So I'm expecting you to, if you want to think clearly, you really do need to raise your imagination. And the worrying thing about clarity, and the reason I put 2 sides on there, is that sometimes we can end up doing stuff that others expect us to do. I've got a friend who's both parents are doctors. So what do you think he's expected to be? So the clarity is incorrect. It's what they want him to be. And of course, it's a doctor. So it's very important that you have clarity on what you want, and clarity is tricky. Clarity is knowing what you want. And that could take months. And that's even with a life coach. Yes, it can take time, but you finding that, that clarity is really, really important. You want to be using your inner wisdom, your compass, your higher self to guide you and to recognize red flags. Oh my God, red flags are so obvious when you see them for what they are. And perhaps that might be a service provider or a builder that doesn't get back to you. Red flag, we should be recognizing them. And also joint ventures. I'm not a big advocate of joint ventures. I just think that it's about having the courage to do things yourself. You don't need to go straight into a JV unnecessarily, because JVs can also be, you're asking someone's opinion all the time when you're starting something. And of course, you're giving away 50% of the profits. You don't have to jump into JVs. You can use service providers and pay money for that. So in my experience, you're better off having one person leading the ship. So I is for intuition. And these are the benefits of intuition. It really will help with quick decisions when you're using your gut feeling. Apparently there are a lot of neurons, just like the brain, in the stomach, that gut feeling. So quick decisions, they can help with that, using your intuition. Reading people. When you meet people, straight away you're going to have an intuition about it. Well, that's really good. You should use that. And you don't want to, miss opportunities. You've got that intuition, you won't miss opportunities, and you'll get great ideas. Some of your best ideas are going to come from meditation, imagination, high energy moments. It's just going to be absolutely awesome. So N for me is for networking. It's the contacts that you have, the community, your peers. Big tip for me, speak to the speaker. Whenever you go networking, you want to be speaking to the speaker. Stand up, tell the room who you are, what you're trying to achieve, because that raises your profile. But I want you to make a beeline for the speaker, because I remember when I first went to my first networking event and I stood there like a sore thumb. I didn't know anybody. I just moved to the Northeast. I had no connections, no friends, no colleagues, no one to speak to. I go to a networking event and I'm all lonely at the bar, boo-hoo-hoo, and I actually thought about leaving. But I know better than that. So, because it looked like everybody knew each other, basically. So as I sort of pulled myself up out of that, victim mindset, I just thought, right, I'm going to just start speaking to someone. So I literally approached the person that was actually running the event, and we got on really, really well. And we actually spent a week together out on the road, a road trip. And explained that one to my wife. Hi, darling, I'm just going to pop off with this strange guy for a week, and we're going to do some man stuff. And but my wife knows that it's absolutely fine. That's what the opportunity is all about. And what I did notice was this guy had, he just made decisions really, really quickly. He just got on with stuff. He really took advantage of the opportunities that he had around him. And he already had 100 properties and he was still hungry for more. Incredible. But what I did do is I went to this networking event in London and I met this guy. I went and saw this presentation about SAS pensions, and I sat there at the front going, at the end of the presentation, I do not get any of this, because I was not taught it at school. I didn't have a clue what it was going on about. So I sort of went, excuse me, Paul, I have no idea what you were talking about, but thank you very much for that. And he sort of laughed. He said, yes, most people don't, because we're not taught it at school. And I thanked him for that. Well, a few weeks later, he came up to the Northeast and did a similar talk. And what I did is I introduced myself again, speak to the speaker, and I offered him a coffee at my house and have a further discussion on SAS pensions, which he said yes to. And what he did, actually, because he was an expert, a tax expert, is that I've got this big whiteboard in my office, and I basically he basically gave me a complete restructuring of my business. It took him 10 minutes, and he restructured all my business, and I still use that plan to this day, and he's actually saved me tens of thousands of pounds. So look at that for a benefit. Just go up and speak to the speaker. Obviously, I'll get yourself educated. That's what ETA is all about. Support. If you've got, other people are going to be going through what you're going through. So having support around you is really, really important. I talked about it earlier. You need to raise your energy to attract the right people and lead from the front. Lead from the front. You have to believe in the cause, and then your team will believe in you. So that leads me on to the letter D. D is for driving force. What do you enjoy? Forget property a minute. What do you actually enjoy? What is your passion? Because I bet you are more likely to be talking about that than you are if you're new to property. And I'll give you an example of that. My friend Johnny composes music for Disney. He's very, very talented. And on our Zoom calls, he's got all the gear. He's got all these keyboards everywhere. He's really, really passionate about music. But he did say to me, he said, look, it's a bit feast and famine. You know, you'll get commissioned for some work, you'll get paid quite well, then it goes quiet. And I've got another friend that's in the film industry as well, and that's a bit feast and famine. So he's looking for some stability, he's looking for something that he can get passive income from. So he just thought, I'll just do HMOs because that's what everybody else is doing. That seems like a great cash machine. But I could see in his eyes, he wasn't really into HMOs. He didn't really have the passion for it. So I said to him, hey, you're really passionate about music. Yes, I am. Well, how can we combine passion and property? So we had a little think, we had a little brainstorming, and what we actually decided to do was create serviced accommodation that was music themed. Then his eyes lit up. He was all excited, and he had this reason, this purpose to get into property, and it just made a real big difference. And what I would say is that he's 100% committed to that, because 100% commitment is easier than 98%. And let me explain what I mean by that. Is that if I decide to give something up for a month, then really I'm not 100% committed to giving it up for good. So if I give it up for a month or give it up for a year, what I'm actually saying is that in a month's time or in a year's time, I'm going to meet that point where I'm going to have to make a decision whether I go back to the old ways or continue the new. That is decision fatigue, and that is also the definition of willpower. That's why willpower is difficult. It's just so difficult. As Michael Jordan said, love it. Once I make a decision, I forget about it because it's 100% commitment. So just make 100% commitment. This is one of the biggest things I can give you as a gift today is you commit 100%, then you don't have to worry about falling back into that old version of you. It's brilliant, and I would use that. And of course, giving up is not an option. You know, people on this call, people that have made the effort, giving up is not an option. And set your sat nav, set your ship, set course and sail. Yes, you're going to get buffeted around in the winds and the rain and the challenges. But like I said, challenges are there to be stood on to get a better view. So it's really important that you just set course and stick to it. Okay, so that's D. So S for me is all about systems. For me, I'm not great with computers. I just am not. But I know people that are. So automation, outsourced to service providers. We've got some incredible stuff out there that we can use to help us run our business. Who, not how. I used to sit there at my desk going, oh, how am I going to do this? It's not about how are you going to do it. It's who can do it for me. Who can do that task for me? So who, not how. And again, software, you should always be thinking, how can I improve my software? How can I improve my systems? Because it's really important that if you're dealing with customers, and your tenants are customers, they really are, at that point, that touch point where they actually discover your brand, discover your business, you need to make sure that you've got, it's really slick. And it works well, and it's attentive, and people can get hold of you. It communicates well, and and it needs to be an incredible experience. And software can give you that. So you should always be asking yourself, how can I improve my software? And then never forget the power of standardization. When Mark was talking about setting his ways, Mark, you're a successful person. Persistency and consistency, if they cut you in half, that's going through you like Brighton Rock. That's the reason that successful people are successful, is because their standardization. They stick to the recipe, they stick to the systems, they stick to the brand. You wouldn't go into a McDonald's and expect the burgers to be different or the uniform to be different. So standardization is a really, really good thing. And if we're going to be truly successful, I want you to be thinking about this brand, thinking about the brand now, and how big it's going to, what the uniforms you're going to wear, what's your DNA going to be, what are you going to offer that's different, what are the colors going to be? What's your design going to be? If you can start to feel all of that and start to get excited about that, then that's part of you creating the imagination process. And without going too woohoo, it will come to you. Life will create those opportunities based on the imagination that you had, especially when you're incorporating the amygdala, that part of the brain that deals with emotions. It's why we remember things. It's why we remember things, because of the emotional attachment to them. So why don't we reverse engineer that and imagine everything that we do as an excited, it's going to happen for me. Then that's more likely to pull that towards us. We're transmitting that energy, and it will receive back, and it will give us those opportunities. So, and if you can find something that works, if you truly find something that works, then scale it. That's what brands do. They just literally just pump it out, duplicate what they're doing. You should share best practice. I mean, when I was back in the days when I was working for DPD, we'd have all these, I think it was 100 depots, and we would, you need to share best practice. I was very, very lucky and very honored to be a training depot. They used to send people to my depot to be trained. And sometimes the person opposite would have more ideas than I had. I remember it was like that feeling that Michael Schumacher's just turned up and he's sitting opposite you and you've got to try and teach him to drive. It was multi-millionaires with successful businesses sitting opposite me. And I was actually, if I'm honest, taking notes myself. Some of these people were incredible. So by sharing best practice, by really leading from the front, that's one of the biggest things that I would really recommend that you do. If you're really passionate about achieving the impossible, then you need to believe in it. And that all comes from this brand, the scalability and using those systems. So the next slide for me is all about environment. What is your environment? And as you can see here, these fish are thriving because they're in this, tropical environment. They've got everything they need. There's no pollution there. They're absolutely thriving. And one of the things that is really important to me is that you might not have the luxury of having, working from home or running your own business as yet. So really it starts with your workspace, that 9 to 5 environment. It's really, really important that we really want to try avoid sitting, staring at a wall, because by sitting at a wall, what you're actually doing is you're letting off this I'm hitting the wall sort of energy. You have no growth in you. You cannot see a way forward. So by putting your desk, your chair against the wall like I've got here, and I've got a picture of the Dolomites for a reason, you can put your chair against a mountain like this, that gives you support. And your view should be, if you can see beautiful countryside, I'm asking a lot there, but that would be the perfect back to a mountain. They call it the tortoise mountain, and a view of your future ahead of you. That would be ideal, but we are talking about the workspace here. So most certainly get your desk away from the wall, get your back to a wall and face the door, because when opportunities come in, you want to be ready to accept them. These are all very, very, very good things that you can do. Work culture, we really want to make sure that we're not surrounding ourselves with the wrong sort of people. I really want you to avoid negative people. Yes, from a spiritual front, we're all equal, we're all brothers and sisters, and yes, we're all connected. But, the reality is there are some negative people out there. So if they're in your workspace, I want you to avoid them if you can. I certainly don't want you to get involved in any gossip or anything like that. And I want you to look for promotion. Look for opportunities for you to better yourself, stretch yourself, achieve more. And remember, if you're going to become a marathon runner, if I said to you, right, we're all going to become marathon runners. Now, some of you, like Mark, could run a marathon. He's a fit little boy now. But there are some of you out there that are going to go, that's just a bit too far, James. I'm not sure I can run a marathon with you. But I want you to understand it starts with a physical step. We can all put one step in front of the other. Well, that is the beginning of a marathon. So that's all about that mindset about you can achieve more. And certainly if I was sitting next to you or standing next to you at work and you were looking for that promotion or applying for a job that you don't think you're capable of, I'd be sort of looking at you going, you are capable. You know, you are unlimited potential. And when you achieve that promotion, when you got that role, you'd be looking back going, he was right. Now I'm in that role. And yes, I wasn't ready. I didn't have my ducks in the line, but I've never been a ducks in the line kind of guy. I always think that if you are nearly ready, then just crack on. I mean, we had an IT department at DPD. This is a £2 billion business, I might add. And we had an IT department that was forever putting stuff out there that wasn't ready. But you have to. You cannot be ready. You just waste too much time trying to be perfect. So I would suggest you go after that promotion, stretch yourself, get out there and really go for it. Now, if you are lucky enough to have a home space, I'm really lucky. My wife, Lida, has quite a few friends that are Feng Shui masters. In particular, she's a great friend of Marie Diamond, and she has arranged my office. I've got to be honest with you, it was all a little bit, yeah, I'm sure that works kind of guy at the time. But she has actually arranged all of my office, and it did help. I feel like I get more opportunities now. I feel like I'm in a better position to do business. So that really helped. And remember, it's all about the small things adding up to create the big changes. So I would definitely be looking at my home space and seeing if we can get a view of the Lake District, which would be absolutely ideal. And, you know, when we talk about supportive relationships, this is a tricky one because we can all have some really close people to us that aren't doing us any favors. You know, they're not got that growth mindset that you have. They don't share that vision that you do. And I'm not saying you should, you know, ship everybody out of your life that doesn't have that same energy and vision, but I just want you to be aware of it. Because I always remember when I bought my second depot, because it's really important I get everybody to be on the same page as me. That's how I was successful. I knew what I wanted and I wanted everybody around me to do that. I remember one of the very first days, and I would always have a Monday morning meeting, always tell everybody of the week ahead and what I'm trying to achieve. Anyway, so this particular time, I just bought the depot and I stood at the top of the stairs and I just said to everybody, I said, oh, everybody, just stop for a minute. I just want to introduce myself. My name is James Wyatt, and I am going to make this depot the best in the network. I'm going to smash all the targets and we are going to be the one they all look at. And they all look to me as if to say, are you nuts? No, mate, I don't wear uniform. I come in when I want, and I'm not interested in any of that. So I would say to you all, if you're not ready to jump on this freight train that's going to go and achieve great things, then get out now, jump off, and you know, go and work for my competitors. You know, is really what I want. Well, funny enough, a few of them didn't turn up for work the next day, so that was a bit of a bugger. But it's really, really important that you have the right people around you and you've got that support. And I know that some of the successful people that are coming on later, they've got that support around them. And it isn't just fluke; it is a recipe for success. So really get yourself the people around you and trying to get into a community. Come and join ETA. You get this every day. Because you want to raise your frequency, you want to be around other people that are vibrating at that new level. Your tribe, they are out there waiting to communicate with you. There are investors and service providers out there waiting for you to turn up and resonate at that level that they want to work with. So it's really important that you raise your energy. So E is for environment. So the last letter, step 7, is all about timing. Seasonality, my goodness me, market phases. You know, if you're doing serviced accommodation, I can promise you are going to not want to start in January. It's going to be a bit dead, and February ain't going to be much better either. So it's important that we understand seasonality. It's the same with HMOs. There's a student market turnaround that happens. So you know, you need to really, really understand the seasonality. And again, I personally would use nature to help me. Why not? You know me. Let's use spring. Spring's a great time for, you know, new ideas, innovation, you know, and that gets you ready for summer, when summer is all about foot to the floor, full throttle, implementation, all of those great ideas. I want you to imagine that your business is a racing car going around a track. Whoa, we're going for it, setting lap records. And then we move into autumn, where it's a time for reflection and a time for celebrating your wins with your teams. And then winter's a time for chill with the still. Check your systems, make changes, and get ready for the spring. So it's all about taking action at exactly the right time. Synchronicity, what a word. Write it down, because if you're in tune with nature, or you're in tune with your inner self, you're in tune with your energy, you're in tune with your vision, then you are definitely going to get synchronicity, and there's going to be some incredible opportunities coming your way. So in summary, top tips from me is that James says anything is possible. It's called a superposition. And I'm just going to quickly explain to you that in quantum physics, we are all particles, and particles can exist in anything they want to until they're observed. So that means that your life could have any outcome that you want. It's just the minute you observe it, it forms. So why don't you start thinking like that billionaire and help a billion people? And secondly, hell yes or hell no. None of this wishy-washy, I'm not sure. If you ain't clipping your heels from a property deal, you ain't doing that deal. So it's hell yes or hell no. Do not waste your time. Get to the answer no as quickly as you can. Okay? This is a big one for me. Write this down. This is a secret I'm going to give to you, because it's all about that driving force that we had earlier, that intention, that stake in the ground, that 100% commitment. I want you telling in the Northeast, we all talk to each other, and I can tell people coming out of a shop that I don't know all about what I'm trying to achieve. That is true driving force. That is stake in the ground. I want you to times that by flow. When you're discussing something you really love, we all had flow when we're really talking about stuff that we like Johnny and his music, or me and my mindfulness. If I can combine driving force, intention with flow, you are guaranteed success. You are absolutely guaranteed success. I promise it. So those are the 7 steps that to give you successful, MINDSET. I think you know what that spells. Thank you very much, and have a fantastic rest of your day.
Amazing. Well done, mate. Well done. I mean, the energy, the fire was there, literally with the year of the fire horse. Absolutely great stuff there, James. You know, let's show James some love in the chat. If you've enjoyed that, then do let us know. Just put enjoyed, or any questions that you have as well. People really resonating with what you were talking about there, James, particularly with the Feng Shui and just getting the mindset there. And I do believe, you know, what you've gone through there was, well, it was so intense at the end of the day, so much to take in, that everybody here will have obviously access to the recording of this, so you can go back over these. But again, I've been making plenty of notes and things, and it's been a great presentation, mate. Really enjoyed that. And people showing love in the chat at the moment now. So amazing stuff. And of course, you've got to live this, haven't you?
Yeah, I do live it. I live and breathe it. We are, you know, our potential is limitless. Yeah, it's just our imagination that needs to be 10x. I mean, we love Dr. Benjamin Hardy, don't we both, Mark? We both love him, and he talks about 10x is easier than 2x. He's absolutely right. If you're going to do something, you just got to 10x it, because it's all about what you think you're capable of. So thank you so much to everybody. I hope that I have given you something to raise your energy by 1%. I hope I truly have. So thank you.
You certainly did, mate. You certainly did. Well done. And that's great stuff. So we are conscious of time, and we know that we can talk as well. So we'll move into our next speaker now. Before I jump in there and invite her to come to the front of the stage, obviously just a quick rundown of today's agenda. People are coming and going, which is all well and good. But I had my little talk earlier today. We've had Anthony and Alison on talking about the Renters' Right Bill. James has just done removing all the blockers. So I'm sure we're all energized and ready to go. And our next speaker, I'm really excited to have on. She's quite difficult to get on at times as well, so it's an absolute privilege to have her on. But we will have Tracy Patel joining us shortly. She's going to talk about, you know, the heart of the home, which is the kitchen, how design is so important to separate yourself from the crowd. And just to let you know what we've got coming this afternoon as well, we've got the great Holly Jennings coming on, and she's going to share with you a system to really help you be able to follow up on all of those leads, to be able to stack deals, and to be able to keep everything in the right order to make sure that it's a seamless transaction when you're doing your deals. We will then have Mr. Rupen Patel himself coming on. My refurbishment masterclass expert will be coming on and talking about how you can maximize your property refurbishments, what you need to look for and how you need to do it. And he has a nice little methodology on that as well. We will then be joined after that by Emily McTammany, who's going to be talking to us about social housing and supporting living and how that can be the answer to your property investing. And then we will end the day with Rob Peters, who is a financial expert himself. He will be sharing case studies about how you can use traditional funding in different methods and different scenarios that fundamentally a lot of us property investors don't even know. So do stay tuned if you can with us. We've got an action-packed day here. But without further ado, I am now really, really excited to invite Tracy Patel up to join us. She's going to go through how to design your properties for maximum cash flow on a good old budget. Hello, Tracy. Great to have you on.
Hello, Mark. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you. Very well. Yourself?
Oh, very good. Thank you. Very excited about this. Really looking forward to it.
Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff. So Tracy herself has a kitchen business, KWT, and kitchens design, is
That's
it?
right.
Get it right?
KWT Interiors.
There we are. That's it. I thought it changed. That's why I was questioning myself while I was saying it. And they have a business down Greenwich Way in London, and they operate all across the UK, and absolutely amazing. So if you're looking at any of your designs or furniture needs or anything like that, you're really going to enjoy this next segment. And I'll just shut up now and leave Tracy to take it away.
Thanks, Mark. Hello, everyone. How are we? So I'm really excited about what I'm going to go through today. So we're going to focus on how we can increase your return on investment on your projects, focusing on the kitchens. So I'll just give you a bit of an intro about myself. So I'm Tracy. I am the founder of KWT Interiors, joint partnership with my husband, Rupen Patel. Not only have we got the KWT Interiors business, we also have a property portfolio with a mixture of HMOs and single lets. We have 4 children between ourselves, which is a very busy household. And life is great. Just come on. So a bit more about KWT. So we work with property developers and property investors, interior designers, builders, and tradeswomen. So we primarily work with the trade. I've got over 20 years experience within the industry and only ever worked with the trade. So what we do is we help them design kitchens and we improve the property appeal by maximising the return on investment. So that's one big goal for us when we're working with yourselves. So I want to discuss the role of the kitchen design in the property return of investment. So why do kitchens matter? The heart in any rental property. So the kitchens are the heart of the home and it has the biggest influence. So on tenant demand, rental value, the speed of letting, the resale value, and most importantly, good design really does drive these results. So for tenant demand, for example, the one thing they're looking for when they're looking at your properties is the kitchen, the space, how it looks, how it feels. That gives you also the rental value increase. Also helps with the speed of letting as well. One of the biggest mistakes that we find that investors make is they ask the wrong question. So they tend to ask, what is the cheapest kitchen? The better question that we find is, what kitchen design increases your return on investment? So cheap kitchens often cost more long term. So when we say with the design, you can have look for the cheapest kitchen, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to save you on the cost in the long run. tenants compare everything. So tenants rarely just view one property. So if you imagine if there's your property and another property down the road, what's going to stand out for them? Is it going to be the kitchen? Is it the layout of the kitchen? The design? Is it the wow factor? All these little things make a real big difference. And it also justifies you charging more rent. So slightly higher rent than, say, the house down the road. It's also going to help you rent yours out faster. And design drives value. So great kitchens are not about spending more. It's really where we focus on the smart layout, the flow of the kitchen, the practical functionality, and also the strong visual impact. So these design multiplies the value of the same budget. So where we look at smart design layout, for example, say if you're renting out, so you're doing a project for a 4-bedroom home, and one of the things we see on the day-to-day is, say, for example, a fridge freezer. A designer will allow for a 70-30 fridge freezer, but that's not really going to be sufficient for a 4-bedroom family home. So it's little things like that that we need to look at. If we look at the smart layouts on HMOs, what we tend to find is where people have 2 sinks together, they create separate zones. They do 2 sinks side by side. We do 2 hobs side by side. It just doesn't give you a really good flow of the layout and the usability and the functionality. So yeah, it's just very hard for them to enjoy being in the kitchen. That's what we find. So that's what we tend to really focus on. It's really the design. So here are my 5 top tips when designing kitchens. And there's a little ChatGPT image of myself looking very busy. So start with the layout before colours. So when we look at the layout, we focus on, so when you're starting the project, you need to be looking at the layout of the kitchen 6 to 8 weeks prior to needing the kitchen. It's going to really help you to, design a stronger workflow. You're going to just get a better feel for the kitchen, for the space that you're designing it for, whether that's single-let or HMO or even service accommodation. So we look at things like, with the workflow, for example, the working triangle. We don't work so much to the working triangle nowadays because it's just changed so much in how we use the kitchen. So kitchens now, it tends to be part of another room, for example. So whether it's a dining room or a sitting area, we tend to go more open plan. So the working triangle doesn't really fit in today's world. But what we do is we look at, the functionality. So I tend to like to go into role plays with my clients. So if I say, for example, we're going to go and make a cup of tea, pretend we're going to go to the fridge to go and get the milk. Whereabouts is your teaspoon? Because you need to go and put the coffee into it. Where's your cup to go and grab it? And we tend to see, in terms of the journey that you need to make just to make a cup of coffee. So we look at if you've got to go back and forth 4 or 5 times just for one thing. We look at the storage. Storage is really key. A lot more people are wanting to live in a minimalist kitchen environment. So they don't want things on worktops now. We do want things hidden away, a lot more storage. Another good thing to look at is more worktop space. So we're freeing that up. But also looking at appliances. So for example, oven housing. So we want ovens at eye height rather than below the worktop. It's just easier just for usability. But yeah, improved storage. So small layout changes really do create big improvements on the kitchens. And as I mentioned before, the one key thing you should be working with your designer is they need to know what the project's for. So whether it is a single-let or a HMO, because that is going to impact the design massively. We also will need to know how many bedrooms it's for. So when we are designing the kitchen, we're designing it to suit that household. So whether that's a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, or 5-bedroom, we need to know. We also need to know, because with the HMOs, we've got regulations that we do need to keep to. So if we are over a certain amount of bedrooms, we need to make sure we've got enough hobs, enough ovens, and also enough fridge and freezer. So for example, for one of our HMOs, we have to have a tall fridge and a tall freezer so that every tenant has got a shelf space. And we have to make sure they've got adequate storage in their cupboards. So all these things, the more time you give your designer to work with you, the better we've got, making sure that the layout and the workflow really works. And it's really key. So visual impact. Tenants do choose properties online first before arranging their viewings with you. How many times, I look at it, so when we're looking at properties, for example, that we're looking to purchase for a single let, we're looking for the most rundown property, aren't we? We're looking for the one that we can buy and we can create the biggest impact for our return on investment. Where if you switch it around with the tenants, they're looking for the complete opposite. They want the one with the biggest visual impact. They want to be able to see that it is going to feel like home. They're going to look forward to coming home to it every day. They're going to enjoy being in it. They're going to be looking at, modern colours, does it feel good to be there? Things you can focus on are going to be lighting. It just gives it a really good feel in the room. It's not a massive cost, lighting. You're looking £100 to £200 just to add some kitchen lighting. But the mood it creates in that room is significant. We're looking at clean services. So, like I said before, customers want minimalist. They want things off worktop. So microwaves into oven housings, that sort of thing. We're also, the biggest one is integrated appliances. So tenants do prefer integrated appliances for two reasons. One, they haven't got to move theirs from home to home. So, it's carting a washing machine around, they've gone from one property that had integrated appliances and they're now having to go and purchase another to go into yours. It's quite an inconvenience for them, but I would recommend, if you can, put them into your properties. It can increase your return on investment by anything from 5 to 10% by adding them in. And the reason being for it as well, you've not got damages coming into your properties when they are bringing in their appliances, with the fridge freezers and the washing machines, etc. So it saves on them sort of damage. But visual appeal really does drive viewings. And it's the big difference, with the kitchen, whether they're going to come and see your property or the property next door that's available. Storage. So this one's quite an interesting one. And it's one that I find that we don't really give it much thought nowadays at the moment, but for whatever reason, I think we're looking at the cost. It's too much costly for it. But if you look at things like tall units give you great premium feel straight away in your kitchen. It gives you amazing storage, so you're not just relying on base units and wall units. And when we look at the cost of, say, tall units, people think they're a lot more than, say, a base and a wall. But then you need less tiles on the wall. You need less worktop. So you're just paying for one unit as opposed to a base unit, a wall unit, your cornice, trim, your plinth, and then your worktop and your tiles on top. So really the cost between the tall unit and a wall and the base is very similar when you actually add all the components that you need all together. But for the actual tenant, it's great storage space and it just solves a lot of their problems. Integrated appliances, like I discussed, it looks nice. It looks so much better than a washing machine sticking out, or when they're coming to view the property, everything's all integrated. They haven't just got gaps in places that need to be filled when the tenant moves in. Corner solutions. This is one of the key bugbears of kitchens. Is allow for a corner pull-out, for example. If it makes that unit become usable, it just adds great value in the kitchen, especially for the tenants. Built-in bins is an interesting one. So Rupert and myself, we've had many big discussions with built-in bins. He wasn't a lover. I've always been a lover of them. And the reason why he wasn't a lover is because he thought that you couldn't actually fit as much waste into them. Until we actually fitted one at home, we changed the bin a lot less regularly. You don't have the smelling. And also the thing to bear in mind is you don't play Jenga. And what I mean by Jenga is when you've got a freestanding bin for your tenant, especially in a HMO, they just stack it. No one thinks, actually it's time to go and empty this bin and go and put it into the trash now and replace it. Whereas with an integrated, you can't shut it, so it needs to be dealt with, at that time. But they're a really good use of space. Also, I don't know if you can see in the picture, but you actually get a shelf, so you can actually put your bin liners and that in there as well. So it's great storage just for your bin liners rather than storing them into the sink unit. And then we've got separate cornering, which I discussed earlier. So, it's nice if you've got a HMO, add a separate fridge and a freezer. Integrate them if you can. It just really creates a premium feel, but it also gives enough storage for them to enjoy. And they're going to stay longer because you're giving them a lovely kitchen that's really usable and very practical, especially on the storage. So spend it where it matters. You don't need the most expensive kitchen. It doesn't need to be the solid wood painted. That's not what we're saying. We're saying invest in the elements that influence perception. So, for example, put your time into the flow of the layout. Put your time into the design. It's one common thing we find is just because you've got a 3 meter wall doesn't mean you have to fill it with 3 meters of, wall units. Create a design, create something different that just makes yours stand out more. With worktops, I recommend laminate worktops when we're looking at the rentals. I wouldn't recommend solid wood. Quartz, I don't think you need to put that amount of expense into it. It is a nice have, but you get the same impact on a laminate worktop, and especially where you can now get the matching upstands and the splashbacks, so you can create that real nice view. With the lighting, as I mentioned before, lighting's really key. It really just adds a wow to the kitchen, or the mood lighting and that. And these little things need thinking about at the design stage, not when the kitchen's being delivered or let's add some lighting. All this thought process, 6 to 8 weeks prior to needing the kitchen, is going to give you massive impact on your design. And then appliances. So these shape the overall feel of your kitchen. And then tip number 5, built for longevity, designed to impress. So rental kitchens must last. So what I say is don't always go for the cheapest quote. Look at the cabinet construction. Look at the quality of the hinges and the drawer systems you're having. So, for example, if you do choose a supplier that supply Blum hinges and Blum drawer boxes, they come with a lifetime guarantee, and they're really straightforward to replace as well. So you don't actually need to go to your actual supplier to get them replaced. You can go direct to Blum. They're based in the UK, and they'll send them straight out to you at no cost. So make sure you're looking at what hinges and drawer systems are being used, because they're the things that are opening and closing daily. They're the things that tend to break on the kitchen if you're not choosing the right manufacturers for them. It's not your doors. Your doors are your doors. It's what operates your doors. It's what's making them open and close hundreds of times a day. And then durable worktops. So look at the worktops, making sure that it's really practical for, the project that you're using them for, because that is going to protect your investment. So same budget, different outcome. I've got 2 examples. So the one to the left is a standard rental kitchen, and then the one to the right is a design-led investment kitchen. So as you can see, I know they're 2 different spaces, but if you see the one on the left, it's a generic. We put a pan drawer in, built under single oven. We have a freestanding washing machine, the good old chimney stainless steel hood, and the J-Pool kitchen white gloss. And this is what we tend to see when we're dealing with clients coming forward. We tend to start off with this design for some reason, J-Pool. But if we look at the design-led investment kitchen, just having handles, making, the position of the handles where it's streamlined. We've got the tool storage units with the oven at high level. And then we've got a nice angled hood. And with the wall units, I purposely chose this one. With the wall units, we haven't maximised the whole space. Because we've maximised with tall storage units, we don't need to fill that whole wall with wall units, but in right up to the chimney hoods, which we do tend to see. And it just gives it a wow feel. You've got clean lines, plenty of worktop spaces, and it just looks nice just to work in. Sorry, there were the big images there. So remember, the key takeaways, it's not the cheapest kitchen. The goal is to design the kitchen that's going to attract the tenants. It's going to increase your rental, stand out from your competitors. So I've got clients now that we've got one that's with HMO. They have their same colour with the kitchens. They have the exact same worktop. They've basically cookie cutted. So they're not spending the time running around from, looking at different colours, different styles. They've got the same ones. So they save their time on that part. And then they can just focus on the actual design of the kitchen and, making sure they've got the right flow. And making sure that you're choosing a kitchen supplier where it's going to last longer. And this smart design maximises your return on investment. So I've got a little gift for you all. We're offering, so if you scan the QR code, you can send in your current designs that you're working on with your kitchens, and we'll review them. So we're going to offer this for 10 days only. Send them in, free obligation, send it in, we'll have a look, and we'll book a call and we'll run through it and see where we can help you maximise your return on investment on your design. That is me.
Lovely. Absolutely brilliant, Tracy. I cannot believe. Hello, how are you anyway? You good?
Oh, hi, how are you?
I've just burst straight in. Look, I mean, that is the best kitchen presentation I've ever experienced. Thank you so much for that. I just didn't realise how much thought should go into a kitchen. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's been absolutely great. And when I looked at your designs, and I think that you are right, it's quite, as landlords, we just think, oh, just put a kitchen in, that'll shut the tenant up. It's a rental market anyway. This tenant, if that tenant doesn't want it, we'll get somebody else. But your design is more likely to attract a better tenant, which means they're going to stay longer, look after it. Just really, really clever. And also the bottlenecking. So tell me a little bit about, have you ever seen a kitchen that is so badly designed that you just want to get your hands on it?
Yes. And it's the generic one. It's, single oven with a pan drawer next to it, chimney hood, very much what I just, one of the examples that I sent. And you can just do so much, with the colours and the materials that we've got at our fingertips, today is so different to what we had available 10 years ago. But what I'm finding is with the rentals, for some reason, we're still designing kitchens as they were 10 years ago, with the J-pool, with the white gloss, and they're not much cheaper. Just for that slight increase, you're going to have such a greater impact on your properties, whether it's, rental or even flipping. We're working with clients now where they are buying properties to flip, and we're putting solid wood painted kitchens in. It's really changing on how much thought we're putting into these rooms, because they are the heart of the home. And, tenants, we had that old, didn't we, where, it's just a rental kitchen. Let's just whack a kitchen in there. These are people that want to live in your home. These are people that are choosing your homes to live in, to raise their family, to grow their families. And, the more you put into it, they're gonna love it like their own, aren't they? They're gonna look after it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, for me personally as a landlord, I always think, if my children were going to live in my rental properties, that's the standard they should be. And you're absolutely right. Why would you want to buy a kitchen that falls apart? That classic sort of chipboard design, bad design, people banging into each other. I think that, like you say, if you can get rid of bottlenecks, solid construction, And I was surprised when you said laminates was the best one to sort of get. I always saw them as the sort of cheap option, but you are right. There's more design choices than ever, more colours than ever. And you were saying that you can get the splashbacks as well. You say?
Yeah, I mean, with worktops now, with laminate worktops, you can get them in, square edge, post form, 12 mil thick, 25 mil, 40 mil thick, matching upstands, matching splashbacks. It's just really changing, and it just gives you, it's these design elements that's going to really lift your kitchens and just really, just give you a greater return on your investment at the end of the day. What I'd also say is what you'll find is if you do go with like independent companies, give them a go. Have a look at them, because the likes of your nationals, they all do the same ranges. It's the same 10 to 12 ranges that they offer. They've got restrictions on colours. Go and see your independents. They're not much more on cost, but what you are getting is you're getting a greater value in product, a higher grade product as well, as in quality, and just a more personalised service. They really will be invested into your design. Whereas, with the nationals, they're there to sell kitchens, okay? At the end of the day, that's what they're there to do. Whereas if you go with the independents, they will really have an invested interest in your property and make sure that the design is right for your property. That's your key difference.
Yeah, I totally agree. Actually, I totally agree.
Can I just say, Tracy, can you just put your slide back on with your QR code? We might as well have that on, just in case anybody missed it and wants it.
I think someone's just wrote. Can I just answer this question, Mark?
Yeah,
Someone's just wrote, built-in kitchens are harder to replace when appliance models are discontinued. Yeah, so that's a really interesting question. Years ago, yes, that would have been the case. Now, no, they're all set sizes. So if you're having a built-in microwave, you'll find that they're either 390 high or 450. Your single ovens, they're your standard 600s. Your wash machines, standard, they'll fit in with a 720 door, anything from a 700 to a 720 door. Whatever integrated appliance, fridge freezers, no, standard 70-30, 50-50 or tall. So no, they're not difficult to replace if they are discontinued.
Nice.
I'm surprised. So Lynn, so you went for an independent and surprised it was very competitive. That's really great to hear. Honestly, go and try your independents. You really will be surprised, and you will just get a greater service on your design. And that's the one thing that we focused on KWT. It's really just being design led. That's what we really enjoy doing. We enjoy designing, solving the problem. So knowing what we're working with, what property, what's the problem we've got to solve, and just giving you a greater product at the end of it as well. Is there any other questions before I put my PowerPoint on? Because I'm not great. I couldn't actually see myself, by the way, when I was presenting, and it threw me.
Hey, it was good, really good, really good.
That's it. Is there any more questions before I put my PowerPoint on?
Well, even Tracy, if you can see it all now, just go back a slide or something, or click on one, and it'll just bring it up on there, won't it?
It's like Rupin's talking in my ear roll.
There we go. There we are. So yeah, at least if anybody does have any questions, now's a great time to ask. But I've got one as well, because I watched one of your reels yesterday, I believe it was. I don't know when you posted it. Maybe it was yesterday. But it was great, because being design led is what it's all about. And you were talking about it then with HMOs, and the majority of HMOs that are a decent size, and they put everything in the kitchen side by side. So I mean, it was a great talk that you did then. Can you sort of explain what I'm talking about, so to speak, and butchering, and what it's all about?
Yeah, so where we say being design-led, so one of my biggest bugbears, and I see it more and more, is say if you've got a HMO and you've got to have 2 sinks because of the occupancy you've got in there. So you've got to have 2 sinks, you've got to have 2 hobs, and sometimes 2 ovens. What we see in the designs that come to us is designers are putting the 2 sinks right next to each other. Like, do I really want to be washing up right next to my tenant, side by side? Do I really want to be cooking side by side next to my fellow tenant housemate? It's just separate them. So where you've got the space, you can create 2 different zones. So basically you've got 2 kitchens in one. Tenants are going to enjoy like using them. No one's going to enjoy washing up side by side or cooking side by side, which, you know, and I'm talking hobs with a 100 mil gap between. It's just not practical, but it doesn't cost any more to separate them, which also then gives you a greater design impact. I've got some more questions. Does that answer the... It was a good build, though, wasn't it, Mark?
That was it. It was why does everybody put everything side by side? Because even when I go into my HMOs and you see, it's normally one person's cooking and they just say, I'm just waiting for them to finish. And it's like, well, we've got 2 ovens. Yeah. The ovens might both be going, but when it's hobs, most people wait. Whether there's like 8 hobs together, a lot of the time I'll do it when they finished. And it's just like, when you said that, I was just like, yeah, why don't people just make 2 separate spaces? And it's a lot nicer for everybody in there. But, you know, what is the thinking in it? It's just because it's how it's always been done. And it's easy for the company that's sorting out your kitchen to just say, here's a cookie cutter, side by side, jobs are good. And everybody, as property investors, we just go along with that. But we need to change that game, because you will separate yourself from everybody in a competitive HMO market. But as soon as you said it, then I was just like, yeah, of course it is. That's genius. You know, at the end of the day, something so simple. Why aren't more and more people doing it? And you don't see it. You can still go on Rightmove or, you know, Spare Room and see all these HMOs, and all of the ovens and everything are all together. And it's just like, oh, come on, guys.
You just don't need to, and that's why we're saying, you know, the time that you need to start looking at your kitchen design, we say 6 to 8 weeks, okay, but really the moment you've got the keys, you need to be looking at the design. Where we're finding people are making mistakes on the design layout is where it all becomes rushed. And then you've got the fitting team going, we've got first fix, we need the plans, we need to know where the plumbing's going, where the hob's going. And then all of a sudden, we're rushing, we're making silly mistakes. When we're all of a sudden, the design element of the kitchen's gone out the window. We're now just going, we're just going to put the hob there, the sink there, 2 hobs there, 2 sinks there. Just allow more time. That as soon as you've got your keys, you need to be instructing your designer to start looking at the layout of your kitchens.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Thank you, Tracy. That has been an absolute eye-opener for me, and I really, really enjoyed that presentation, and I hope that everybody else has made lots and lots of notes. So thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that.
We do still have some questions.
Yep, I can see.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
Which suppliers are good? Yeah, KWT Interiors.
Well, that's obvious.
So with the suppliers, I mean, I would be looking at independents. We are an independent. It's a higher quality product. So can I give a little bit of info about our kitchens?
Yeah.
On why we are different.
Yeah, of course.
So with the quality, so we do compete with the nationals on price. We're very competitive. But the difference with ours is we have got 18mm solid backs to our units. Full solid backs. We use Egger boards with 92 colour options for inside your carcasses, so it gives you a more premium feel to your kitchens. And then with the door colours, I mean, we've got over 92 door colours as well, which will match your carcasses. We use Blum hinges and Blum drawer boxes as standard. So as I mentioned, that you've got lifetime guarantee for them. All our legs are all fitted. All the drawers are all fitted, so you're not making up drawer boxes. Everything comes fitted in the unit, ready to go. So that's why you need to be looking at your independents. They will save a lot of time for your fitters when the kitchen's been delivered. I've got another question. Would you suggest separate cooking areas for SA also? Yeah, definitely, Caroline. I mean, it all depends on the project. What I would suggest, Caroline, is if you have got one for me to look at, send it over on the QR code, and I'll be more than happy to jump on the call and then just have a look at the example you've got. So it all depends on the project you're working for.
I think that's a really good, Mark. I think that's a really good question, actually. Because I do serviced accommodation, and I always think, should I bother to put in a big kitchen? I mean, you know, are they going to be using it? are my clients going to be eating out and just need somewhere to eat their takeaways? What's your thoughts on that?
So I would say, especially I think you need to give them a really good, into accommodations. They're going to be more opting to eat in rather than eat out. So they're going to want the kitchen facilities to be able to cook. If they're staying in your property for a week because, with work, affordability wise of eating out every night in comparison to being able to cook a meal in the kitchen, I know what I would rather be doing. But yeah, definitely, you should definitely be putting a decent sized kitchen in there, depending on the size of the property. But yeah, 100%, I would.
And do you do these new more fancy kitchenettes that I see? I see these. I don't do it myself, but sometimes you can put like something in the room that isn't a kitchen but is a kitchen. What are those all about?
So with a kitchenette, so you'll find that in HMOs, we're now doing more kitchenettes inside tenants' actual bedrooms, and the reason for that is creating like a dry kitchen, a tea point, so they can go and make a coffee without having to go to the main kitchen all the time. They've got their fridge, so they can have their cold drinks. They tend to have an air fryer. You're not actually allowed, by the way, just to point out, to actually put hobs in your kitchenettes, because it does actually it's classed as like a studio flat, isn't it? I can't remember the terminology. But basically, fixed cooking point. But people do want to be able to just shove something in an air fryer, for example, in their bedroom. Not all tenants are very sociable. So if they have got the option to have their own kitchen in a bedroom, you're going to find that will actually appeal to a lot more rather than those that haven't. I think it's just down to the individuals, what they want.
I'm a slow cooker man these days. You're a slow cooker. I've got so good. Honestly, they're the best things ever. I mean, I will come back on, because I don't know if Mark's doing this, but me and Mark both intermittent fasting. So sometimes it's really good to put the slow cooker on because we know that our meal's coming. But that wouldn't change anything, air fryer or slow cooker. I don't know why I said that. I just thought it'd be quite funny to talk about slow cookers. I have to put it in the chat. Has anybody else got into slow cooking? I'd love to hear. But no, that's good. I have to share recipes. Can we share recipes? I've got this really, really good ramen dish.
I'm more of an air fryer myself. Get it done. Get on with it.
Definitely air fryer. Do you know what's interesting though? So when you're looking at another point, just from the discussion that we're having about slow cooks and air fryers, it's these sort of conversations. It's amazing how everyone, how everyone works in their kitchens. So if you imagine, James, you love your like slow cookers, Mark, you like air fryers. Imagine with a customer coming to rent your property, are they single oven? Are they double oven? Do they want built-in microwave, etc., etc.? But you can't actually ask them what their preferences would be in the kitchen, can you?
No.
You haven't got that resources. But what you can do. He's keen, isn't he?
Hello, Ruben.
But what you can do is just work on the design, just work on the flow of the kitchen. Put some thought into it. The more thought you put into it, you really are going to appeal to, a certain clientele in the audience. You're going to create longevity with your tenants. They will look after your home as well. They will. It's been proven. But yeah, just really work on the design. I'm very passionate about the design element of kitchens.
We can tell. And we're all definitely coming to you for our kitchens in the future.
Please do. You will be looked after.
So Caroline's got another question as well in the chat there. If you want to go through that one.
Property is sitting in a key leisure. Is it that one, Mark?
Yes, that one.
But we're contact. So a bit stuck. Need to get this correct before we launch and invest in the refurb following a long-term tenant finally leaving. So congratulations, Caroline, for the tenant finally leaving. That's great news. So with key leisure to also attract contractors. Yeah, do you know, so people think that contractors actually want to eat out, but I'm actually finding the opposite. Some do actually prefer to cook inside. So with the kitchen, I would design it as if people are going to want to use the kitchen and cook in there. You haven't got to go for a huge kitchen, Caroline. You can, just single oven, nice 4-in hob, something nice that, looks nice to be in. 70-30 fridge freezer, or maybe an under-counter fridge with an ice box. That will give them enough facilities for what they need. I'm not sure if that answers you. It's hard to tell unless we know what the actual project's for, how many people, the sort of area. But I do believe you sent it over to the QR. So I'll jump on the call. Yeah, definitely.
Tracy, we've got one more question, and this is obviously this is probably all over the ballpark. What is the average cost of a kitchenette? We've got Bolenji's asking.
Average cost of a kitchenette. So good question. It all depends on the size and obviously what you're wanting to put into it. But I'd say on average anything from 800 to 1500. So, and that can include your appliances as well. What you've also got to bear in mind is, say if you've got kitchenettes going into 5 rooms, what you'll find is if you go with an independent company, and this is what we do. So if we're looking at the worktops, laminates, for example, we'll work out how many kitchenettes you can get out of one length of worktop. So we'll price the whole job rather than going, that kitchenette is going to cost you that much. And we allow for a 3-meter worktop for every kitchenette, even though you're only going to be using 1500. Yeah. So we'll allow for the overall job, which will reduce your costings. Anything from 800 to 15. But it depends if you're putting a sink tap in there, the plumbing, all varies. That's what we allow for.
I love it. I love it. I also love what Sean put as well, because he's resisted air fryers and crocs. I don't know where crocs comes from for a long time, but now he's converted.
That's a slow cooker brand, I think. Croc. Yeah, KFC, very funny.
Caroline says, a superb eye opener to kitchen design, which I never considered. Thank you very much. And then she added another question in, so I'll shut up.
Would kitchenettes also mean more stringent fire safety regulations? No. So no, as long as you're not putting a hob in, an air fryer you don't supply. The tenant can supply it. But in terms of regulations, Mark, James, can I lean on you for that?
For fire, well, obviously, if it's self-contained, if you have anything that could potentially be an open heat source, then you're going to have fire eggs and everything a lot more stringently. But if it's like a microwave, or it's like you say, it's not having a hob and things like that, it's a self-contained unit, I believe you should be okay, particularly with HMOs and small serviced accommodation units, is my understanding on that.
And plus, Mark, if you've got a fire system in there anyway, then that will detect a fire anyway. So there's your default. And most HMOs have to have a full fire system now anyway, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Also, I think council tax.
Yeah, I was going to say single banding. You've got to be careful about single banding council tax when you're putting kitchenettes in rooms. So if you do have like an oven or a hob that makes it into a proper kitchen, i.e., you couldn't just lift it up and walk out the room with it. You could leave yourself open to single banding. So just be very mindful and careful of that. Obviously, you got an ensuite, you've got your taps and your water in there. And you can dispute that, but why open that sort of can of worms to that sort of single banding thing? But again, if you're doing serviced accommodation and you're having sort of micro units, or you're doing apart hotels, those little sort of food stations, as they can be called as well, is just handy to have. But the design, I mean, basically, I was going to say to you, Tracy, as well, because I know you're based, you guys are down south and stuff, but what areas do you predominantly cover, or is it the UK and more?
We do, we cover a majority of the UK. So, area pending. So, I mean, we've got projects at the moment in Liverpool, We've got some going on in Manchester. We're up north as well. So yeah, we can cover pretty much the whole of the UK for you, which will all be all delivered. I'm just seeing if there's any more questions. We don't like air fryers. We don't like crocs. Perfect. Oh, we've got another one. No, mine's just on the lag. So no, we cover the whole of the UK. Yeah.
Excellent. So it's well worth reaching out to KWT Designs because interior designs. Sorry, I've got to get used to that because it used to be kitchen designs, didn't it?
It used to be kitchens with Tracy.
Yeah.
But we do. So also with if you've got any HMOs and that, we do more than just kitchens. So we do bedrooms. We do all things interiors, boot rooms, laundry rooms, all that sort of thing. But yeah, we cover it all. Brilliant stuff. Well, I would like to thank you, and I'm sure James would as well, and everybody else who was here, because that was a great presentation. And no, it's amazing to see you. Thank you ever so much for coming on as well. So if you want any help with your designs, take the opportunity here, a little gift. Reach out to Tracy and the team. They'd be more than happy to help you and point you in the right direction. 100%. Thank you for having me, guys. No, our pleasure. Absolutely our pleasure. Thank you ever so much for joining us today, Tracy. And I'll see you very soon. You will do. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of the day. Great stuff. Thank you very much. Okie dokie. So moving on we have a bit of time now. So it's a nice little opportunity. Realistically, I can let you know what's coming up next. But if you want to have a quick break, now's the time to have a quick comfort break. Maybe grab yourself your favorite beverage and be ready. We've got about 12 minutes. 1:30 will be our next presentation. So if you need that and you want to go and grab something, you can do. Also, do feel free to just stay on the feed as well. There's not a problem whatsoever. But I'm sure you'll all agree that we've had, I think we have had a great morning so far. How about you, James?
I totally agree, my friend. I mean, like I said, there's always room for us to learn new things. And when we've got industry experts that are doing this day in, day out, we're literally fast tracking our opportunities, aren't we? Your talk about, the creative strategies, understanding what the problem is. I mean, that alone is really what property investors should be looking for. We shouldn't be looking for the problems. How can we solve those problems? What are the circumstances that I can, help? I mean, it's all about helping the seller, and obviously, you're a property investor, so you're entitled to make a profit as well. But it's, I just think that you are right. It's about, and of course, a property could be a multitude of strategies, Mark, couldn't it? Just because it doesn't work for a HMO doesn't mean to say it might not work for supported living. Or if it doesn't work for supported living, can it work for serviced accommodation? So I think you're right. We have to really be open-minded and really look at every property strategy there is. And that's what I love about ETA. We have got all these experts. We can call on them and ask their advice. Even myself, when I was looking at my properties, finishing them, Emily came on and gave me some good advice on serviced accommodation. So it's been great so far, I've got to be honest.
Good. Well, I enjoy it as well. I mean, the whole reason of putting these together is it's because I'm always learning. I'm always looking at, learning from the other experts out there. So to have everybody on has been a true blessing so far. And we haven't finished yet. We were only halfway through the day. So obviously I had myself starting it off this morning. Then we had Anthony and Alison going through the renters' right bill. And I thought their session was excellent as well, with the true and false game as well, because there was a couple I got wrong actually. And I'm not quick enough typing. I was typing them and I was like, oh, they've caught me out there. I need to brush up my skills on this. Then, of course, we had James himself with any of your limiting beliefs and any blockers that you've got there. And, of course, we had Tracy as well talking about how you really want to be design-led in your property investing and separate yourself from everybody else. But that's not all, because in a moment, we will be handing over to the lovely Holly Jennings, who's going to be sharing with us some property software that they have built and put together that can help you in your follow follow-up. It can help you to get out there and really stack your deals, know your numbers, and keep everything in one place. If you're anything like me, which I hope you're not, I used to be paperwork everywhere. Where did I put that thing? Oh my goodness, do I need to follow up? I forget things. So Holly's going to go through how you can systemize and do that. Then at 2:30, we are going to have Rupan Patel coming on. And Rupan is all about refurbishments. That's what he predominantly loves to do. So I asked him if he'd come on and share his expertise with us of how to price up opportunities, what to be looking for, and the methodology that he uses to price up his refurbishments to know whether or not he's going to be doing a good deal or not. And then we will come up to 3:30, and we will then have the lovely Emily McTammany, who's going to be coming on. Now, Emily has quite a background in property investing in the sense of she's a serviced accommodation expert. She's also a social living and supportive housing expert, and she's going to be coming on talking to you about the opportunities there are to work with supported living and social housing providers in 2026 and how that can suit some people's strategies when it comes to investing. And rounding up the day, we've got Rob Peters, my old mucker, who's a financial expert. He's a mortgage broker. He's got his own company and things, but he is predominantly a property investor himself as well. And he is going to come on. He's going to share some case studies of deals that he has been doing over the last year or so. I mean, he's been doing a lot more deals than that, but he's going to share with us a lot of the traditional ways that you can fund opportunities that we don't always know because, excuse me, we're not the experts in that field. So all in all, we've still got an action-packed afternoon. So don't go anywhere. Don't leave your seats. As they say, stay tuned. And if we can answer your questions and help you on the as we're going along, then that's brilliant. So for people that are also live and here, we do have certain little bonuses and stuff. I put the PDF for the questions to answer has already gone into the chat. We can always put stuff back into the chat if you're missing anything as well. But predominantly this day is all about sharing knowledge. It's a bit of brand awareness for the different speakers, of course, as well. But it's all about giving something back. And that's what me and James are very passionate about. And I know a lot of the speakers that we've got on today are very, very passionate about giving back because we all believe in what goes around comes around in life. And we know when we were starting out, as James rightly said at the beginning of here, I would have loved to be able to jump onto things like this where I could ask questions, where I could listen to the speakers. And I did. There were certain things that we were doing, but I always seem to, there always seemed to be an end game at the end of it all. Whereas today, it's really all about just sharing with you a bit of knowledge, getting out there and trying to help people. And the other thing that I would say as well is all of the speakers and all of the people that are talking today in some form or another have also been speakers and have spoke in my community, Education to Action as well. And we continue to help that community to grow forward. So if you are ever suffering or struggling, then do check that out. So I've got a couple of business things, so to speak, to do because today is brought to you by my podcast. The Property Unleashed podcast is presenting this. So if you've never listened to that podcast before, where have you been? But it is available on all good podcast platforms or on the propertyunleashed.com. And as I say, everybody who is speaking today has been on that podcast or featured on that podcast. And we have a lot of our community members as well sharing their success stories. So we put that out there to try and inspire everybody and to try and help move people forward. We also have, I'll just slip through that, we are sponsored today by ETA, Education to Action, which is where we help property investors take the education and the knowledge that they have and put it into action. And this is something that was very important as well to me and James, because we spent a lot of time putting our heads together saying there's a lot of people out there that have got the education. Why are they just not getting the results? And I always say it's about consistency and persistency to do so. But could we put an environment together, a community together that gives you the knowledge so you can go and learn different strategies at your own pace and things, but also gives you the team, your own power team in the background to be able to ask questions to at any specific time. So if you are struggling with anything or you need help, check out Education to Action because it is our community built by property investors for property investors. And it can be a lonely place, can it, James? I mean, that's one of the reasons we put this whole thing together. Yeah,
I mean, you're absolutely right, Mark. I mean, we spent, a lot of miles in the car talking about something that we we think it's been overlooked. Actually, we've both been in the property education business for many years, and what we saw was a lot of people would be successful anyway. So they'd go on to these courses. You'd see a few people sort of become successful, do the deals, and that had a two-angle effect. What it did is it made the people that weren't getting deals feel a little bit low, but it was also good for the people that put the educational stuff on because they were used as social proof. But I would say this is, like I said, there are always going to be people that are successful. It doesn't matter, what they get into; they just got it in them. But me and Mark are interested in the people that fall through the net. We are interested in the people that get forgotten about, and we want to help them get those first deals. Get them over the line, get rid of that procrastination, get rid of that fear, change that identity, become a better version of themselves. We will not let anybody get left behind, and that is what me and Mark did. We put together ETA. Mark's done an awful lot of work on just getting the software and the systems in place. But it's also, this is the skill that me and Mark have got. We understand how to connect people. We're very good at knowing who's who in the zoo. So when we get an idea, when we can see an opportunity, we're very good at linking people that don't know about that opportunity with the right service providers to create this win-win. And that's really where this whole ETA has come from. You've got the education, but there's a gap between the knowing and the doing. And this is what it's all about. And me and Mark have created this bridge where we can help you across. So you're educated on property. You understand all the acronyms. You understand all the properties. But you just don't have that courage. Well, me and Mark are that bridge. And using the service providers and the strategies that we know, and we are doing them day in, day out, we're able to take people, guide people across that bridge and into action. And the thing is, once you do it, once you become that version of you that is courageous, you've gone out there and you've got your first deal, which may or may not be the unicorn deal that everybody's chasing, but a deal is a deal. Oh my goodness me, does that unblock suddenly? Me and Mark are like, oh, here we go. 2, 3. It just unblocks everything, Mark. And it's just, that is the reason we're doing this, because we love to see people getting exactly what they deserve. And I'm really, really, really honoured, Mark, to be part of ETA.
And it's an absolute pleasure to have you as well, my friend, because it's people like yourself and your Rupins, your Tracys, and everybody else who make it all worthwhile. So great stuff. We have worked our way through. If you're just getting back to us now, you've got your favorite beverage and you are ready to rock and roll. I will then start to look to introduce our next speaker. And I'm really, really excited about this next speaker as well, because it is a lady that I've known for a while now. I've seen that she's always doing great things. She's always active in a property investing world as well. She's a serious property investor herself. Her and her partner have put together a fantastic system that she's going to run through and show you today. Holly Jennings is great, and she's such a lovely person as well. So without further ado, I've seen that she's here, so I am going to bring her onto the stage now. Holly, it's great to see you today. How are you?
Hello. Yes, I'm well. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
That's all right. An absolute pleasure. And I know that you've got a presentation to share with us today and then a live demonstration and things. So as Holly's going through, if you have any questions, as always, feel free to put them into the chat. But rather than me, talking about what she's done and everything, I'll let her do the explaining there. All I will say is make sure you got a pad and a pen handy to take plenty of notes. You're really going to enjoy this. I'll let you now take it away, Holly. Thank you ever so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so I think I've got it. Could you please let me know if you can see that, because I can't see you anymore.
Yep,
fantastic. Perfect. Okay, so hello everyone, and I hope you've had a lovely day so far. I see it's been jam-packed full of content and stuff to support you guys. So today I'm just going to tell you a little bit about who I am for those that don't know me and hasn't seen me around, but I've been in property now since 2018, and I've done my goals and I've done my systems, and I've been able to create some choice and freedom throughout the property world. So I wanted to go through and show how I was able to do that, and at the same time I'm going to show you a live demo of how CRMs can support you. There are many on the market, but I'm going to show you our one today, and just so that you can kind of see the difference between what you might be doing now to what you're going to be able to do with a little bit more tech systemization, and to help step away from things and to be able to do less, really, so that then you can have more time with what you would like to achieve. And at the end of this as well, right near the end, I'm going to give away 3 months for free for those that are live. So please stay tuned. And then if you can also, near to the end, I'll ask you to put your name in the chat box so I can add you to a nice little raffle wheel so that we can then see who the winner is. So let's get started. So who am I? So I'm a bun mum. I have little baby bunny rabbits. I am a wife, best friend to my husband, and travel buddy. And our main kind of goal, we've been together now 13 years, was to just travel. I've always had this passion for travel. I'm also the co-creator and the founder of Property Pipeline CRM, which my husband, his background is IT, and he's the techie guy, the genius behind it all. I was on the ground in property, and he was able to create something that was so supportive to us that we were able to share and help so many others as well. I've been property investing as well since 2018. I'm a podcast host with 25,000 listeners. It's a book club podcast called Shelf Improvement, and I also help and support people within their journey through systems and as well. So that's who I am, but who was I? I like to share this because I had no idea about property. I'm definitely not one that's great with numbers. I definitely had never, ever done a refurb or bought a house. I didn't even own my own house or anything like that. I come from Plymouth originally, right down in the southwest there. And I ended up moving and working my way to London, to Harley Street, because my background was beauty. So I've worked on the cruise ships, I've worked in clinics, and then I became a consultant. And it was really nice at the time. We had, a nice life, me and Nick, but we were living outside of our means. We were in a lot of debt, and we were searching for more. And that's how we came across property and how we got into the education from there since 2018. So started with the property. We actually created the pipeline system quite quickly because I was coming home and I was like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I can't remember the calculations. I just wish there was something that was more intuitive. I just needed a bit of help. So Nick started doing that, and it was very basic stuff, but it really helped. And by doing that, it actually sped up our journey. So we ended up getting our first buy-to-let in the 2019, and from 2019 pretty much up to like February 2022, we were able to source, build our property business, build our own portfolio. And we did multiple strategies, from like rent to rents, rent to SAs. We did some flips. We've done buy-to-lets, HMOs. We've had a house that we've converted into flats. So we've done a nice I guess they say cookie cut, I suppose. But for us, we just did a bit of everything. We wanted to learn and experience what worked for us, at the same time as helping other people hit their portfolio goals as well. So through systemization, we did actually hit our 5-year goal within 3 years because of systems. And I'll kind of show you how we were able to achieve that and how you can also do the same. So you might be experiencing things that we experience. So things like folders within folders. So, if you've got like a OneDrive, Google Drive, or just on your laptop or anything like that, you've got files within files. You might have like an area, you might have postcodes, and inside the postcodes, all the streets, and then you've got pictures and all of that kind of stuff. And then you've also got like probably lots of post-it notes and paper everywhere. I mean, that's an actual picture of my desk. It was literally covered in paper. Now I just have one journal, which I like to use, which is called the bullet journal. That really helps keep me from burning out in the sense of mindset, because I do quite like a bit of a scribble every now and again. And it helps me plan my day, my week, my month. However, the biggest thing was putting it all together in one place on a CRM system. So they're the two things. And because a CRM system is digital, we can do it anywhere on the go, on your phone, on your iPad. It doesn't matter where you are, you can access data, which we found so useful, because it was always sod's law that the moment we left for the weekend to go see family or friends or go to the beach or whatever we were trying to do, or go abroad, the boiler would break or something would happen, and we'd be like, oh, well, they'd be like, what's the warranty details? And I'd be like, it's in our filing cabinet at home. So once we got this up and running, we could be anywhere with all that information, which just helped, again, speed things up. No one had to wait till Monday or when we returned. Other problems that you might be having is things like Excel spreadsheets. They look so stagnant, really. They're not intuitive. You can't really follow up. You have to be on the ball all the time. I was color coding to help me to see green was offer accepted, or blue was put the offer in, red was sold subject to, it's just I've lost it or whatever, and things like that. And I just felt like things were getting missed because I wasn't quick enough to see if things come back on the market. I wasn't able to follow up in an efficient way, and it was just a bit clunky, really hard to do that. So deals got forgotten. We also had to do everything twice, we were checking numbers twice. If you're scribbling numbers on a piece of paper and then you ran out to a viewing and you left it at home, I'd be like, oh, what was the rent in the area? What was the notes I was taking on it? And I would really get quite frustrated. So when it got to being on my phone, it was just being able to check in and go, oh yeah, that was who the agent was with, or that was what the rents are in the area. There's the comparables. And, and I can set reminders to remind myself from following up after an offer, and it would intuitively send me emails and pop-ups and links and stuff, so that I wouldn't just kind of be manually having to wait till I get back home onto my laptop to work through it. And normally by the time when I got back to my laptop, it's in the evening and everything's closed. So that was always frustrating. So these are the kind of problems we had. And these were the realities that we were facing. So, leads and contacts, we were kissing lots of frogs. We didn't have a place to really save all of our business cards. Anyone we were meeting, networking, they were going in our phone, but then they'd be forgotten about. So I have a phone full of numbers, but I don't really have who I need when I need them. And also things like a lot of people at the time we would have through social media. So we might have Facebook and Instagram and stuff like that. We'll be messaging people, and we might be trying to find angel investors, for example, and stuff like that. But then if the Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn, which has happened many a time, shuts down for a day or two or a couple of hours, you start to realize that I don't have that person's details. I just have them on social media. So we then started to build our own database within a CRM system, which is like a glorified address book, where we can do regular emails to agents, regular emails to investors. If you're sourcing, regular emails to potential investors that might want to work with you, where you can say, we can find you some buy-to-lets in our area, for example. So building that database was so useful. And before we had that, we were just running around really like headless chickens and just kind of hoping for like a hit. Whereas when we systemized, it was like a green light. It was always going to work, because it's all about touch points and reminders and following up with people. We were able to track our pipeline much better, so we didn't miss any opportunities. In fact, if things came back after 6 months, so say we lost it because someone else offered a bit more, as soon as we see it come back on the market, we would click it into the CRM, and you'd be able to see everything from exactly where you left off, what you offered and everything, and we can just call straight through, pick up the phone, and we've been able to grab deals as quick as that, because we had the information there. We didn't have to go, when did we view that? Where is that in our phone? What were the numbers on that again? Oh, I scribbled it on a piece of paper. I don't think I put it in the computer. So it was all there, which helped just, again, the speed to pick up the phone, to get it off and be like, we've already viewed it. We already know. We're ready to go. And the agents were like, absolutely, let's go. They didn't want to do more viewings again. They didn't want to put it back on the market again. As we spoke about, spreadsheets not intuitive. Follow-ups are important. Managing your portfolio and refurb. So if you're a sourcer, you may not need this to a certain degree unless you're helping with a bit of refurb coordination. But if you're growing your own portfolio, after a period of time, especially even after one, for example, you've got things like, like your gas safety checks, your EICRs. If you've supplied any appliances, PAT testing. We've supplied washing machines, fridges in our buy-to-lets before. If you have HMOs, the cleaner details. When do the cleaner goes? What's the lockbox codes? When do the bins go out? Who's doing the bins? All these types of things. So it starts to get messy. And yes, you can outsource, and we definitely recommend outsourcing. I'm a big believer in outsourcing. But at the same time, you're still the liable one. You're still responsible for your portfolio. So if anything isn't being checked up on, you're still responsible for it. So it's really good to know where everything is, what everything is, because then you can keep kind of check on the agents once in a while. You might do a reminder every 3 months and just say, have you done a property visit for us? Are the smoke alarms still working okay? Especially if they're not as proactive as you'd like. And it's just then, if you get a reminder about the gas safety, you could just say, I have you booked the gas safety kind of thing. And it's just making sure that it is all being done. And if anything happened or you needed to change, you've got all the information there, which is a bonus. So the mental load, trying to remember everything, we don't have to anymore. My brain was free, which was amazing because we've got enough going on as it is, right? There's just too much to remember. Same with even like going back to the contacts, like when you would be speaking to people at networking events, to remember people's children's names or dogs or where they were going to go on holiday. There's just a lot to remember. And when you're building relationships, we can use CRMs as well to help log information like this, log how much money they're looking to invest, log what areas they're interested in or strategies and things like that. It all really helps so that you don't have to think, I can't remember where we left off, so to speak. Other really important things is when you're building your business, you need it to be GDPR. So at the moment, if you're kind of just saving people's proof of funds just in your laptop, it's not secure. If you're emailing people on a regular and you don't have them to opt out of anything, then that's not supporting GDPR and data protection and things like that. So having a system also ensures that you are being, a compliant business and you are treating your property as a business, not just a side hustle and kind of, trying to make things work here, there and everywhere. It's structured and systemized. And it's all on the go. So success in property investment is not about luck at all. It is about strategy, and the follow-up is really important. And that's how we were able to speed up and get to our 5-year goals in 3 years. So anything that you measure gets managed. If you don't measure it, you won't know where you're at with anything. And it's the same with kind of like key performing indicators. When we first started, we knew that we had to offer on about 40 properties to be able to get at least one accepted. And over time, because we measured that, we were able to bring that down, and we were pretty much getting offers accepted after every 5th offer we put in. So we really were able to reduce that because we were measuring it and we knew what was successful and we knew where the deals are coming from. So we could focus in on what worked more than rather than doing the same thing over and over again and wondering why it didn't work. So it was just something that was really useful. So having a CRM, you can have like deal sheets, you can have calculators, you can have calendar syncs, you can have links from Rightmove, Zoopla, whacking data into CRM, so you don't have to import, output. You can create websites, you can link things to like Facebook ads. So if you're collecting like direct to vendor landlord contacts, they'll automatically go straight into the system. So it's super, super intuitive and user friendly. And with anyone that's kind of like, I guess, not techie, something like a CRM, there's plenty now that are very user friendly. It's like using your Apple or Android phone. It is kind of becomes a part of your everyday today. So let's get to it. I'm just going to do a little live demo. And then the favorite thing that I always get asked to share is our calculating tool. Because when we are trying to identify if something's a deal, we can spend hours on it, looking at it, thinking, is this right? Is this not right? What would be my min offer? What would be my max offer? So when we use the system, it can give us lots of options. So you're almost looking at the house like a box, and with the click of a button, we can identify, does it work as a HMO, or is it better as a buy-to-let maybe, or an SA? And we can look at all the strategies in one and have all our exits planned out and so on. So let's share this with you. So you're going to have to see my screen for a little second as I link in. But hopefully, can you see that without the weird mirroring? I think you can. You should be able to. I'm hoping you can. Okay. So this is the CRM in a nutshell, and most CRMs do look like this. So anyone that's ever used one, you'll have folders on the side and you'll be able to kind of click into each one, and they normally are all interlinked. So our one, we've got like a homepage where we've got like training provided. You've got your activities that are like in the past or present. So for example, this week within this demo system, we've got like send doc agreements 6th of March. It's in red because I haven't done it yet. So it's reminding me to do it. It's urgent. And then anything in black like today, new Facebook lead, contact, check numbers on a property, call Jenny, so on, are all in date order. We can have calendar views. We can look at the leads that we're currently working on. And it's just a general overview of like your day and your week. Other folders we have is like your leads folder. So when you start off, this will be blank, but as you build, you're building like your own database. You're almost kind of building like your own comparables, really, because the more you start to view, put in what they sold for, you know, all the notes about the refurb estimates and having chats with agents, you start to build up a picture. So we can have it in this format, so we can see what's new, what's booked, viewed, offered, lost, won, sold, not a deal. And we've got another format like this, which is more of a list format, which you can work through. And we've got so many amazing features. So you can like check your leads based on postcode area or investor type, EPC type, and all that stuff as well. So that's quite useful. We've got our properties folder. This is everything that you now own that you make money from. So if you don't own it and you're just managing, it will be in here. If you're selling, it will be in here. If you're sourcing, it will be in here. Any form of money that you're making, this is your income folder, whereas your leads are like your prospects that you're building that you want to get into the properties. We've got tenancy folders for those that are managing their portfolio, and these are all linked to the properties as well. We've got the business and contacts address book, which is interlinked. So you might have, say, a business like an estate agent, like Yopa Sheffield, for example, but you might have Johnny that works there. So Johnny could be in contacts, but you'll be able to see that he's interlinked to that business. And you'll also see all the properties you viewed with that agent. So again, all interlinked. You've got your services. So if you're SA, HMO, you might be doing like broadband, you know, you might be paying for the bills, so to speak. So you've got that. There's really intuitive things. I don't know if anyone's listening that's done a bit of SA. We've got several. We would have something like 6 broad, like Virgin Media letters through our door, and they'll never ever put which address it's for, like what property it's for. And we're like, we've got 5 accounts. Which one is it? But you can literally just put in the account number and you can just apply it and it would bring it up and it would say, right, that broadband with Hallows Grove. Brilliant. So now we can deal with that. So really useful. We've got the finance section where you can oversee your bridging, your mortgage, your lending, your angels. You can even put business cards on there. So if you've got VAs that are working with you and team members, like that might have to buy an extra pillow or bedding for a property, or like a new door handle that needs to be bought or something, it can all go through there. So again, it's a place to store that. You've got your calendar as a bigger format, and everything's interlinked. So as I was kind of mentioning with the dashboard and the calendar, where it's being interlinked, and the contacts address book. For example, this call that's here, I mean, let's say it's there for today, but you can see there's a call there. We're going to click on there. It's linked to Bob, so I need to call Bob, and then we click there, and then we can click on the number, and if you're on your phone, it'll call straight through. We can also see, you know, that they're an investor. We can see what strategy, how much they want to invest, etc. So really lots of information, and again, you can create follow-up calls, tasks, and info about them. Not only do we have that, and like I say, you can interlink it to your Gmail calendar or Outlook calendar. We've got meetings, calls, and tasks, all very similar. You can have it in list format or like a Trello view format. We can drag and drop. We can work on priority order, we can look at anything that is to do with the status of the task, or maybe even the signed user. Like at the moment, it's saying I've got 195 tasks, but actually I just want to see, just come out of that. That's my security thing keep popping up. There we go. So now I've got 78 tasks that are assigned to me, but I can also search as well the status, for example, and say I only want to see stuff that I've not started and started, and then I'm going to apply. And now that's dropped down to 29 tasks. And now I can either put them in date priority or urgent priority. And if I've got a spare half an hour or an hour, I can just work through my tasks. And I can oversee my VA's tasks. I can oversee my business partner's tasks. And we can also create tasks around refurb coordination as well. So we can log it and timestamp it to do that too. We've got an area to support documents. These will all be linked to properties and people, but there is one place to store if you want to search for something specific. We've got knowledge base where you can add in your own how-to guides. When you're starting off in a business, when you kind of grow and you want to look to step away a little bit, you want to kind of create training videos or how-to guides or values, policies, procedures. So as people join, they can come here and find out how to do things so that you don't have to keep repeating yourself. Again, new VAs, new staff, anything like that can go and find the information or master copies. We've got the strategies, target lists, campaigns, and emails, as I mentioned, all very advanced features which are really useful within. But I'm going to just quickly show you two things. So like I say, the one that was kind of the main one was the strategies. And then the other one would be just so you can see the deal sheets that you can create. So you can see these are my leads here within this demo section. If I just went into Rightmove now, I found, like Blue Peter, created an opportunity that I like the look of, and I'm going to click up here and I'm going to send it into the CRM. And this is really useful. So when you're kind of like on a nighttime scrolling and you can't contact the agent and you haven't got time to maybe look at the numbers, you could just scroll through Rightmove or Zoopla and you can just add in the ones you want to work with. So I'm just going to refresh the page. And here's the lead added in. If I go in, we've got the link to Rightmove. We've got what it's on for. It's 3-bed terrace. We can look down here. We've got the address. We can now click a link to check sold prices to start looking at our comparables. We can check the EPC as well. Look that up in the property to see what it is. We've got just the rough outline of the picture. We've got the tax band. You've got the area where you can start adding the comparables. You've got an area for notes about the refurb when you do decide to book a viewing, if it's even worth it. We'll do the numbers to see if it's even worth it because we don't want to waste time. We want to be able to move within like 5 to 15 minutes onto the next opportunity if this isn't a deal. And we want to identify that ASAP. We've got some information that's been dragged in from Rightmove into our stream of log of what's been happening with this lead. And then we want to do the numbers. So I'm not here to show you how to get your comparables, but I'm going to show you as if we've already done that, and we're going to work through it together. So let's say this is a BRRR opportunity. We've got the buy to let calculator, and we can click it to go into a deal sheet later. So let's just say the property, this one's saying it's on for 98. So let's just put 98. Estimated rental in the area for 3-bed, let's put 950. Management, 10%. If it was plus that, you could put 12%. Done up value of the property once the refurb is done. So with that, we're going to look at, again, the comparables that you found. So say, for example, on this one, it's like 150 maybe. Monthly operating expenses. So things like if there was a leaky tap, things like that, maybe squirreling a bit of money away in case of maintenance. We've got the done up value mortgage loan to value. So what are you going to do when you come off what you're buying it with? You might be buying with cash or a bridge, but the end value, what is it? So it's 75% loan to value of the done up of 150. Mortgage rate. So at the moment, I'm putting about 4.5 and then stress testing it about 6.5. But again, if you're working with different people, they might know what they're able to get at the moment. So obviously have a conversation and put them in. Buying and setup fees. So these are things like your stamps and your legals. If you are buying with a bridge, you can whack in, you know, if you're going to be on it for 3 months or 4 months, we can work out what that would be, add that in there as well if you like. For this demo, I'm just going to put in about 9,000 for the moment. Then we've got refurb estimate. So you would just, at this point, you would have looked at the right move, scanned the photos, or Zoopla, other providers available. You would have kind of got an idea, and you would just put a rough estimate in. If you're completely new to property, you know, you could just do like a general, like 15 for light, 25 and 35 potentially, or 40 if it was that. Or if you've obviously done previous stuff, you can kind of base it on that if you have, or ask somebody. But let's just say this is 20 for now. And then we've got holding fees. So if you're a sourcer, you could put your sourcing fees in here, because then it's the numbers including your fee on top as well. But if you like to do it where this is the deal, and then to get the deal my fee is additional, then you can always leave it out. If you want, you could always put the bridging fees in here if you wanted to, or you could even put in here fees like because the moment you get the keys to the moment you rent it out, there's going to be some, you know, electricity or gas bills that are going to have to be paid and things like that to keep the heating on and stuff. I'm just going to put 1,000 in here for the demo. Then we've got the calculation type. So we've got money left in, offer, or ROI. Now, if you're sourcing, whether it be for yourself or somebody else, you might have a max or a min, probably not a max, more like a min return on investment that you're looking to achieve, or a minimum amount of money you'd like to leave in the deal once you refinance out of it. So normally you would stick with the money left in or the ROI, one or the other. I'll stick with the ROI for this example for now. If you were, for example, doing, instead of a BRRR and doing just a normal buy-to-let, there's no real refurb required, or it's a tenant in situ, you could then use the offer and just put in what you are going to offer, because already the property might be, you know, on a lower, and it's only going to be what it's worth to what you're going to offer. So it's slightly different on that. But we'll go back to the ROI to start. So with the ROI, let's say 20% is our min that we would like, and we can make some notes to explain why we've, you know, put the numbers that we put in, and then we would save. Okay, we've got 100% occupancy. We don't need fixed monthly costs at the moment. We're just going to press save. So I'm going to talk it through now. Okay, so can we see it all? Yes. So we know it's on for 98,000. And if we just scroll to the very bottom, we can see that, sorry, there's something in my way. See if I can hide that there again. We can see that if we offered 102,787 pound 50 pence, it is a 20% ROI, 5 years, cash flow £338 a month. If it was stress test at the 6.5 mortgage, it's 150 cash flow, so that's good. It's in a positive if it was worst case. And when we look at money left in, we're leaving about 20k in the deal. So this is just looking at that bottom section here. Our money in, money out offer, the best lowest offer would be 82,500. So I mean, it's on for 98. We definitely don't want to offer 102. I mean, if it was a hot market, we could say we'll take it as 98. You want 98, we'll give you 98. But you could then look at saying, well, actually, this is 100% worth viewing. It's got a great ROI. We could even offer less, but you want to know your min and your max offer. Okay, if you're ever wanting to tweak anything, you can. So for example, we could say, well, actually, I want a 25% ROI. Update that. So it's saying if you offered 98,000, you're getting 25% ROI. That's less money left in, 16,000. And again, we can increase it 30%. Update. So it's a really, like, this is in the sense of the numbers are working really well. So we identified that quite quickly. But what happens if you know that this property is in a good SA area or a good HMO area? So we can have a little play around with that as well by literally going to the top, duplicating, changing it to, let's just say, a 4-bed HMO in the area. We can change the strategy to HMO. We might put the occupancy as a bit less because, you know, there might be one room vacant at any one time. It's still on for 98. The rent would be more. Let's just say 500 a room, say. The management would probably be more, and the Mo would probably be more. The done up bricks and mortar wise wouldn't really necessarily change. If it was a bigger HMO, you could maybe look at commercial lending, like done up value. The mortgage rate might go up a little bit, so we'll just change that just in case, and do a risk as well, a stress test. The buying and setup fees shouldn't really change in the purchase, but you might find that the refurb would be more because you're going to have to get some more furniture. You might have to do fire doors, things might be a little bit more advanced. You might want to put key codes on the doors and stuff like that. And then we'll leave the rest of the same because technically it would be the same, unless again you want to add in your source and fee. And we can keep it with the ROI, and we can keep it like this, and we'll just press save. And I'm just going to scroll down again so you can see the bottom. So we've got, there we go. So we've got, if you offered 88,675, the bottom left there, with a 30% ROI, it's £654 a month. So about £300 extra. You're leaving in 10K more, because the other one was saying about 16K in the end, maybe a bit less actually. And your MIMO is 62. Now, if it's on for 98, it's unlikely to get 62. But again, your min, your max, and you can always tweak the ROI number or the money left in by changing the calculation type as well. So that's that one. And then finally, very quickly, just duplicate again, change it to SA. Change this to SA calculator. We can do a flip as well, but for today I won't. So with this one, we're going to say that actually, if we based, let me just use a little calculator. So say, I don't know, maybe it was like £90 a night times 30 in a month. So that's 2,700. So you're looking at about 700 more, but maybe occupancy stress test 75%. Management and Mo. Now, normally, I'm not here to educate anybody on their numbers, but normally I find that in general, it's about 50%. So let's just do 25 and 25. Once you do kind of OTAs and different things and cleaners and stuff like that. Again, done up bricks and mortar shouldn't change. Your mortgage rate would be similar to HMO if you can get a product. Again, maybe this might go up a bit more because you would have furnished the other one, but now you might have bedding, linen, kitchen packs on top of like maybe what the HMO might have had. So you might want to put a little bit more in there. And then we're going to press save. And then I'm going to scroll down and we can see that for 30% ROI, we have to be offering at 77, but that's a 75% occupancy. So you could do more different occupancies just to see. And you could also maybe do more of like a high season or a low season as well, depending, so you can get an average. So now if I go back into this lead that we created, that we had done a bit of research on, I've got all my strategies and I can see next to them that for 30% ROI, literally the BRR strategy, I can literally say to that agent, I could pick up the phone, I could view it and be like, I'll take it for 96 or I'll take it for 98. Like, jobs are good and they'll take it off. And I've actually done that. And I've got an example of a couple of properties that I was able to literally take off before anyone else had seen it, because I was so confident with the numbers because of this particular system. The way it worked. I knew my min, I knew my max, and it supported me, and I knew exactly my exits and what strategies worked well and what didn't, like what's worth it. Because a lot of people kind of think HMOs and SAs, they're going to give us the most money, but sometimes they can give you a lot of stress, a lot more work, and you might have to put more in it and actually not get a lot more back per month after all the outgoings. So yeah, I've had many people that's come to me and said, I'm just doing HMOs, and we've literally clicked a button, tried the buy-to-let option, and they're like, oh my goodness, it's not actually that much difference in cash flow. It's definitely a lot better on my return on investment. I'm going to do a couple of buy-to-lets instead. So it just helps you make those decisions. So that's the calculators. And then the final thing I just wanted to show you, which you saw on the presentation that I provided, but I wanted to show you the deal sheet, because if you want to send something to a JV partner, or you want to send something to an investor that you're sourcing for, and you've already kind of know what their criteria is, within a click of a button, we can literally get a deal sheet. So no need for Canva. Even though Canva is pretty, we can literally export out. You can have your logo, you can change colors and fonts, you've got your picture, you've got your notes about the property, you've got your numbers, you've got what needs to be done in the refurb, how you got to those numbers, links to comparables that they can click on, and also you can have like disclaimers, next steps, and so on. So it's literally like we've created templates for you, but you can create your own. We've even created templates for like sending direct vendor letters out via Stamp, which is a great outsourcing system. So you don't have to lick loads of envelopes and go out posting. You can just press a button and it'll just send it out for you. But yeah, outsourcing and systems has just been absolute key. So let's quickly go back and just show you the last 2 slides before we announce the winner. So we've got here the couple of examples of properties that we have actually found. The first one on the left-hand side, it was on for 80, and it 100% worked at 80 at the time. And we literally took it off for 80. No one else got to view the property. We were like second viewing it, I think, because of the speed and the relationship that we had built with not just the agent, but also with the owner. There was a bit more of a story behind that one, and actually I just to share for you guys, when you're starting out, I do believe that the personable approach just wins every time. So for example, this particular seller had an issue. We had to solve a problem. She missed her husband. It was her husband that had passed away, and there was a piano in the property, which took us forever to shift, but we promised them that if we bought the house, that we would make sure that it went to a good home. And it did end up going to one of our builders' homes for his daughter to be able to learn to play the piano. So that was a lovely story, and we solved that problem. And then the next one in the middle, this one was on for 90. And because I knew my minimum max offer based on the strategy calcs, I did the viewing. I realized it was actually quite an emotional sell. You know, it was their home, and their mother had been moved into a nursing home. The daughter was showing us around and was kind of talking through her memories of the house and feeling quite sad about it. And so, you know, I spent plenty of time. I didn't just rush around and be like, duh, duh, duh. And I looked and I thought, well, I already know, you know, based on pictures, and I can see, you know, there's a few tweaks, but it does what it needs to do. I know what I can offer. I'm just going to stay and spend more time speaking to them. After we built a bit of rapport, before I left, I just said, thank you so much for your time. You know, just out of curiosity, is there any wiggle room at all? Just so that I can kind of like, you know, check when I get home, see what we can do. And they said, well, we could sell it for 80. So they said 80 straight out. And I said, well, I'll take it for 80. And we just shook on it right there and then. And no one else viewed that property. And we were able to get that really quick because of the confidence that we had built. And then the last one, this one we actually overlooked on Rightmove. It was on for a while over lockdown. We never looked at it because the pictures looked good. It didn't look like it needed a refurb. So we kind of just kept scrolling past, but we're like, why is it still there? And again, we did the numbers based on a 4-bed Minimo. It was a 3-bed semi. It was in a great location for it to be a HMO. We tried all the numbers and we thought, oh my goodness, this is going to work really well as a 4-bed, 2-bathroom property. So 100K purchase, 40 refurb. And also that scenario was they were going through a divorce and no one wanted to buy this house because of lockdown, and we were able to solve that problem for them. But again, it's one of those where, you know, even if you miss it before viewing it, you can just check if it's even worth your time. Okay, so results. So just kind of showing you from 3 years, I was able to very, very quickly source 40 properties for other people, build a power team. Because of the contacts, we were able to help hundreds of other people systemize. We managed 10 other properties as letting agents, which we quite quickly decided that wasn't for us. We refurb coordinated 20. We acquired 13 ourselves, flipped 2, and raised £340,000 worth of age or finance within literally 3 years, or just a bit less actually it ended up being, because we literally outsource and systemize, and we can do it from anywhere. So what that meant was we were able to take 2 years off. We did lots of hen do's and planning a wedding, and had the dream wedding that we had hoped for by building our capital pot. And the other thing I wanted to share with you, which I kind of go into a little bit more at the end, is it's all about the end in mind. Like, we knew where we wanted to be. We knew the amount of money we needed, which helped us know what properties and what we needed to do to be able to be very efficient as well, to be able to work on finding what we did. And then, of course, we were able to create some freedom and get some time back, and we were able to travel for 6 months and outsource everything. And if anyone needed us, we were able just to send a lockbox code or some details, or got our VA to check in on the property pipeline just to be able to answer any questions that were required when we were away. So we were able to kind of crack on. So things I would like to share to help you, like little gold nuggets, is your first house hardly covers business costs. I 100% thought buy to let, £300, £400 a month, that is in our pocket. It didn't. It goes straight out for business costs, compliance costs, and things like that. So it took a while. Ring fence. Always ring fence. If you're getting lenders and angels, make sure it's linked to the property, and then it's worked out throughout that time of when you can get it back to them. Account for all your costs, without your involvement. I know a lot of people don't account for Mo, and they don't account for management because you self-manage, but you want to put those numbers in to make sure it works so that you can step away if you like. Don't take on too much too soon. Get good in one area first, because we were jumping around a lot. Don't jump too soon in your job. I know loads of people that are like, we've got one house, we've got 1 or 2 HMOs, I'm going to leave my job and crack on. And I know it gives you time, but at the same time, security and things like that, the stresses that can happen. And also, if you love your job, don't leave. Like, my background, was beauty. I love beauty. I could have done both. And I went into property, and although I love helping people, building my portfolio, I found it quite stressful. Even when we outsourced it, I just thought, I don't know if property's for me. So I've done everything I possibly can to make it easier so that I don't have to do so much anymore. Know your benefits. If you've got a business, you can have like a voucher, like a £50 voucher every 2 months, for example. You can have money for Christmas and things. So know your benefits. A system and outsource, which I think is key. Build a war chest. Make sure that if all shit hit the fan, excuse my language, but if everything went to pot, how long would your portfolio last? Do you have enough money to cover, your 5 properties mortgages? Do you have enough to cover bills, or, all these types of things? Have you got that there? And also, cash flow and capital are important. They're both important. I know some people say, I just want cash flow or I just want capital, but ultimately without both, it's really hard to step away. If you build capital, you're not getting an income, so that will soon deplete. And also, if you're just getting cash flow, you don't have that pot as backup and war chest, etc. as well. So final slide, just to end it on a very nice note, is things that I learned with traveling, and the fact that we've got this book club podcast, me and Anna Fisher. We've been doing it for 3 years. We absolutely love books. And the biggest things that I can say to take away is mini retirements. Find balance. Don't wait, and don't say like one day or when I retire, because you may not actually like it. I was very much like, when I retire, I'm going to sit on an island and do nothing. Well, I actually got the experience to do that in my 30s. And actually, I was a bit bored, actually. I don't think that is what I want to do. So my whole plan for when I retire is very different. In fact, I don't think I will retire. End in mind. Like I said, plan, know where you're going so you know what you need. Because we had that end in mind, not only did we build what we needed to build, we even knew things like we knew how many Avios points we needed. Our honeymoon flights would have cost us $14,700, and we ended up just paying for all of them. There was 4 first-class flights, and it cost us $1,700 in total, which was just mind-blowing as well. Learn. Listen to Mark's podcast, for example. Literally use your car as an internal university, like a mobile university. Podcast, learning from others that have done what you're looking to do is just a no-brainer. Obviously, networking is key. It's where we got all of our angel investors from. Find your passion and your purpose. Find clarity in what you enjoy. What do you want to wake up for? Because just chasing money and property is not going to be enough. It's like that why that a lot of people talk about. Look after your mental health. You can have burnout with this. If you're going to be doing your job, you're going to be doing this. There's so many things that you need to do. So definitely keep that balance. And done not perfect. You know, doing something is better than perfect. If you keep going and trying to make something perfect and not actually send that letter or contact that person because you don't think it's perfect, you're going to slow down your momentum. So getting something done, sending it out is better than not doing it at all. So let's get on to the winner. So I'm gonna come out of here now so that you can kind of see who this is for. So we're going to look at people that are like starting out, experienced investors, sourcing agents. You're going to get 3 months free of recorded training. You're going to get the reduced admin. You've got your GDPR support for 3 months. You've got a lot of data storage as well, so we can import stuff from other systems. We've got multiple users. You can have up to 5 other users on that login. You've also going to create the better habits. You've got your strategies, like I mentioned. You can actually join our accountability calls. We've got like bi-weekly support groups, calls, WhatsApp groups, and everything like that. So you're going to get that for the full 3 months. So I don't know how we're going to do this. I think I need to completely come out of share to find out who's commenting their names in the chat box, and then we'll go to the Q&A. And in fact, what I'll do before the Q&A, can everyone just take a picture of that slide? Because once I come out, I don't know how easy it is for me to get back in. But if you take a picture of this slide, basically, if anything has resonated with you today, you can obviously connect with me on social media. This code will actually give you 6 weeks free and then 10% off a month as well. So if you are not the winner of the 3 months, then you can always go and check in here. But also if you scan that QR code, you can just get in touch with me that way as well. And if I can help you with anything, doesn't necessarily need to be systems related, but any of the strategies that I've done, if you need any support or help, I'm happy to, help and say hi, basically. So let me come out of this. Hopefully you've all taken picture. Mark, are you able to take a picture as well, just in case?
Yep. No problem. Let me just do that now. I've just inquired. Anybody wants to put their name in the chat, that will put you in the hat to win the prize. So you've got to be in it to win it.
Come out and then I'll put you've got to be in it to win it. Get the 3 months free.
Let me take a picture of that.
Have you got the picture?
I've got that.
Amazing. So let me come out of this now, and then I'll go back into here, and then I just need to stop sharing, don't I?
Yeah.
Is it that one? God.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm back. I can see. Right. Okay.
There she is.
I'm here. So, gosh, there's lots of you. You might have to just chat amongst yourselves, Mark, but I'm just going to get the names in as quickly as I can.
Not a problem. Chatting amongst ourselves is mine and James' best pastime.
It's what bears do in the woods, isn't it? This is a no-brainer. We can literally talk all day, couldn't we, Mark? I've got to say, I'm blown away. That's the first time I haven't got a question. You have covered everything I could thought I needed. Oh my goodness. I mean, I used to come out of networking events with bits of paper in my pockets, messages on phones, couldn't remember who asked me about a property, and embarrassingly, somebody would be interested in investing in me, and here I am looking like some sort of plum. I just don't look professional enough. This is brilliant. This would set calls in my day. It would take information. It would know what I'd spoken about to that investor, because I think that's really, really important, that is, Holly. Different investors have different criteria of what they want to invest in. Okay, so there might be somebody over here that wants to, they don't want to be involved, just give me a return on my money. Okay, then you've got investor over here that wants to know everything. What are we doing? What are we investing in? Is it a good cause? Is it something I'm interested in? So your software could really make sure I'm talking to the right investor about the right deal, for starters, and the amount of money they've pledged for that deal. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's a bit of a no-brainer, Mark, isn't it?
Well, I think it's just keeping everything in one place. As I say, I use different systems, but I normally have to piece things together because I could never really find. It's funny enough, actually, and I'll tell you the story of when I first met Holly. I was talking at an event, and so was Holly as well. I was doing a talk and I was saying, you know, I piece this together. I use a bit of Trello here, you know, I use a bit of this here and that there. And I said, you'll never find one system that does it all. And she actually just sat and she says, I've got one. And I didn't think of it at the time. And then when Holly got up and did her presentation and talk, and it was just like, do you know what? Where have you been all my life? Oh my God.
I mean, what I will say, Holly, is that you are a success because you've literally done all of the things that I talk about, Mark talks about. You know, that imagining your life, putting a stake in the ground, not giving up. You're just doing all the right things. And I just think that's absolutely incredible. But the one thing you really did get right here, this is something that I do, and it is when I leave a property, Holly, because you should really try and offer on every property you go and see. That's the point. Yeah. When I leave, the amount of times I'm just about to leave, and I'm a bit of a touch on the elbow kind of guy. I think that just seems to work. So whoever it is, little touch on the elbow, and I stop them and I say, look, what's the lowest you would take and still be happy? That's what I say every time. And then you will get 10, 20 grand dropped off just like that. And you said exactly what can happen when you can literally do a deal there, because you found out what that magic amount is where everybody's happy. That, to me, is what everybody should have written down today, if nothing else.
Amazing. Thank you so much for those lovely words. I've added the names, so I can go back and share my screen if you like, and announce the winner. Is that okay? Yeah. And then if there's any questions from anybody else, I'm happy to answer them. So if I do present again,
I'll pull it up.
Share screen, and then I could do that one. Yeah, and then
here we go.
Is it on?
Yep. Is that right?
Amazing. Yeah. Although there we go. There it is. So ready?
Here we are. No tricks here.
Diddle-diddle-diddle-doo.
Woo! I tell you.
Oh, that was so close. So the winner is Trevor. Fantastic. So, Trevor, if you just, with the QR code that was at the last slide, I can just pop it in there. I've made a note of your name. As long as you put your contact in there, I'll be in touch with you, and you'll get 3 months free. And then if you decide to stay, you'll get the 10% off a month as well, like anyone else can. If you scan the code, you can still get your 6 weeks free to at least give it a try. There isn't any commitment. If it's not for you, absolutely, you can cancel at any time. But whilst you're in that 6 weeks, you can obviously have the support of systemizing. Right, I'll get off the presentation again and come back to the main thing.
That was amazing. That was amazing. It's good to see as well, because Caroline says she's already a user and she can vouch for it being the best, which is always nice, because it's not just us saying it, is it? You know, people are out there using the systems, the tools at their disposal. That's great. But yeah, have a little look if there's any other questions there.
Yeah. Any other questions? Really informative. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, just lovely words from everybody. Thank you so much. So, I mean, I know I answered a lot of questions during, but if anything, you know, get in touch with me if you have any further questions about, you know, the strategies, or, you know, linking it to things, or if you're doing adverts with Facebook, anything like that, we can help you with. What do we got here? What's the cost? Of course, yes, I didn't go through that because it's more of a giveaway today, but for the standard package is £29 a month. And then if you want the advance, which is the all singing and dancing with the emails and the websites and the linking from Rightmove into the system and calendars and stuff, it's £77. And again, if you join within the links today, you'll get your 10% off that as well.
Absolute bargain, I have to say. For a system like that, you'd be looking at least £200-300 a month. So it always makes me shake my head whenever you say it.
Yeah.
But we're dipping into it, because Holly's on hand, you know, on the platform and things. They've got the training videos as well, so you're never on your own. You're never stuck with it. Give it a go. I always say, try it out for yourself and see if it fits, because it could be the one thing that really, really helps you. And it's particularly, I love the bit where it helps you stack the deals, and not only just stack it, because how often have we stacked a deal on a spreadsheet and we use the spreadsheet for something else and we can't find the numbers, and it's all there. It's all just there, and you can go straight to the links as well. And the massive thing, and I'll because I get giddy about this, the massive thing for me is follow-up. I try and say this to everybody. The money is in the follow-up, as the saying goes, because it is most of the time we'll get the really good deals when we can follow up, 4 or 5, 6 weeks, even months down the road. But if you cannot, or you do not have a system where all of your property investing deals are and your deal flow, and it's so important to have that deal flow that you can't just jump onto it and say, oh, I tell you what, I'm going to bring that agent up about that one because it's still on the market and I forgot all about it. Then you're going to be missing those deals. So people that say to me, I'm struggling to find deals, it's because you're not looking at the past opportunities that didn't work out just then. Obviously, the longer things go on, the more people are motivated. And when I did my talk this morning, of course, it's all about finding a property problem. And if it's still on the market, then they've got a problem. And this will help you with that. And also, it's a management system as well. It can help you stay on track with your properties, making sure that you're staying compliant, which in this day and age is so important, isn't it?
Yeah, and the other thing that I think is really important is that if you're putting all that effort in to find a property, then go and view that property, and you put an offer in and it gets refused, you have to follow up. But what you're actually doing is you're beginning a relationship, the know, like, and trust. And actually, I found that by the time you go back to the 3rd or 4th viewing, you're best friends. You can just literally talk about anything. And that is when you can start talking about clever stuff. Like my favorite is, how do you fancy being the bank? What instead of me going to the high street and borrowing money at whatever percent it is, how do you feel about being the bank? You cannot have that conversation if you've been there once. You need to be following things up, building some time, building relationships. It's just brilliant for that. And I think that this system will give you more creativity with your strategies. 100%. Get it. Everybody on, get it.
Or at least have a go. But no, that's amazing. Thank you, Holly. Have you got any final words before we wrap this one up?
No, just thank you so much for having me. I hope everybody did enjoy it. And, mindset is important, and things like outsourcing systems and, listening to podcasts and others, I just think can really help you no matter where you're at. Even now, 8 years on, I'm still doing my mindset. I'm still, structuring stuff so that I can have that freedom, to have that headspace that we all kind of need, because it can get overwhelming. So, what you're doing, whatever you're doing, chip away at it, and chipping away is a win, in my opinion.
Of course. And check out your podcast as well, which you spoke about there. But it's a great podcast. We all love books because books open up whole new opportunities and learnings to us. And I know you've got a good following on your podcast as well. So if you haven't checked it out, then do check out Holly's podcast as well.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Great to have you on. Thank you ever so much, as always, for your time and today, Holly. Brilliant presentation. I'm sure everybody enjoyed it. And hopefully we'll see some new faces on your platform as well.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone.
Brilliant.
Bye.
Well, guys. Cheers.
Thank you.
All right. Another great speaker, but we haven't finished yet, have we? We are going into our next speaker shortly. So what have we had today? Well, if you've only just joined us, you've missed this morning's session, which started with me. So you probably weren't too bothered about that one. And then we had Anthony and Alison on talking about the Renters' Right Bill. I went through what I think are the best cash flowing strategies in 2026. Now, if you are here and you've missed this morning, don't panic, because you've registered and you've turned up and you're here. You will be able to access the recording completely 100% free, because that's what today is all about. So you can go back and go through those. The third speaker today was Mr. James White himself, going through removing all the blockers and changing that mindset to get, or those mental hurdles to get the results that you're looking for. Then we had the great Tracy Patel about how design is so important for making sure that you differentiate yourself in the market, and how to make sure that you're maximizing your kitchen designs. We've then just had Holly Jennings, she has just shown us the best CRM system out there. So do take us up on the offer there. Again, 100% free. Have a little go, see what you think. If you want to stick with it, stick with it. If you don't, you don't. But I definitely would say it's a system worth trying. Coming up next, we have my old mucker, Mr. Rupan Patel. Really looking forward to his. He's going to be talking about refurbishments and how you can use a 3-pillar methodology to be able to find deals, to be able to fund deals, and to be able to stack those numbers as well. And then we will have the lovely Emily McTammany joining us, and she's going to be talking about supportive living and how that could really be the answer to your property investing in 2026. We'll end the day with Rob Peters, who's going to come with some case studies because he's a property investor himself. He also has his own mortgage brokerage firm, and he is going to really tap into the different ways we can be creative and fund our opportunities through traditional methods that we don't always know about ourselves. So stick with us. If you've been with us all day, absolutely fair play to you. If you're dipping in and out, fair play as well. It's great to have you all here, and I hope you're getting a lot from it. Today is brought to you by the Property Unleashed podcast. So do make sure you subscribe and you don't miss an episode there. And if you do enjoy today, then please, on any podcast platform that you listen to it, if you could give me 30 seconds of your time, and all the speakers and everybody have given you their time today, and just leave us a 5-star review. That would be great. You don't even have to listen to the podcast to do it. You can just say, I went to their event or I went to their virtual event. So that would be much appreciated. So here we go then, as we roll into our next speaker, who's a very, very good friend of mine, very good friend of ETA and James, and we all know each other very, very well. He's all about refurbishment. He's all about giving as well. This guy is a genuine treasure. I tell you what, now he is gold. He's going to come up here. He's going to drop nuggets of gold with you, but you couldn't meet a nicer bloke either. I'm going to bring him up to the stage now, and I'm going to welcome to today's event, Mr. Rupan Patel.
Hello, hello, hello.
How are you, my friend?
I'm very well. I'm very well. Thank you very much. What a lovely introduction. I had to look behind over my shoulder in case you were talking about something else. Yeah. And you didn't say gobby either and loud and goes off on
that
one.
till the end.
Oh, dear.
The end.
That's excellent. So, no, great to see you both as always, gents, and fantastic presentations. Not only from Tracy, because she's sitting next to me, and I've got to say that just in case you throw something at me. But all the speakers, that CRM set, that I'm going to sign up to that straight away. That was just awesome. That was awesome. And yeah, some really, really good stuff. Great stuff with the the RAA stuff as well with the Rent Reform Act. So look, I'm going to crack on, and because I've got loads to share, and I'll probably run over an hour, but let's see how we go. Right? I am sharing. I think I'm sharing, but I'm not sharing. Let me just check this out. Let me stop sharing. I'll share again. Share screen. Share screen. Windows and share. Okay, excellent. Can everyone see my screen now?
Yep, all good, mate.
No, yeah, all good. Excellent, excellent. So, like as Mark said, I've got quite a bit of information. Here's some caveats, though. I can't see any of the chat, but maybe Mark can give me some feedback on this if I ask you this question. We're going to talk about refurbishments. I haven't got loads of pretty pictures and demonstrations. I'm just going to give you some really raw information that will help you on your journey. But here's the first question: is in the chat box. Are you a newbie to refurbishments, or have you done them, i.e. are you a bit of a seasoned one? Could you all put in a chat box if you're a newbie or seasoned with refurbishments, and Mark can give me some feedback in a moment, because I'm trying to, I'll let you do that. But whilst you're doing that, here's the thing for me: doing the basics the best you've ever done makes your whole refurbishment really profitable, runs smoothly, and it causes you less stress. Also, with refurbishment, we can go to some serious complexity as well with it. So whilst I'm talking about it, some of this might sound a little bit sucking eggs with it all, but it's really important that we get the foundations and the basics correct, but the whole bigger picture depends on what project you're doing and what you're doing, even from ground up developments or bigger, higher volume renovations will have a lot more complexity. But within these sort of 45, 60 minutes, let's at least get the absolute basics, that if you've got these right, you're on your way. And my big thing, and what I love sharing, is I don't want you to lose money. I want you to make money. I want you to have less stress within your project cycle. So these stages.
Ruben,
I'm sorry.
We've got a few seasoned, but most people are pretty new to it. All right, just so you know, my friend.
Oh, brilliant, guys. Listen, and ladies and gents, if the cat fits, wear it. Please ask any questions in the comments box, or even if you want to catch us on the ETA platform after, depends on the size of it and how many questions we have. But any questions, please do put them in the comments, and and we can have a look at them afterwards. So, okay, so here we go. I know Mark said we've got a 3-stage, 5-stage, 10-stage. This is a 7-stager. I'm just going to give you 7 stages, and it's sort of about the refurb cycle. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm going to zoom through it, but I'll tell you the reason why I'm going to tell you my journey in a moment. We've got 3 companies actually, but I'm the founder of Master Properties, the one we're talking about now. And as you met my good lady, our lovely Tracy Patel from KWT Interiors, we are co-founders with that as well. I'll share my contact details a little bit after as well. So a little bit about myself. I'm going to zoom through this, right? In 1987, I became a bricklayer. I was house building. I loved it. We had a recession. The building trade went down. I got a job. I ended up in a kitchen company called Magnet. I started off as a warehouse boy down the Old Kent Road in Southeast London. And from there, over a 25-year career, I ended up in the boardroom as a director, which was brilliant because I love the product. I love the industry. I love what it does. And I had a massive journey about building businesses and sort of running businesses that sort of totaled 65 to 70 million pounds a year, which was, for someone who come out of the area I come from, it was a bit of a dream for me, and I loved every minute of my career. However, at the young age of 50, with loads of energy and hitting a crossroads in my life, I really wanted to become an entrepreneur. I love property. I've been building a very small traditional portfolio. I got into property, and I created 2 property businesses. One was our development investment business, and then for Master, and then I opened a operations property business called City and Borough Estates. The following year, our 2 of our younger children, children were going to school. Tracy had been in the KBB, which is kitchen, bedroom, bathroom industry, for X amount of years between us. She said, I want to start a kitchen company. This is how we're going to do it. Can you help me? Yeah. And KWT was born. So that's us now. That's our businesses. It's hard. People starting business. It's very hard, especially in that first 5 years. You go through that hockey stick period where it's all flat, and you're walking through treacle, and you're sort of forming, you get into a bit of a storming, and then you do get into a norming stage. But within that period there I started with Mastermind with Pin with Simon Zutzi. I'm now the Blackfriars Pin host. I'm Treasurer Secretary for the networking for BNI. And also I'm a speaker and a host and a student for Property Entrepreneur. Now, why I'm telling you that, none of that for a pat on the back or anything. It's more about, investing in yourselves, educating yourselves, being around the right communities, around the right network is absolutely important, imperative, but it always needs to be consistent as well. So that's what I've really invested. And then the big move that I didn't actually put on in, I should have, and I apologize to Mr. Mark Fitzgerald, is in 2026, I joined ETA platform, which is an amazing platform. And I've been coaching on that with the refurbishments and the property. And it's been brilliant. And, the clientele on there are fantastic. They bring us deals, and we talk them through, and it's brilliant when you hear that the advice given has saved them money or sped up their or increased their profitability. Anyway, so that's my little journey there. Right. So what we're going to learn today, I'm going to take you through how to analyze refurbishments, how to budget correctly, how to manage your builders and timelines. And this is going to be quite high level, quite summarized and sort of punchy. But honestly, if you give me a 5-day refurb training course, that's what I probably need to give you, all the information that you're going to need. But this is enough for seasoned investors to make sure that they're focused on the right stuff again. Sometimes it's good to get back to basics, but also all of our brilliant new fresh people who are coming into the property industry. Do this and you're going to be on your way, and you'll feel confident and more competent when you're talking and looking at deals, looking at property, and also talking to trades as well. Fourth point, we're going to know how to avoid 7 most common refurb mistakes, how to maximize your GDV and refinance. And then I can't do the drum roll because I can't see you, but I'm going to do a drum roll anyway. I've got a couple of bonuses if we've got time. So stage 1, here we go. So key metrics. This is where most investors fail. This is on the deal analysis stuff. Now, the deal analysis stuff, right, is we got the key metrics: purchase price, refurbishment price, the GDV, finance cost, contingency, profit margins. Now, which way do you look at this, right? So you're looking at a deal. There's one on stage, I think it's stage 6 or 7. I've put what your exit is. I'm going to change that. Really, at stage 1, know what your exit is, but I'll cover that off a little bit later. But the one thing I would say, and I'm doing this a little bit slower and just having less on the slide so you can write this down or screenshot it. The one thing I'd say is when you are working out a deal, reverse engineer it, right? So you know, you've got your target area, you've got your golden goose area. You should know your strategy, right? Where you're going into it. So all that due diligence and all of that strategy work should have been done. This is my strategy. I'm doing high-end HMOs in the Nottingham area, for example. It's going to be east side near the university, but these are going to be for high-end HMOs because we're going to be really targeting at 4th year students who are working, they can afford a bit more and they want a bit more and they want a bit more room. Let's just say you are that focused on it. So then we're going to look for property. But what we need to do is reverse engineer it. So what people do, what I've seen a lot of people do, and I've done myself, and a lot of this I'm teaching you today is my own banana skins, my own slip ups and my own errors and errors that I've seen other people make. Is just reverse engineer it. So when you're reverse engineering, you've got you work with your GDV. So like you're looking at a property. So looking at a property, you've got your GDV. So, and you know your purchase price. So how much money is in the middle? So you know you're going to have your finance costs on the build, and so we got to leave an amount for your finance costs, and your contingencies. But what you do know is that GDV's, like let's say it's GDV's 500, your purchase price is 300. You want to idealistically be getting a 375 mortgage out of it, so you get your money back. So then that will leave you, if I just do my sums right there, 250. You've got a £75,000 refurb. So so you already got a bit of a refurb cost in your head. But then the question you need to ask is, would £75,000 worth of refurbishment bring it up to the standard to give me my GDV? So that's the question. No, that's how we're going to break that down today. So reverse engineer it, and I go into reverse engineering with the metrics heavily on the ETA platform. So it's a really good subject to get to know, but also how to work it out, as I call it, and just a terminology, how to work these things out when you're doing your desktop calculations in the deal stacking, but even a little bit more bolder fag box packet pricing. So reverse engineer it, but these are the 6, I'd say 7 include your exit, purchase price, refurb cost, GDV, finance cost, contingency, and profit. They are what you want. And here's a big one, right? Is what's your profit margins? Make sure you're not doing it for nothing. Here's a simple formula for stage 1. Is the profit equals the GDV minus the purchase, refurb, finance, and your fees. So keep it really simple. Sometimes we do get a thing called analysis paralysis, where we just try to just make it ever so complicated. And what happens there is we scare ourselves to death. Just keep it simple. The profit is get your GDV, which is your gross development value, by the way. So i.e. what, that house, the shittiest house on the best street, if you're going to buy it, that house is going for, like, when it's all done up, is £500,000, and you've got about 3 or 4 comparables. You buy it at 300 grand. You can do the numbers on it. It's the internet's an amazing thing, especially with the comparables. So that's stage 1. Stage two. Here we go. Oh, here's a little tip for you, right? If the numbers only work when everything goes perfectly, it's not a deal. We've got to be looking for the imperfections in the deal as well. So, like, if it all goes so swimmingly and we start over-egging things, it's not a deal. You've got to be really true to what the costs are of the deal. So, yeah, if it's going too perfectly, it's not a deal. Stage 2. So we've got the deal. Now we're going to scope it out, right? Scope it out and budget. So I've got two tips here. For the schedule of works, these are the things that this is very basic, but this is but these are the things that you want to be looking at. Well, this is what we need to produce for an investor, a builder. This is what we need to, we've got to do the strip out, right? Then we've got to do the structural works, first fix. Then we've got to think about the fittings like kitchens, bathrooms, bedrooms, media walls. And then you've got your second fix. So you've got your first fix, plumbing, electrics, all M&E works, which is mechanical, electrical, plumbing, heating, underfloor heating. It depends on, there's so many different things and aspects. And one of the best things you could probably do is when you're looking at a schedule of works, the best thing to do is go onto ChatGTP and just say, I want a comprehensive, I'm buying a 3-bedroom C3 property. I'm moving it to C4, which is an HMO 6-bedroom, with extension, with a permitted development extension. And then ask it, what would the schedule of works, what descriptions would I be needing for it? At least you can build off of it. And I use ChatGPT quite a lot to do some of the work, mainly because I can be a bit lazy sometimes, but it helps a lot. So just think about, have a look at your own house and go, right, what do I need? For me to have this beautiful house and make it nice, what am I going to need? I'm going to strip stuff out. But also, when you're stripping stuff out of it, and as you get a bit more advanced, it's just not strip out. Let's take the floors up. Let's take the wallpaper off the walls. We've got to start looking for things like, do we have asbestos in the property? Generally, around the older houses back in the day, used to have the little coal sheds. Alternatively, around the fireplaces. So be aware, because that will all add up money. Structurally, are we going to do some steel work? Is it going to need lintels? Is it going to need steels? Are the walls, are even the walls structural or load bearing or non-load bearing? Then we're looking at the first fix. But the little tip for you here is, if you can, and if you've got a good network and you can lean on, and we're going to talk about builders in a moment, but if you can lean on people, bring them in, get advice from the professionals. So schedule of works, use ChatGTP, but just look around you what you need to do. And I talk about to the students and our clients on ETA is I use my senses as well when I'm going and viewing properties to find out what I'm going to need. And I use my sight. My 5 senses, my sight, my taste, I'm listening and I'm feeling, right? So what I'm saying about that is when I go on sites, when I'm doing the viewings, I'm trying to case out a property. I'm looking, like, first of all, my sight, like, what am I looking at? Obviously, you're going to use your eyes and say, like, what we're going to need. Then we've got the feel. I'm bouncing on the floors. I'm feeling the floors. What's the floorboards like? Is it a noisy house? Is it creaky? What's the stairs like? What's the taste? Now, taste. I'm not saying lick the walls, right? Do not lick walls when you go on viewings. I'm not saying that. But what's the taste? What's the taste? What's going to be the decor? What do you see? What do you envisage for your clientele, for your end user, your tenant type, as I say, your ICT, which is your ideal customer type, or alternative, if you really want to get into marketing, who's your avatar? Then like smell. What am I thinking about smell? Yeah, like some of these houses stink of piss anyway, right? But that's what you want, the smellier the pissy, the cheaper you can probably buy it. But here's the thing for you: can you smell damp? Can you smell wood rot as you get to know it? So use your senses and get around it. So anyway, I'm labouring a little bit on that because I get very passionate about that, because this is where you can really make some good money, but also save some good money as well. And here's a big one for you. This is really good for anyone really to do quick calculations, a meter squared guidance. And I've put it through different stuff, and I've had a look at my own stuff, and I've sort of come out with these numbers that will give you a good indication on a light refurb. And I'd write these down: light refurb, 500 to 800 square meters, but medium, 9 to 14, heavy, 15 to 2,500. And when I say 2,500, I'm pretty much going new build. I'm doing a block of flats, but I'm also allowing for 2,000 to 3,000 where I've got to put sprinkler systems in. I've got to put a lot more compliance in. Compliance is getting really heavy duty. So like on the medium refurbs, you're doing an HMO. You've gone from C3 to C4. You've got to put intermission strip, new lining sets in, fire check doors. And it wouldn't be surprised to me now they're pushing it towards SA and buy-to-lets now, especially with the decent homes and under the rent reform, the guys were talking about earlier. You can see the costs going up. However, these are just like good guide markers. Your job is, once you've done that, is to make sure that you can get all the product and that building for that amount of money. So yeah, I would absolutely recommend that if you're learning, and you're stacking deals, use them sort of metrics for it. And when I say 5 to 800 as well, is that it could be a different type of floor. You might not want to put a laminate down. You might want to put a semi-engineered flooring down, which is a lot more sexier. It's a lot more warmer. It just feels a lot better to walk on. You might want to put a nicer kitchen in there with a better quality appliance in. You might want to put a bit of granite in there. You might want to do the black crystal bathroom windows, with a shower screen. So you can sex it up a lot more. But that's why, just do your research as well. So when you're pricing, try to start building your mood boards, especially people who have got businesses, property businesses. You kind of want to be doing your own brand work. And so like these are how I want cookie cutter my SAs or my HMOs. This is what I need to look at. And then you can then start building your prices on the product. And as you get into the builds and getting more prices from builders, you'll start building your own schedule of what your pricing schedules. So hope that helps. So stage 3. Sorry, I always give a little tip at the end, and I keep forgetting to tell you. The biggest mistake new investors make is underestimating the scope of the works. This isn't right. Yes, the scope of the works. So here's the thing, and I'm sorry, just another one on that one. Hold on, wait a second, my screen's just gone blank. Right, just on this one. Here's it. I know everyone says the devil's in the detail. I'm going to say, sorry, devil's in the detail. I'm going to say the angel's in the detail. The more you can have more detail, the more information, the better it will be for your pricing. And here's the thing, though. It's going to take some hard work. So like, you've got to get into it. But I've always said there's 3 ways of making money in property. And if you do it, you can really do well. You make money when you buy it. You make money during, i.e. the build out, and then you make money on the exit. You've got 3 ways to make money on one deal. And it's really lucrative when you get that right. But here's the other thing. You've got to put the work in, right? You can't, and I'm going to say this with lots of love. Don't be lazy about it. Put the work in. So I will be talking, and I tell everyone on ETA, do the graft, put the graft in. Stage 3. So what we got on stage 3? So you're going to speak to Rob later, and there's going to be loads of questions, but there's 4 typical ways, routes to finance, to finance your refurbs. One is cash investors, your own cash. Try not to use your own cash. Try to use OPM, which is other people's money, in one form or the other. Not because you want to protect yourself, right? It's because you need that cash reserve just in case something happens, or you need to pivot with a situation. And I'll talk about the 10% contingency a little bit later. Bridging finance, development finance, joint ventures. Joint ventures are good. And I'm not going to use this this valuable time to talk about joint ventures, but it's really good. But only a couple of tips is have a joint venture agreement if you're working with a builder. Just ensure that you are absolutely knowing what each other is doing, right? So one of my best friends is a builder. I've got 2 best friends who are builders, and one of them we're going to do some work with on a development. And I did a joint, we had a chat with him. This is what you're doing. This is what I'm doing. And then I put it into a legal document. Honestly, I gave it to him, and he basically said, I won't blaspheme, but he basically says, I just read this. You hate me. I said, I don't hate you, but I'm going to marry you as my enemy so I can divorce you as my best friend. So we don't want any grey areas. So when we're working joint ventures, make sure that, especially for the refurbishments, everyone knows what they're doing and how it's going to operate. And if there's any grey areas, then have someone who will give you a consultation or will make a silent decision on the behalf of whoever the joint venture group is. Okay. And then development finance. Development finance is a no-brainer. It's a little bit more money. It's quite expensive, but what's expensive? Is it expensive in the grand scheme of things? The thing is, unless you've got a magic money tree, you're going to need pound notes to get your developments working. And the refurbishment side of it, that's going to add the equity, is an absolute must. So here's 4 ways to get your finance for your refurbs. Okay. Here's a little example. I can't see all of my screen here because I've got a little window on the bottom of it. But I did write this down to make sure I've just not missed any parts of it. So look, it's very simple one. Purchase 250, 80 grand refurb, 2 to 420. You're pretty much right bringing all your cash out of it. So 75. So like, I'm sure Rob's he's got his case studies. He's got his case studies. Later he'll show you a lot more. But people like Rob, you need to speak to him. And if you've got the deals, go for it. And the biggest one, and this is like that will return most of the capital. It's okay if a little bit of money's left in it. You know, not all of my deals, a lot of my deals don't actually pull all the money out of it. I leave some in there, but the return of investment is pretty much up there, which is great. And then on the next refinance, I'll pull the rest of the dollar out. Here's the thing, right? This is where you need to realize that the refurbs create equity. Refurbs create equity. Stage 3, stage 4, because I know I'm very conscious of time. So I've got another half hour. So stage 4, we're going to go build the right team. Now, refurbs, I love this, and I do call it a team sport. I'm a rugby coach. We love our football. You know, we're quite a sporty family. Actually, I look at refurbs are a team sport. It is a team, right? And if you get the team right, and you treat them as a team, but when you're doing it, try to take the position of the managing director of that project or the CEO of that project. Your job as property investors or developers is to create a team that are going to do the work for you, but that are all joined up and sequenced. And there's many people in the core team. I mean, like, there's a few I can talk about, but builders, architects, electricians, chippies, building contractors. Generally, I will use a building contractor where a principal contractor that will have all the trades on the bigger project. You got interior designers, architects, building control. Again, ChatGTP. Not every project you do is going to need a massive team, but start building that team now. Networking, recommendations, check a trade, check a trade and start, and you can interview them. Here's the thing though, if you want to start like getting everyone round for quotes, etc., they will get the ump, right, if they're not getting anything back off of it. So, you know, so here's the thing. It's okay to tell, especially if you're new, to tell a builder, I'm into property. This is my intention over the next 2 to 3 years. I'm going to need some help. Would you like to support me? And hopefully we can work together. There'll be a lot of builders that will actually help you, and same with architects and electricians and all that. Again, go to ChatGPT, put it in there, build, who do I need in my professional teams? You can actually put, I'm just generally doing 100 to 150,000 or 50 to 150,000 pound refurbishments. What is my power team I need? And it'll give you a list of it as well. But again, we talk about this on the ETA platform. Recruiting the right team. I would say once you've got your specification that we spoke about earlier in your scope of what you want doing and the detail, the angel is in the detail, the more scope that you've got for your project, whether that's done by you with the help of a builder, alternatively you bring a QS into it or you work with your architect to do it, then you can go out to a place, and then here's a magic number: 3 quotes. Get 3 quotes. You have 3 building teams out there. Go and get 3 quotes for them. Just don't give it to one builder. Always get 3 quotes. It's the golden rule in these. Because what you'll find sometimes, and a lot of the time actually, one will be really expensive, one will be really low, one will be in the middle, obviously. Generally, it's the one in the middle that I've always gone for, because, and here's a tip number 2. Whatever your specification is, them 3 builders or them 3 tenders go out exactly the same. It's got to be apples for apples. The minute you start going, oh, you know, builder A, here's your spec. Oh, actually, what I'll do with builder B, I'm going to add this, I'm going to take this away. And then builder C, actually, I didn't like that. I'm going to add this and take this away. Well, it's not apples for apples. It's not fair. It's not fair on yourself, because you're getting 3 quotes that are just not the same. So make sure they're apples for apples and pairs for pairs, and you're going to 3 builders. Here's the other thing: interview people. Go and have a cup of coffee with them. You know, just go and see them. Have a look at their portfolio. Have a look at their websites. Have a look at their. Have a look. Are they willing to have you call one of their customers or another investor they work? If they're willing to do that, you know you're on a sure winner. So that's a little insight into like building your core team, your perfect team. And here's the big one: good builders make you money. Bad builders will cost you a bloody fortune. I know. I can got a t-shirt. I can write a book on it, right? And I know my shit as well. And I still made a load of banana skins and slip ups. So yeah, that's why I get all passionate about it. And I want you to make money, and I want you to do very well for yourselves. Right. Then we have got stage 5, which is timelines, right? Project management. And generally, you know, there will be projects, and I still project manage my own stuff. But I just want to give you an indication of timelines. We generally will under-egg how long it will take, as in we will, you know, we'll lessen it. We'll always do on 2 things. We'll do it on a timeline and on cost, right? But if you're thinking about it and you've got a bit of a structure, then you've got a lot more safety there, right? But we will generally under-egg the time and cost of a project. But here's a little indication which I pretty much work to. So weeks 1 and 2, structural work, strip out. 3 to 5, first fix electrics, all the first fix. And of course, there's chippy work going on, roof might be fixed, etc. Week 6 to 8, plastering. Plastering and drying out, and then kitchens, bathrooms, installs, and then over a 3 month, and then decorations and completions. Now, this is just a guide for you that will give you a good stead of when you're doing the timelines and speaking to builders. Obviously, there will be there will be things that will take longer lead times, which I'll speak a little bit later on. So making sure that the refurbs are running in sequence. So like, are your trades are all sequenced to run? Because I'm telling you, one delay the entire project. Like if you ordered your windows quick enough, faster was going. If that walls are not drying out and you've not made it watertight or airtight, and it's not giving the drying time, it's going to hold up the painters, because the painters can't paint on wet walls. To tell you the truth, right? Trades will do what they need to do to get paid. If the walls are wet and they're sequenced in, then they're going to paint on it. What happens then? It bubbles up. Well, that's not my fault. You know, like we was booked in, we had to paint the walls, or it's not finished and they can't complete it, and then you've got to pay for people to come back. So be as rigid as you can with your project timetable and your schedules across them 3 months. The knock-on's incredible, but then the painters can't do it. So the painters can't do it, the floor layers can't do it. The floor layers can't go. If they can't put the floor down, they can't get the kitchens and the other stuff in. Can you see that one delay that we didn't order the windows? So be really on top of it. I'm not here to scare you. I'm really just trying to give you enough ammunition that you can hit your refurbishments hard and correctly. So stage 5, how are we doing for time? So stage 5, right? Sorry, did I miss stage 5? Yeah, sorry, that was stage 5. So stage 6, my apologies, right, of the 7 stages. So same as it is a big one for you. Many investors overlook this. Now, I'll put some examples in there, but just compliance, overall compliance. We just missed a lot. We missed a lot of things at the back end, throughout, but also prior. So have a compliance list. Again, I'll put a lot through ChatGPT if you're new, but a lot of you seasoned one will know this. But get your compliance right. Compliance at the moment. I was talking to an HMO officer the other day down in Medway in Kent, who was just signing off my license down there for moving a 5 to a 6 bed. We had all the extension and all that done. And she goes, the council are on you now, right? Especially with the rent reform stuff coming in. They just like the powers that they've got. She was telling me that if there is non-compliance in an HMO, for example, she was saying that they can now walk in and spot fine you. I said, well, without any, giving us a chance to put in the remedial action. She goes, no, the council are having the power. So like, things like what the CRM teacher was teaching us there with, what's it, Emily, I think it's Emily, was like, making sure your compliance is. So imagine on your refurbs, just make sure it's there. Like fire doors, if you need fire doors, that's a bad image of a fire door, by the way, right? Getting all your certification, just your fire compliance, your planning, your building compliance, but also your safety, obviously your gas and electrical, but compliance overall. I use Claude, I use ChatGPT to make sure all compliance before, but also make sure that whilst you're doing the build, everyone's compliant on it as well. Are your builders insured, and are you insured? We just been doing, I'm going to tell you a little story. We just been doing a client of ours. They bought an house. It's a beautiful house. They just had, we just done 4 bedrooms and a kitchen for them. The builders were on site, and it was an empty site, but they got broken into, and all the builder had about £5,000 worth of tools nicked. But unfortunately, someone wasn't insured. So mate. So what I'm saying is, that remind me, make sure that you have got the refurb insured whilst you're doing it. So compliance overall, make that a big yes for you. So then we're going to turn finally to stage 7, which I think should be in stage 1. Always know how you pay. That's what you're here for, right? We're going to get paid. We're going to change our lifestyles. We want to earn We want to, through property and getting into property, whatever it's SA, we want to get more cash flow. We want to make more capital appreciation. We want to take some lump sums out of it. Some people want to put their kids in a bit of private school, or you want to take the kids away from holiday, or you take the missus away, or you want to be financially free doing your 10, 20 grand extra earnings whilst you sleep. Know your exit, right? It's like, how many people go into it, goes, oh, I love a house. Oh, let me go and buy a house. Okay, what are you going to do with it whilst you've, you're putting paint on the walls, and you're going, right, what should I do with it? I don't really know. Know your exit, right? So what is it? Right? Is it going to sell it? You're going to sell it. Are you going to, you're obviously going to refinance it. Is it going to be a refi? You're holding money into it. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to hold it for rental and make money from the rent? Or, I mean, if it was a rental, who are you renting to? Is it going to be HMO? Is it going to be Is it going to be HMO? Is it going to be SA? Or is it going to be a supported living or asylum seekers? Or, there's so many different strategies. But like for the rental, why I'm sort of labouring on this part of it is that if you know that, then that's going to help you do your specification. No disrespect, and I say this with a lot of love, and I'm dealing with you're not going to put a 15 grand kitchen with a lump of granite into housing that's going to have a high turnover of asylum seekers. You're not going to do it, obviously, but it just helps you understand what's the exit, why you're doing it, how much money you're going to make from it. Now I need to then this is a specification it needs to suit. Alternatively, like there, are you leasing it to? Are you doing it on long-term leases to service providers? So that, my friends, is your 7 stages, really condensed in a box with a little bow around it. Hopefully, there's some stuff in there that might push you on, and hopefully, it's also going to encourage some questions. Do you want some bonuses? I can't see you. I'm assuming I'm seeing a loads of yeses. Yeah, bring it on, Rupert. I want bonuses. So I'm going to give you some bonuses. You ready? Can't see you. I can hear you. I feel your energy. Here we go. First bonus. This is for people. The 7 biggest refurbishment mistakes. Learned from yours truly. I'm passing on my pain without you getting pained. First one, buying the wrong property. Don't buy the wrong property. No, when I say that, but buy the property with intention. What's your exit? What's your funding? What do you want to do from it? How much you want to make from it? Buy the right property. Underestimating refurbishment costs. I think I've laboured on that a little bit. We go into less. We try to put a square peg in a round hole. Put a round peg in a round hole. No contingency. Now, I'm not a massive, as I've got better at what I do, and what I do teach people on the ETA platform is, yes, put a contingency. Everyone say, right, it's £100,000 refurbishment. I'm going to put a 10% in. So you've got 10 grand in your back pocket. Fine. But as you get better and as you learn more, what I'm looking for is, I look at a thing called provisions. But so people go in with no contingency, at least have a 10%, 10 to 15% contingency. But as you get better, I will go, right, I can see everything. I know what everything's going to cost. I just know my onions. However, in that roof, I'm really not confident about what it's going to be like when we start stripping it back. So then I'll put a provision for extra amount of money just in case for that roof area. So what I'm doing is like there's a bit of damp coming off the flank wall, past that guttering, but until we bring the floor up, I don't know if it's coming from up or down or through, but I do know it's there. So I'm going to leave a small contingency for that. So what I'm doing there is now I'm pinpointing certain areas, but that will come through experience. At least a minimum 10% contingency. Square peg in a square hole by just having that little bit of money there. Poor builder management, please, right? Please talk to your builders. Be on top of them. Treat them as your own staff, right? You're going to talk to them. You're going to communicate. Don't talk down to them. Don't let them get on. Manage them. Imagine that like they're part of your team, part of your business family. Changing the scope, like the mid scope. I'm not talking about little tweaks that are agreed. But when you start doing macro changes, it just mucks everything up, right? This is why prior planning prevents a piss poor performance. So prior planning is really, really important. Now, little tweaks. Here's a little tip for you within a bonus. If you are gonna do little tweaks, make sure the whole team know and it's emailed and communicated. Really important. So, communicate the small details, sweat on the small stuff, because if you're not sweating on the small stuff, it can turn into a bigger problem. And then over specifying the finish. I want to do two parts here. If I'm going to give you a bonus, another little bonus. Over specifying the finish, like I was saying there, we're not going to put, slabs of granite into a supported living accommodation or a high turnover operation, right? So don't over specify, don't understand. So just and this is all your research, having a look at your target area, what sort of properties, what does, I use street check, what's the demographics, what's the demographics of the people around that area, and then sort of that, then it builds out the specification for me. Okay. And having that no clear exit strategy, that was one of my biggest mistakes. And I think I've grafted on that. Are we happy with that? Oh, here's what I've got. So those that you are pro investors, and I think I've covered this off a little bit more. Always order. I put kitchens in there because kitchens and long lead time stuff, windows, kitchens. When do we start looking at kitchens? I think Tracy alluded to it earlier. When you're starting to look at ordering your windows, you want to start looking at ordering your kitchen. Because it takes time because of the design changes or stuff. Here's a little rule of thumb. The minute you get the architect's drawings, you want to be starting to design the interiors, because everyone's going to need, especially on site, and as you're doing the refurbs, they're going to need drawings. They're going to need to know where everything goes, especially electrical and plumbing. Visit sites weekly. Now, it might be, if you're a remote investor, it might be a bit difficult. But I've got about 3 or 4 refurbishments on the go, and I've done about 40 or 50 small to large refurbishments in the last 3 or 4 years. Some have been like one of my furthest ones, considering I'm in the depths of Southeast London. One was up in Daventry. You know what? It's 2026. Technology is amazing, right? Everyone's got video phones. You can do video walkthroughs and walk rounds, photos. It's there. But if you can do a physical one, at least bi-weekly, do it. I highly recommend it. Pay the bills on milestones, not weekly wages. Really important. Tranche payments on milestones. And photograph everything for refinance evidence. Because when you do that and you're doing the refurb and you're showing a valuer the efforts and the quality of work that you put through, it really makes a difference. It could be another 10% on your reval price. And always keep, so I did that with a contingency of 10% as a cash reserve. Final little formula: deal plus the numbers plus the team plus the process equals your profit. Refurbishments isn't about being lucky, and it's just like systems. Here's the thing: systems are not cages, they are freedom. It gives you more freedom, headspace. Create a system on your refurbishments, on how you stop, how you're stacking deals, how you're building out your refurbishments, systems. And this is what them 7 stages is pretty much a repeatable systems. The basics done the best will be extremely profitable for you. Hope that help people. And that's me. Excellent. Any more stuff? There you go. Thanks for listening.
Hello, Rupen. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Shall I stop staring there? Stop sharing.
Yeah, well, but leave your details up. I do like to see the details left up, something we can scan. A little bit of you, Rupen, on the screen is always a bonus.
Oh, it's lovely. So I've got some high cheekbones and chiseled features.
Well, it's a bit more than that, actually. I've met you many a time. I mean, look, I'm an Essex boy. You're Southeast London. You have a way of explaining things so beautifully simple that you're so magnetic that you're just a wonderful, wonderful person. And I know you're very caring as well. And so I just wanted to say thank you from me and Mark for your honesty, your authenticity. and really telling us how it is, because I could write the other half of that book with you on things that go wrong in development. You know as well as I do that it's feast and famine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's if you get it right. Look, we're all going to make mistakes, James. Even like I teach it, and I still make some banana skins. Like I'm using the word banana skins because I can't say my normal vocabulary.
I know what you want to say.
Yeah, and there's a lot to learn from it. But coming onto this and listening to this, so I love sharing it. Because I'm still going to do what I'm doing. Hopefully we'll work with some new people in the future. But ultimately, if this saves someone, and here's the thing. On £100,000 refurb, which is quite easy to do, right? On 100 grand, 5% error is a real nasty kick in the shins, right?
Yeah.
It's a nasty, and then that's 5 grand, like 5% could then, because ultimately that 5 grand is up against your ROI and the cost goes up. So then it doesn't, a lucrative deal, 10%, 15% out, makes a lucrative deal and not so lucrative deal.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think, Rupert, this is the thing. You cannot hand any project over to a builder and expect them to do all of it. Things like utilities, things like building control. I've made mistakes thinking, well, I've paid a builder, surely they'll just give me a set of keys at some point. And I really have suffered with that. So what advice would you give someone on keeping an eye on what needs doing?
I think so. If you're capable of doing it, there's some people are not so techie. I always keep a Gantt chart of where we're at. So you're talking about timelines, James?
Well, compliance, building control compliance, making sure the right photographs are taken, making sure we're following the plans. These are all assumptions that you'd think a builder would do. But I've had builders go, well, whose job was it to ring the utilities company? And you're like, what? Yeah. And you know how long that takes to get supplies in. Just is that really what we all should be doing? Looking at the Gantt chart and really making sure that we're ticking off the deadlines as we go.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like anything you do. What you measure, right? So you can only manage what you measure. Yeah, so if you're managing, if you've got a dartboard, you can aim at the dartboard, right? But if you haven't got a dartboard, you're throwing air, you don't know where you're going to go. So just make sure that you've got that time scale, and then ensure that we've got all the compliance done. But also lean on the professionals. So you speak to your architect, if there's an architect, and people are going to, without a doubt. People, sorry, I'm just going to say the way I want to is, but people, like not all projects are going to have architects, but make a phone call. Like the internet's amazing. So what am I going to need? Like I said there, I don't know if you heard it, but talking about what am I going to need to be compliant, or what am I going to need for compliance with building regs and photography and all that, put it through chat or called or something like that.
No, I mean, it's so much easier now, isn't it? Go back a couple of years, we were having to do this all ourselves. But you are right, ChatGPT, nice and simple. I think one of the tips that I learned is, speak to a building control officer and ask them who they'd recommend as a builder. Because it's just such an easy thing to do. But because at the end of the day, getting a building control certificate, that will knock the wind out of you if you haven't got the photographs, if you haven't got the SAT calcs, if you know what I'm saying. So you really want the building control person to recommend the builder, because you know that you're going to get an easier ride at the end. Would you agree?
Yeah, or the architects, right? Just like recommendation is amazing, and just and here's an old one, right, James? If you don't ask, you don't get.
Yes. It's
really simple. It's like I've been dealing with builders. I've still got brickies. I've still got builders that I met in 96 that I'm still with. But I'm dealing with their sons or whoever's running. But you build that network. You build that network. Just ask, lean on people, lean on professionals. There's so much in 2026. There's so much information out there. the best one is like I mean, you was talking about it. We go on that platform, and I'll have an hour. I was on the platform last month, Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
And we was talking to Rob, and it was just like one little thing, and he's like, "Come out." We just showed us the house, and we built a house out for him within an hour, like loads of ideas.
Whole structured deal, wasn't it?
Yeah, the whole structured deal ended up knocking a house down and building a cul-de-sac.
Ruben, can you share your side?
That's the funny thing, isn't it, Ruben? Sometimes you're better off starting again. Just knock it down. I agree with that. Listen, I just want to run through the questions, make sure I've got all the questions answered.
Just a quick one. While you're doing that, James, sorry. Ruben, a couple of people just want to see your bonus slide again. Apparently it was a bit quick. So we could just bang that back on for people.
So I share again, right? All right.
Yes, please, mate. You do that and we'll bring it to stage.
I'll just hold the questions for a minute, James, and let me just quickly get this up. And then share screen, and then where am I? There you go. I'm more of a Zoom man, right? So I'm getting there.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
There we go. Here we are.
So I'm going to go, right, I've got bonuses. Right, bear with. There you go. That's the first ones.
Yeah. There's some good advice there. Right, I'll ask a question then quickly. Rupert, Caroline's asked, do you recommend staging companies and that cost versus doing it yourself when it's over 100 miles away? So, you know, would you stage a property yourself? Would you recommend outsourcing it? I know what you're going to say, but tell us.
Okay, so I've got a couple of things on that. I'm just going to go to the other bonus quickly, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
The pro one. 1 minute, James, and I'll be with you, buddy.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, sorry. 1 minute. Oh, God. Okay, that's the other one. So everyone does a screenshot of that.
Yeah, take a picture. Got it.
Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I think, oh no, I'll do the formula for you as well. There's that.
Whoa, you got a bonus ball, isn't it? Got it.
There you go. There you go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop sharing. There you go.
The only problem is, Rupert, at the end of mine, I always get equals 0. There's no profit at the end. Anyway, that's for another day.
Maybe you need to get some refurbishment training from me.
I need to move back to Chatham, I think.
Yeah.
Would you recommend outsourcing the staging if it was over 100 miles away?
Would I recommend staging? I'd recommend staging. Yeah, I mean, like, it's going to be stages. Who's asked that question? So I can know name.
It's Caroline Slan.
Caroline, yeah, it's a good question. But are you saying, like, when you're saying staging, there's stages 100 miles away from you? You know, just get stager in.
What she's saying is, at what point would you outsource it? I think that's what she's saying.
And this is, and again, I'll say this with love, right? The stage I'd do it is when you don't want to travel that far. But you know, or you know, if you got a local stager and then you say, "I'll go and stage this 100 mile," all you're doing is paying costs. But with the stages at the moment, there's some good stages in that area. Like, here's the other little bit. We've been staging through ChatGTP, taking some really good photos and putting it through ChatGTP and say, "Stage this for us, please." all stagers. Stagers going to hate me saying this, but we've had some really good. We use it with the kitchens as well. Like when we do some kitchens and it's not staged, we put it through ChatGPT and it dresses it all for you.
Yeah, no, that's good advice. Thank you very much for that. This is a good comment actually from Philip Hannibal. Hi, Philip. I always approach builders with a trust but verify approach. I like that. I'd expect that from you, Philip. And like you said, Rupert, just check them out. You know, if they're doing some work in your street, wait for the builders to go home, tap on the door and ask the client how they're getting on. You know, what's it like? Are they leaving a mess? Are they good? You are right with sometimes it's too easy to jump in bed with the wrong builder, isn't it, Rupert? Rather than the embarrassment of checking them out, you know? So
like, you know, it's business. I call it a business marriage. So, you know, you're not going to marry. For me, I wasn't going to marry the night on the first date. Right? I'm going to have some dates with them, right? I want to go dancing with them for a little while. But no, what I mean by that is, you know, see their work, talk to their clients, go and see the whites of their eyes, look at their body language, like, well, how are they talking? Also, are they aligned with your values? Are they aligned with you? And are you aligned with them? And that's really important. And when you get that energy flow, and I don't want to go all James White woo-woo on everyone, right? Because I love it. But you know what I mean, James, right? It's like once you get that energy, you get that good relation, and you see that project. And it sounds a little bit pink and fluffy, but it's really important. But yeah, knock on the door. Do you mind me talking to the client? I'm having some building done here. But yeah, it's building that relationship. It's a no-like trust.
It's all about relationships, Rupert. It's a bit about property at the end. It's all about people, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. What did Phil ask though? Mr. Hannibal. Yeah, he's an absolute superstar, Mr. Hannibal. Got a lot of time for Phil.
A statement. I always approach builders with a trust but verify approach. So he's really given us a bit of a statement. There's some good advice there.
So here's a little. It's more. It comes out from my manner. Trust everyone, trust no one. What I'm saying is delegate but validate.
Yeah. I love it. And marrying the enemy and divorcing as better. Oh, that was just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So true, that is.
Yeah, so no, don't lick any walls, Caroline. Please don't lick the walls, mate. No, don't do that. You got the bonus slides. And then, yeah, good. Is there any more questions on there, James?
I can't find any more, unless anybody's got any more.
I've got a quick LinkedIn. I'm a bit ropey on LinkedIn, mate. But I will. I've got a social manager fella who's going to get me on LinkedIn. I just find it a bit clunky. I'm more Instagram and Facebook, or just pick up the phone and call me.
One quick question, Rupert, and I really wanted to ask you this: is how do you work out GDV?
Oh, so what I was saying is,
you ain't listening to estate agents, surely. How do you work?
I do. Well, I do both. It's probably a three-way prong attack. One is first is comparables. I'm looking at comparables and making some experienced assumptions on pricing.
Yeah.
I also, especially at networking meetings and people who are in that area, I talk to fellow property investors. You know what I do love about the property market with the property investor space is, we're all about sharing, and sometimes your competitor can also be your business partner, right? So, like how you getting on? I'm working in Chatham. I've got a strategy down there. I think, Mark, you've been there into that project, right? Down in that Scots. I talked to 2 or 3 HMO operators in there. You know what? None of them said, do one or give me an FO tablet. They all helped us. They all helped us, James. And
that's good then, and then that's how it should be, Rupert. Why don't we share best practice? Why don't we all work together to make it lucrative at the end? We shouldn't be just sort of. It's like when you're at school and you're covering up your answers. Why are we doing that? Why don't we just all agree on what we should be doing?
Yeah, and you know what? And it's rhetorical because it's a two-way street. Because these other investors, they'll come to you eventually, and there can be some wonderful partnerships or good friendships made as well, because everyone wants to make money, right? Everyone wants to, everyone's got a why. Everyone's got a why. So
but you've got a kitchen in your pocket as well. You open up your coat like you're East Ender. Yeah, I've got a kitchen here for you. You've got that as well, haven't you?
Kitchen's down this side. Bedroom's down this side. Got media walls here. Utilities here. Right?
You've got it all. You've got it all.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you ever so much. Sean says, who's your favorite kitchen supplier? I think it goes without saying. It says it on his jumper, KWT. Tracy earlier, his lovely wife. He might have been saying that as jest, but I just wanted to check on that. But thank you ever so much, Rupert. Great presentation as always. Again, I always say, hand on heart, it's great to have you on the ETA platform as it is most of these other speakers that we've got here today. So as I say, if you're struggling out there in the property investing world, you need a bit of help or anything, Education to Action is here to help you. This is why we put this day on as well. But a great presentation as always, mate. And thank you ever so much for your time today.
Excellent. Well done, everyone. Good luck, everybody. Nice one.
Great stuff. Great stuff. So we've had a great day so far, and we haven't finished yet. We've still got 2 more amazing speakers coming up. So if you missed our speakers this morning, I started the day off going through the best cash flowing strategies for 2026. We had Anthony and Alison talking about the Renters' Right Bill and everything that you need to know. That was such an in-depth session. It was amazing. Then we had James Wyatt removing your mental blockers and making sure that nothing's stopping you. We then had Tracy Patel, Rupen's a better half, let's say it that way, shall we? Talking about your designs and your kitchen designs and everything. And then we moved into the afternoon session. We've had no breaks. We've just jumped straight into it all. Then we had the lovely Holly Jennings, who was showing us her CRM system and realistically how you can maximize those property deals that you're finding. Rupen's just gone through how to structure and put together your refurbishment projects. And next we will have the lovely Emily McTammany joining us, talking about supported living and social housing and how that could be the answer for your property investing in 2026. And to round the day up, we have Rob Peters joining us, and he is going to share some case studies and really go through how you can use traditional methods of financing to do deals that you probably didn't know that you could use. So we've still got a great session here. We are still rocking and a rolling. As I'd like to say, today's event is sponsored by our property investing community, Education to Action, taking the knowledge that you have and helping you take all of the steps with the mentors and coaches there. So do feel free to check out that platform. If you want to have a go, you can check it out for just £1. So that leads me now to our next specialist, our next insights as well. I'm going to bring Emily to the stage. She's a fantastic business lady. She's done lots of different strategies herself, which she'll tell you all about. It's amazing that she's given us the time today to come and speak to us about something that's quite close to her heart, which is social housing and supportive living. And of course, it could be a tool or it could be a strategy that you want to use on property investings or property investments that you're finding as you're going forward. Hello, Emily. Great to have you on today. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, Mark?
I'm very well. I'm very well. Thank you very much. And it's an absolute pleasure to have you. So without further ado, I shall give you the stage and leave you to it. Thank you ever so much. And I'm looking forward to this one.
Thank you. Right. Can you see that? Does that look okay?
Yep. All good.
Cool. Right. So, thank you for having me, first of all. I'm really excited to come on here and speak a little bit about supported living and social housing. I think this is a strategy which is getting a lot of attention at the moment. Naturally, it's a really good strategy for investors, but there's also the side to it that is, social impact as well. So I'm going to touch on that a little bit today. I think that this is definitely quite a hot topic in the property world at the moment, and part of that is just because buy-to-let is naturally not going in the right direction. So this just provides a little bit of a safer exit strategy. So yeah, we're going to get into it. So at the moment in the UK, what we do have is a housing crisis. So it's something that has been around for a while. It's something that's not getting better. So what I'm going to do is talk a little bit more on social housing. I think that sometimes people kind of cross between supported housing. There's so many terms out there, and that it's really important to differentiate the two things. Social housing generally, from an investor's point of view, what we would be looking at is sort of leasing to a provider who's going to use the property for temporary accommodation, emergency housing. There'll be different terms out there, but they all kind of fall under the same thing. At the moment, statistics, there are a lot of families and a lot of children who are on waiting lists for council housing at the moment. And what we are seeing is year on year, that gap is actually widening. It's actually getting a lot worse. So from an investor's point of view, it's something for us, it's, it's a social impact of doing something in housing vulnerable people, which is fantastic. But also it's a bit of a recession-proof property strategy as well. So the opportunity for landlords, this is what we've got at the moment. So with obviously buy-to-let, naturally, we'll touch on that later. I know we've probably chatted on it before. It is not ideal at the moment. I think that having a lease with a provider is a lot more secure. Now, what you would have with this is generally a longer term lease. So it can be anywhere from 5 to 25 years. In some cases, it might be shorter, sort of 3 years. But what you are doing is essentially leasing your property to a company rather than the tenant. And this is really key for us to talk about as well, because in temporary accommodation, there's so many times out there that the council call them customers, they might call them clients. What they are not are tenants. So kind of like service accommodation, they essentially, they're on guest licenses rather than AST. So you've got the control over the property as well, which is really important. You've obviously got the long-term stability as well. Generally, the maintenance is taken care of. And in some cases, you will get a little bit above market. It really depends on the provider. And then there's the social impact as well. I mean, housing people who are coming out of like B&Bs, or they perhaps have not had a very nice experience and there's a reason for them having to move, you know, out of the family home. I think that's really key. I mean, everyone's here because we're running a property business, but that's also quite a nice thing to think about with this strategy. So essentially, the UK housing crisis is getting worse, and there's always going to be a need for temporary accommodation, which is what we're looking at in sort of social housing today. What is happening at the moment is a lot of councils are utilising sort of like hotels and B&Bs, and they're starting to sort of clamp down on that, because it's not suitable for someone to be, you know, with children in that type of accommodation long term. So for private landlords, where we've got the stock that's ready and available to go, this is a really good opportunity for us to be leasing to the housing associations, who are then dealing with the council and getting those nightly paid accommodations. So supported living is slightly different. So I just wanted to start by explaining a little bit about social housing and what that looks like, and then touching on supported living, and then coming back to what that would actually look like in a real life example for properties that people here may have or may be looking to kind of add into their portfolio over sort of coming months or years. So supported living is actually quite different. I think, like I said before, there's so many times out there that it can get quite confusing. And ultimately for us, what we're kind of interested in is not so much the tenant type, because we don't see what happens beyond that lease. That's the beauty of this strategy. It's more so sort of the funding and the margins and what that might look like to you and I as a lease. So supported living is different. Now, a lot of people get it confused with sort of care or care homes. Supported living is not that. It is someone who requires an element of support. Temporary accommodation is different. That is where someone just needs the accommodation. They do not need support. You know, they do not need a care worker. They're two different things. But your leases, essentially with the provider, they're going to look the same. So tenants in a supported living lease, they hold a tenancy, but that tenancy is with the provider who you are leasing to. So a little bit about how it works. So as a property investor, your lease would be with either a care provider or a housing association or a charity. It's never going to be with the end tenant, the end customer, the end user. So essentially what we're doing here is a company let. So the first benefit to that is you've got complete control over the property. with an AST, and especially all the rules and regulations that are coming into play, with a company let, naturally, if they were to ever say default on rent or anything like that, you are within your rights to get rid of them immediately. We don't have that pleasure with tenants, unfortunately, with it being their main residential home. So that is quite important. Also with sort of proposed changes that are coming in, sort of May onwards, where we're looking at having, say, rolling monthly tenancies. This is going to be fixed, okay? So the shortest lease that we generally do would be sort of 3 years. Generally it's 5, it can be up to 25 years as well. So that is what I'd say sort of a set and forget type strategy. And again, yeah, we've got the benefit of it being a company. The funding, this is really important as well. So when you lease to a company, being a housing association, a charity, a care provider, whatever they might be, the way that they are getting paid is directly by a local authority. Generally through housing benefit, it depends on kind of which route it goes down, but essentially what that means is it's and we hear this term being flown around, it's government backed, but they are being paid in order to pay you, and that's really, really important. Whereas obviously with a normal tenant, we're relying on income, circumstances change. We know that they're constantly having that stream of funding, which means us as a landlord, we are safe, we know our rent is going to get paid on time. So yeah, the rent is paid by the provider to the landlord, and then they are receiving the money from the council and then the government. The other key benefit to this type of strategy, so it's I think with sort of your residential leasing, what a lot of people don't account for, and I see it quite a lot, is actually your voids and actually your management as well, and your maintenance. So if you have, constant issues throughout the year, that can really eat into your profit margins. Generally, with these types of leases, again, it varies. It varies depending on sort of the provider that you go with, but they will take care of a lot of the management, and they'll take care of the maintenance, and they'll take care of sort of minor repairs and things like that. Generally, with the longer leases, it's a full FRA, so they'll take care of everything. Usually what we see is it will be more of like an internal, and it will kind of go that way. So exempt accommodation. So I thought, what's the easiest way to try and explain this? Essentially, exempt accommodation means that certain sort of providers, they're not capped by local housing allowance, which in short, in plain English, what this means is they have higher budgets, which means they can pay more for certain properties. So it's more to do with, the care side of it, if they need amendments and things like that. It means that they've got a bigger budget to pay the rent, which is really important. And this is something that for us is quite important when it comes to sort of a longer lease, because we'll get into sort of commercial value and how that affects that. So the care provider, so again, there are sort of different different providers out there. So you may end up leasing to a charity, a care provider, a housing association. Essentially, their role is to deal with the end user who's in the property. So they would be responsible for speaking to the tenant, making sure they're okay. If they've got issues with the property day to day, they would deal with that. In terms of maintenance as well, they generally have sort of their own management teams that are in place to deal with that. And then compliance. So again, it's really important to note that depending on which route you go down, you may still have some responsibility, for example, to maintain your normal compliance, like your gas safety, your EICRs, your EPCs. But in terms of like servicing boilers and bits and bobs like that, generally that's taken care of. The exception to that is if you've got a longer term lease, when we're sort of getting to 10, 15, 20-year leases, everything is taken care of within that. So why are landlords walking away from buy-to-let? So I think there has been a real surge of interest in supported living and social housing recently. And I think that's got a lot to do with the changes that are coming in around sort of buy-to-lets. Everyone's looking for a new strategy. A lot of people are just selling up at the moment. And that's got a lot to do with, as we know, in short, it's becoming more stressful. It's becoming less financially viable. It's not really making much sense. And this kind of fixes a lot of those problems. If you're looking to hold staff and hold a portfolio and lease it out, you don't have these same problems that we've got with standard buy-to-lets. So, touching back on the lease agreement and understanding them, FRI leases, yes, we tend to see them with the longer term. That generally is going to fall under sort of social housing more so, your 10, 15, 20, up to 25-year leases. Those are generally going to be FRI leases. So they are responsible for the boilers, they're responsible for the day-to-day maintenance, they're responsible for the compliance around the property. With the shorter leases, it's key to understand that generally it's what I'd call sort of a light FRI rather. So it's more internal, structural, remains your responsibility. Occasionally, sort of the plumbing and the heating will still remain your responsibility. I think it's really important to note that as we go along, because this is a fantastic strategy, but there are a lot of things to consider with it as well. So guaranteed rent, ultimately that's something, and again, we're going to touch on this because there's conditions to it and there's things to consider. But with this type of strategy, there is always going to be funding. Your rent is going to be as guaranteed as you can get it, essentially. So government-backed funding. So just to touch on this again, essentially, the provider who is going to lease the property from yourselves, they are going to get funding from local authorities, meaning councils. Okay, so they've got certain budgets, again, depending on who their end user or the end tenant or end customer, whatever you want to call them, they're going to have certain pots of money, which is essentially funded by the government, goes to the council, goes to the provider. And that de-risks it in the sense that unlike or instead of that, you know, you had a residential tenant in there, you are relying on income. There are providers out there who don't necessarily have sort of contracts behind them, and it's something that I'll come back to later. And I think it's more to explain that this, you know, there are risks to every strategy and this isn't picture perfect. I see a lot of content out there that kind of explains supported living, you know, care leases, they're so fantastic, there's no problems with them. But you do need to know what to look for as well, because there are sort of new providers out there who are potentially just crossing their fingers and hoping to get a contract and leasing property, and that's where the problems can arise. So the other thing to consider with this, especially something like social housing, especially the temporary accommodation route. So if a housing association was to lease your property from you, temporary accommodation is not something where they will stay in the property for a guaranteed period of time. Ultimately, it's a stop fill. It's an interim solution for the council to house people before they're moved on into longer term accommodation. So what that means is if they were to rent your property from you and they had, we might call it a booking, say for 2 weeks, and then they didn't get another one for 3, that's never going to be your problem, because you get your rent at the start or the end of the month, however it falls, and those voids are essentially all on them. You know, they're the ones doing the move-ins and the move-outs. So that's really quite important. I think that when people compare numbers, you know, to sort of the residential market, I don't really see a lot of the time people accounting for, well, actually I might only have a tenant for 6 months and then I'll have to remarket it and it might be empty for 2. And that's something that's really important. You know, if you've taken on a 5-year lease, it does not matter whether they've managed to fill it. It doesn't matter whether they've only had a few people in there. That's never going to be something that concerns you. You get your rent on time every month. And it's predictable as well. So I know we've touched a lot on, you know, potentially this is an alternative strategy for buy-to-let, but also serviced accommodation. So we've done a lot of work with old properties that were running a serviced accommodation, and they were just a little bit inconsistent. I think anyone here who's done serviced accommodation, you know it can run like this, especially if you're leasing the properties as well. And with this model, you essentially know what you're getting every single month. So if you're running a serviced accommodation and you move it over, you know, January, you're not going to be struggling to sleep at night, which, yeah, it's always the worst month for SA. So moving on, maintenance and management. So just a little bit of side by side for what it would look like. Traditional management, so naturally we would assume that you're self-managing, but even if you've got a management agent, the other thing to consider with that is you would be paying them out of your rent, whereas generally when we're leasing to a supported living provider, they are managing within the rent, if that makes sense. So you're not losing that margin. Management fees are really expensive now for residential lettings. They are starting to creep up. And ultimately, despite having a manager in there, if you've run into problems with rent and getting rent paid on time, there's not an awful lot you can do about it. And we all know that's going to get a little bit worse. So supported living, so in short, if it is leased by a charity, a housing association, a care provider, you will never deal with the tenants, okay? The tenant, the customer, the client, whatever we want to call them, you'll never deal with them. They're never going to be your concern. They are being managed by the company that is leasing your property. So your only dealings will ever be with them. And generally, because we know that management is taken care of, the only dealings you're really going to have is them paying the rent. So the provider handles all of the maintenance. We know we've got no voids. Rent arrears, again, we'll come back to sort of the strength of providers and things to be wary of, but you're generally going to get rent on time. So a truly passive hands-off income, it's about as passive as you can get, conditional to getting a really strong provider in there. So a few things to consider, and again, it depends which route we go down. So social housing, you know, whether that's temporary accommodation or actually you rent to the council and you're doing private sort of social housing, the property standards and the compliance isn't always the same for a residential tenant. So, of course, we need our standard stuff, our EPC, EICR, gas safety. Sometimes there are additional bits of compliance that we need to consider. One is Legionella testing. Certain providers like to have that in place. Another might be asbestos. we want to have a test for that. It really does vary, but it's something to be in the know about, that your standard compliance doesn't always cut it. When it comes to going more down supported living and a little bit more specialist, there may be additional things like fire risk assessments. We may need emergency lighting. We may actually need to do some adaptations to the property to make it suitable for the end tenant as well. So with some of the properties that we've kind of helped deal with in the past, what that looks like to you as a property owner is the provider would take over the lease of the property, and actually they would fund and pay for adaptations. So that might be a ramp, for example, for a wheelchair user. It might be that they put in a wet room downstairs because it's suitable for the person who's going to use that property. The key thing to note with that is generally it's done at their expense, and whenever you get the property back, it looks the way you gave it to them. But it's just things to be aware of, that it's not always a case of here's a property, there you go. Rather, we've got to ensure the property is suitable for what they need as well. So, speaking on the most important part for a lot of people here, we're all here for business. Financially, what does it look like? So we've touched on all the benefits of doing, a company let to a provider. Why is that better than serviced accommodation or buy-to-let? We know now longer term leases, less hassle, maintenance is generally covered, voids aren't really a problem. But how does it look financially? And I think this is really important because there is a little bit of misinformation out there. And again, I'll go back to my point that there are so many providers out there, and all of them will have different budgets. And depending on the sort of end user in the property, they're going to have bigger, pots to play with, if you like. And that being said, they are still running a business. So as Mark always likes to say, it's always about finding a win-win. So a traditional buy-to-let, again, we've touched on all of the issues that comes with. I'm not really keen on buy-to-let. I think I've expressed that on this call. Now, we know that, we can see what our yields look like on that. We also know, I've noted here 6 to 12 month ASTs. That could end up looking like monthly rolling after May as well. So with supported living, and I'm going to be really careful how I explain this one, because again, it varies. Some supported living leases actually look closer to market rent. So if you've got a 3-bed bungalow, just for an example, and you can get 1,200, you may only end up getting £1,300 for it, but you would get it on a longer term lease. So the way I would look at that is, well, I haven't got to deal with any voids, I haven't got any maintenance, I set and forget it, and also I might have the commercial uplift, which we'll come to a little bit later. However, with certain types of supported living, and a really good example I put here is like an HMO, for example. They may have, if they've got sort of a higher needs end user in there, they would naturally have a larger budget per bedroom. So that's the ones where we can start getting, above market rent. It's it's done in a different way. Generally with your long term, so you really, really long term stuff like your 10 years and your 25, your specialized leases, those are the ones that actually you may end up getting below market rent or somewhere in between your LHA and your market rent. But you've also got your property leased for 25 years. So it does vary. There are instances where you'll get market rent, but all the benefits on a long-term lease. There are instances where you will get significantly above market rent, but it might be shorter term. It will probably need a lot of adaptations. And that's just really key to think about. So what we have at the moment, so just going back to sort of the start, we know that we have essentially a housing crisis. That's where we're at. Now, the local authority, they have a legal obligation to house vulnerable adults. So whether that is someone who is in need of a long-term housing solution, so it's temporary accommodation, whether it's a care leaver, so it's a child who grew up in care and now they're sort of being moved on to the next step. Whatever that looks like, it all falls under the local authority. What we have at the moment, and I actually read a really interesting statistic the other day, and I think it was 2024, but actually more sort of council social houses were sold and demolished than actually built. So the problem's getting progressively worse. Now, what do we have as property owners, portfolio owners, landlords, and people looking to develop portfolios? Well, we have instant stock to essentially fill that gap. We know that the demand is there and the supply is not. With that, number one, ultimately we're getting a better return. We've got a more hands-off approach. It's a safer exit strategy than the alternatives. But with that, you've got a social purpose as well. You are genuinely helping people that need it. And I don't think that's spoken about enough in our industry. So the other benefit to this type of strategy is your commercial valuation. So I did a little post on this the other day. And again, it's one that I see flying around, but there's buts to it. So I'm always going to give you the things to consider with it. So your traditional valuation, and I think this is a nice sort of example for this one might be, say, a BRR deal. So you'd buy a property, you're going to do, crunch all your numbers, you do your refurb, and then you've got your end value. And that is going to be based on bricks and mortar. Local market rent, we're going to assume with that one that we're going to put a tenant or a family in that. Commercial valuation is slightly different. It's actually based on the commercial yield, in plain English, how much the property makes and the commercial element of that property. Long-term leases are really key here. And I'm going to do a little case study a little bit later on that. But essentially, you've got not only the cash flow of potentially a much better deal. So if you've got, say, an HMO and you're renting it room by room to a supported living operator, you're making more money, but you've then also got the option to pull the commercial value of that property out, refinance it and go again. And that's what a lot of people are doing to grow their portfolios. So we'll go into that a little bit more later. So property transformation. So for this particular strategy, we've kind of just assumed, okay, well, we might have just sort of regular 3-bed terrace houses or family homes or bungalows. But actually, there's a way we can be a little bit more strategic with this as well. So I can give you a really good, really simple example. We had a property not too long ago. It's actually in the East Midlands, and it was a 2-bed bungalow. But because it was a 2-bed bungalow and it had another reception room, we essentially put a partition wall in, and then we could sleep 3 people in there. And naturally, the owner of that property got more rent. So kind of how you would, just with a normal BRR deal, creating extra bed spaces is really quite key and something to consider with this strategy, especially for supported living, but also for social housing, so temporary accommodation. A lot of providers, they will, and it's interesting. So I think landlords that are new to the space will kind of have their property and they'll go, well, it's really lovely and it's had a brand new kitchen in. in simple terms, providers don't care. They don't care whether it's got, it's got to be compliant and clean and, decent standard, but they don't care whether you've got Howden's Kitchen or whether you sourced it from France. What they are doing in their head is bed space, bed space, bed space. That's how much we can give you. So if we create more bed spaces, there's going to be more margin and more rent for us. Larger family homes, HMOs. HMOs are an interesting one because where they work and family homes don't in sort of social housing is if you've got a large HMO, and generally the local housing allowance, if you go per room, it works out to be a lot stronger than it would on, say, a 3-bed, terraced house. So where you've got, and I mean, to give you a case study, we had one, again, that was in the East Midlands, and where it was sort of a mix of HMOs, so you would get a shared room rate, and others were self-contained. This large unit had a mix of those both figures. So the rent, the total combined rent, was actually higher than it would have been had they been rented out as sort of apartment by apartment or room by room. And that's something that we're currently working on actually to convert into a long-term lease. Large conversions as well. So residential properties. I think what I'd like to touch on with that is actually getting a larger property and making it suitable for a provider. So doing the adaptations, putting wet rooms in. It's definitely one for another day, but what we've been doing recently as well is we've actually seen clients who have gone through a change of use and converted their residential C3 properties into children's homes, which is a whole different game. There's lots of funding in that, and actually that's a really nice cause as well for children in care. But that is another example of how you could convert a standard C3 property into something that is effectively going to generate you more income. So capital recycling. So how could you refinance and essentially pull money out and go again, which is all what we all want to do. So buy and reconfigure. Okay, so what you would want to be doing, and this is assuming that the people watching aren't naturally looking to buy, but if you buy properties that are underutilized, they're in poor condition, they need work, if you can buy them at a good price, that normal refurb, you're gonna get the equity out of the property, you're gonna get the uplift, and that's your sort of starting point of how you would make money out of this deal. You can refinance the property, pull the money out, and then once you've got a lease in, you can do it again with the capital uplift, and then go again and keep scaling. Now, with sort of the commercial uplifts, one thing that I would say is really important now, disclaimer, I'm not a mortgage advisor, can't give you financial advice, but I actually did speak to someone who does commercial lending just to kind of get their solid take on it before I came on, and spoke to everyone around it. Now, the thing to consider is, the main thing to consider is you do need a strong provider. If you have a provider who has popped up on Companies House and they've been trading for 3 months and they've actually, they're not backed by the government, that is not going to bring a commercial uplift to the property. If it's someone who's been going for a long time, or a decent amount of time, they've got a couple of contracts, they're established, it's the strength of covenant, right? It's they're the ones that you want in your property. Now, you essentially could, once you've got the lease in, it depends on the lender. Some will do it after like 3 months, but most commonly it's sort of 9 to 12 months. So say you've got someone in your property, after that period of time, you can basically refinance the property and pull out that commercial uplift as well, which is something that we see happen quite frequently with investors that buy children's homes, where you get a significant uplift because of the change of use and then the lease, and then you pull it out and you go again, which is the strategy that, you know, anyone who's looking to scale, we're looking to recycle our money as much as possible. So repurposing unused space. So commercial to resi is a great strategy here, where we've got old rundown hotels or B&Bs, actually converting those into self-contained flats, for example, that is something that, you know, if it was big enough, that is something you could potentially look to secure a longer term, you know, sort of 10, 15, 20, 25-year lease on. It's perfect. It works for sort of temp accommodation, social housing. It can work for supported living as well. But what we've got to remember with supported living is if the level of support is more physical, you know, disabilities and things like that, does it have a lift? And these are sort of all things that we've got to consider. But that's where essentially what we're trying to say is look for properties that they're struggling. You know, the current use of the property isn't quite working. There's an opportunity there for you to earn off it multiple times. So how would one go about getting into sort of social housing and supported living? What is the best way to do this if you're someone who is completely new to it, you don't know where to start? So partnering with providers, number one. Now, what is quite key here is that a lot of them are quite closed off to working with individual landlords. You will find some are more open to it. So I think there's companies out there that are really big and dominant and everyone knows, but the smaller providers, not the startups, we don't want the startups because they're no good, but the smaller providers, they're the ones that are going to be more open to kind of a better negotiation. A lot of the bigger providers, they're looking to pay probably below market rent because they're that big, they can scale, they've got stock coming everywhere. So it's kind of knowing the right ones to go with. Speaking of which, this is obviously what myself and Mark do. So if you've got properties, we'll touch on this in the end, but do come and have a chat with us and we can kind of have a chat through it with you. Your guaranteed leases, yeah, we've absolutely touched on that. So let's have a look, next one. So coming back to commercial uplift, this is what I wanted to touch on a little bit earlier. So where you've got, and this is just a little case study, where you've got a standard property and for this example, your annual rent is 26,400 and the property is worth 350. If we were to put in a really creative supported living lease or perhaps a care lease, and that annual income was 48,000, you get the uplift from that commercial part of the property. So as you can see here for this specific example, again, we know we've got to leave it 9 to 12 months. It depends on the strength of the provider and there's other things to consider. But actually pulling that money back out after a year and putting it into something else, this is really key. And if you're going to take anything from this, I think it's how commercial uplift through supported living and social housing leases are really important. Okay, so location. Why are towns and cities? Okay, let's chat a little bit about this. So this is not always specific to supported living. This is probably a little bit more specific to social housing. So the reason for that is temporary accommodation or social housing being sort of like private rented accommodation through the council, so long-term social housing. They will want to pop them within their borough. So what that means is they're going to want them to integrate with society. They want there to be, you know, hairdressers, shops, things around them, somewhere for them to potentially go and have a look, you know, and have job opportunities. In the city centre as well, you're generally going to find they've got sort of travel routes as well. There's bus links, there's places for them to shop. That's generally quite important. However, the flip side of this, with some supported living or sort of like care opportunities, they actually want properties in the middle of nowhere. They want it to be rural. They don't want it, you know, to be on a busy built-up housing estate near a main road. So again, it depends which route you go down. But the thing to note with this is actually every property type does work for this strategy, but it's also dependent on the demand at the time. So it's got to be timed right. I mean, things like bungalows, those are quite easy to kind of move over onto this straight away. Generally what you'll find is there will always be like an influx of need in certain cities at one time. Okay, so again, just me talking about commercial uplifts again, so just a little another case study. So we can see that with you know, any type of property. This specific property was 3-bed semi-detached, monthly rent was 1,200, net yield 4%, residential valuation 300,000. Now, splitting the property into a 4-bed property and putting in adaptations to make it more suitable for sort of the exempt accommodation, the higher rates, and generating 3,500, we then get the additional, obviously additional income, so more cash flow, and then the commercial uplift to the property as well. This was just an example. It's not a real life one as well. So real world repurposing. So essentially, again, I think we've already touched on this. You want to, if you're starting out, you want to take your tired, worn out properties, as you would do, especially if you're purchasing, you know, something that requires a refurb, it's tired, it's outdated, there's a value add to that property, and adding extra bed spaces. That's really important. That's a really easy one as well if you're just kind of getting started. Larger scale opportunities, old care homes, B&Bs, rundown hotels, converting them into self-contained. That is, yeah, really great strategy as well. It just requires a lot of capital, so not great if you're just starting out. And HMOs as well. So interestingly enough, so I'm based around the Nottingham area, and where someone asked this the other day, I saw it on a thread, and they were like, why are there so many HMOs being sold? But actually, that's a really good opportunity. I mean, with what's going on and all the changes that are coming in May to residential, the student market's a little bit rocky here. There's a lot of stock, and where there's a lot of stock, there's going to be more, you know, room for negotiation around pricing. So actually taking on those properties, you're taking them from the, you know, the vendor who's like, right, this doesn't work, student market doesn't work, don't want to do residential lettings, so I'm just going to sell it, and getting creative with the type of lease you're going to put in there. Especially if you put a really strong provider in there, you'll then be looking at that and go, right, I'm going to get a great deal, I'm going to put in a great lease, and then I'm going to get the commercial uplift as well. So lots of benefits to this strategy. Mitigating risk. Okay, so I've touched on it a few times a little bit sort of earlier on, that this isn't a picture perfect risk-free strategy. Like every other property strategy there are sort of upsides, downsides, there's things to consider. Due diligence being one of them. So we've got a little rule. We don't work with startup housing associations, care providers, unless they've got some sort of funding and they're backed. It's a little bit too risky. Birmingham is a really good example where there's lots and lots of companies cropping up. And essentially, a lot of these companies might just be rent to renting, and then they're trying to get some sort of contract, or they're just feeding off of someone else. So you want to see, you know, how long has the company been going? Do their financials look good? Does this lease look airtight, and does this work for me? Like anything else, that's really, really important. Robust lease terms. So generally with any sort of, especially more the specialized stuff, where you know it might be like a higher risk end tenant, you just want to ensure that everything is covered within there. You just want to protect yourself. Generally with larger companies, they will just have kind of like set leases that you can't really amend, and it's something that you agree to or you don't. With smaller ones, we've known them to alter things and it be a little bit of a negotiation, which is always nice to have. And compliance as well. So that's it. You just want to ensure that the property is the correct use. So, you know, is it a C3? Is it a C4? Is it a C2? What do they need? The other thing to actually consider here, and it's one that I'm going to touch on briefly, but if you look to go down this route, your building insurance that's really important. And also your mortgage. You want to ensure that your product and your building insurance allows you for these types of leases. Not all of them do. Sometimes you've got to go down like a specialist broker route, but what you don't want to do is ever not think about it, and touch wood, it never happens, but you get into a situation where like your building insurance is void. Yeah, there are certain things that you have to change when you go down this route. Generally, that's because with sort of temporary accommodation, a lot of brokers will just assume, oh my goodness, they're high risk, you know, they're going to set the place on fire or whatever it might be. So they just have to, you just got to ensure as the property owner that you're just ensuring everything's covered and as should be. So mitigating risk. So with any sort of provider, so if we're talking about supported living, they are generally going to be CQC registered. You can actually find out, so if it's a children's care provider, they're going to be Ofsted registered. If it's supported living, they'll be CQC. This is all public information. So if you're ever dealing with a company and you want to have a look, that's something that you can find out quite easily. A failed provider, yeah, that's something that you want to look out for. Essentially, all we're looking for here is, have they popped up out of thin air, or have they been going a little while? Are they credible? Almost like you would do with just a normal tenant. You know, you're going to look out, you're going to look at their credit file, you're going to check their income, check everything is as it should be. It's exactly the same, just for this strategy. We're just doing our checks, making sure everything, you know, feels right, everything's comfortable. We're mitigating risk as much as possible. So, partnering with the right people. Yeah, so specialist sources, there are people out there, myself included, who work with providers, and essentially we know what they need, what property types, we know what sort of compliance is required, and we kind of do a lot of that work. So actually a lot of sort of landlords with stock, if they've got questions and they're like, oh, actually, can I do something with this? I would suggest coming to us at the end of, obviously end of today. I will leave my email at the end just so we can have a chat. Again, it's really important to note that it's depending on the demand at the time, especially with just standard sort of family, you know, residential properties. At the moment, I think we've got a lot of those in Nottingham. It seems to be a harder place to shift unless it's a bungalow. So this is something that's changing all the time. Okay. So, yeah, I think that is kind of as much information as I've got for you today. So I just wanted to touch on everything as best I could. I mean, if there's anything that you're going to take, if there's one thing that you're going to take away from today, it's definitely a good time to have a look at this. And the reason is there's so many property investors and landlords out there who all they've ever done is sort of buy to let. So what we are seeing at the moment is a lot of properties that are going up on the market or they're being sold off market, things that work to student accommodation, things that are worn out. And having this kind of knowledge and being able to restructure those properties is something to really look at. We know that from the info we've gone over today, this is it's a little bit more risk-free as well. It's longer term. It's hands off. It's as hands off as you can get it. So with that, I've left my email just at the end of this slide. If anyone wants to obviously come and have a chat and jump on a call, drop us an email or give Mark a message and we would be keen to chat to you some more.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Emily. Nice to see you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad at all. Thank you so much for that. That was really well explained. Sometimes we need an idiot's guide to these new strategies, and in the nicest way, that was so well explained. So thank you so much for that. I mean, it's almost too good to be true, isn't it? But I know, and there's an awful lot of, especially young adults, that are still being looked after by elderly parents. Some of them only know what it's like to be in an institution, if you could think about that for a minute. And I think as property developers, we have a right to help. We have a moral obligation to produce property for this sector because councils do not have the money to build them. No. And I think it's just a lovely, lovely thing. And it's really good for the moral compass, as you say. I mean, it's just such a lovely, lovely thing to be involved in. So I really tap my hat off to you that you're getting involved in that. So well done, you. I just wanted to go through a couple of questions that I've got here, if that's okay. Yeah. We've got a first question we've got from Dongxia or Emily. So this is for Emily. Do we need a HMO license for supported living?
So if it's a property that is an HMO and they are going to be using it room by room, generally you would, if it's an HMO property and it requires an HMO license, they would want to see that. What you don't need to do is change the use of the property. So There's a lot of, at the moment, but as we know, regulations change pretty much every month at the moment. Yeah. There's always new information. But at the moment, no, supported living is something that can be done under C3 or C4. You don't need to change the use of the property.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you very much for that. And would my property therefore need to be set up within a company structure or a personal name? That's more of a tax question, isn't it? But what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's more of a tax question. You've always got to be careful answering those ones, haven't you? So in terms of if you were purchasing your property, it doesn't matter. If you had the choice, I'd say definitely purchase it in a company. It's one to ask a tax advisor, but it's definitely the way to do it. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. You will have a company let with yourself, which is either personally you, the landlord, or your company. Good.
Brilliant. I mean, let's see if there's any more questions coming through. I just wanted to tell you a little story, actually, Emily, if you don't mind. You know me, I like a story. I'm very observant. I should have been a police officer, really. I'm very good at spotting things. And I suppose it's because I'm in the property industry and I'm always looking for opportunities. But I was driving down this lane on the outskirts of a town near me. and I saw 4 half-built properties. There were detached properties that were half-built up to about head height, and clearly the grass had grown, the building had come to a stop, and it really did look like a forgotten building site. So me being me, made a note of the address, and I made some inquiries and found out that the particular site had gone into insolvency. It had run out of money because essentially what they were building would never have been worth it at the end. I mean, I'm in the northeast, so the GDV values for a 4-bedroom detached property might only be 300,000. So, you know, when I looked at the numbers, the builder was never going to make any money, and it would never be built. So I looked into it. What I actually found is that I stumbled into this supported living world. I found myself contacting adult care, because obviously supported living, it would be a good way forward for it, because it could be 4. We actually looked at turning it into 12 one-bed apartments, because, you know, with a bit of restructuring, dormer roofs, and it could also had parking for an ambulance, although you don't need that. It also had garages that we could turn into the care providers' living accommodation. I literally created this supported living site with I had no idea what I was doing, Emily. I was on Zoom calls with adult care, housing benefit, commissioners, out of my depth, I promise you. However, the moral of the story is that it nearly came together as a package. It nearly worked. Unfortunately, we got another registered provider found out about it and sort of bought the site for more money. I won't go into the detail. But what I found is that it doubled the GDV. So it turned this site into something that couldn't make money at 1.2 million. The GDV doubled to 2.5 to 2. It actually went up to 2.8 million, because they're rents for life. They're really, really strong, and even trusts and pensions will start wanting to get involved when the site's big enough. So I think that the moral of the story is that if you're out and about, look for sites, especially new builds, because as you know, as I know, it's easier to build from scratch, because then it can be bespoke. But look out for land that's not being used, or bungalows that haven't quite been finished, developments that you think could work. And the reason they like this one, Emily, is because it was actually on the edge of town, but it was on a bus route and it was by a big supermarket. So it actually taught me a lot on what care providers need. So they're the people that are actually providing the care. They need to get to work and get home again. And the registered providers, they love it when it's out of town and not really causing a disturbance. So I just thought that was a great story to tell everyone, that we just need to be really, really, we need to get our eyes open and get out there and look for some of these developments that wouldn't make money under the current sort of situation, the housing situation, but they most certainly will make money with an enhanced rent that you get from local authorities. So when you're out there driving around, look out for these building sites, because they can be very profitable, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you start, it's you saying that, I'm like, oh, I've got some bungalows that they've been like that for ages near mine. I'll have to send you some videos when I'm walking the dog later. Have a look at that.
I promise you, it's amazing. And Emily, here's the thing. Sometimes I need to find the courage to get involved in these things. I'm not Mr. Perfect. We all can suffer from a little bit of imposter syndrome, especially when you're entering the world that you don't know about. But what I would really, I challenge myself all the time. I try and stretch my knowledge. I try and stretch the network around me. But I was talking to Alan from Adult Care. I rung him. We get on quite well. It's all about building relationships, because they just want to house vulnerable adults. There isn't a commercial interest for them, and you need to understand that. You can't talk numbers, but what you can do is talk about giving them what they want. So I would say that adult care commissioners, local authorities, they're all people just wanting to get people housed. So if we can put that hat on where we want to help people, then why can't we pick the phone up and talk to our local authorities? Why can't we have the courage to go down this road? So I suppose what I'm saying is that I think all of us should look at supported living, is what I'm saying. And if we can work with you and Mark to make that transition really easy, then why not?
Just a quick question here from Jane, because I'm conscious of the time now. We have got another speaker. She just says, Emily, how could you please just briefly explain how you work with landlords?
Yeah, of course. I'll keep it as brief as possible. Essentially, we work with a lot of providers already. So that's in the care space, supported living, social housing. We can essentially, what we do have a lot of the time is requirements in certain areas. That's one way we can help, is if you've got property in that certain space. But we are always open to, if you've got properties or you're looking at properties and you want to explore whether that would be an option and what it would look like, we'll have a chat with you and kind of talk you through your options. So yeah, always just reach out and have a chat with us. I'd be happy to get a separate call and go through info with you as well.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Well, Emily, an absolutely great presentation. So concise, so to the point, but also easily digestible, I have to say. It was really good. If you look at the comments in the chat, a lot of people really enjoyed that. I always appreciate your time and what you're doing as well. Absolutely doing an amazing job. As James rightfully said, it is a very rewarding sector to be involved in. And what we're trying to say to everybody here is, if you've got a property, you're interested in this, obviously you have to check your own compliances as well. But we will be we will be happy and more than delighted to have a little chat with you about what you've got, what opportunities you're looking at, and then, of course, how you can set yourself up for success going forward. So thank you ever so much for that today, Emily. It was great to have you on. Also, if you've got your email and everything, if you want to type it into the chat yourself, just so that people can contact you and things, then that would be great, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, of course. I can see a couple. Someone said my email wasn't working, so I'll have to. So what I'll say, I'll put it in here.
Mark, I just wanted to quickly ask a question. We've got someone ask, I think it was Malvin was asking about, when do we get that commercial valuation? What does that actually mean? And I was just typing it in there that commercial valuations are based on the rental income, not the bricks and mortar. Is that correct?
So yes, it's based off the rent that it's generating, unless you kind of change the use of the property. So if you went down the route of turning it into C2 children's residential home, you would get the uplifts both sides, if that makes sense. But generally it's to do with the fact that it's a revenue generating property and you can sell it as that. But again, I touched on it, it's got to be running for like a certain amount of time. You've got to have a certain strength of provider in there for it to count. I think it's it's one to always speak to like a commercial lender on.
Absolutely. And you're right, change of use class, sui generis would almost certainly be a commercial valuation. The way I've always looked at it is, if it can be defaulted to a family home, then it probably won't get a commercial valuation. That's the way that I've always thought about it. But yeah, great answer. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed that, Emily. Really enjoyed that.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, amazing. Well, thank you to you both there. Let's move on to our next speaker now. But no, great to have you, Emily. Thank you for your time today.
Bye.
So I'm sure you'll all agree that it's been a great day so far, and it's not over yet. We have our final speaker coming on board here. So I will whip through these because we are a little bit time poor here. But if you're interested in being involved, immersing yourself with a lot of the speakers that we have today, Education to Action, which you can try out for £1, is our property investing community with lots of different trainings and the support of the people that you've been listening to today. It is well worth £1 to come and join us and see what you think for yourself. But without further ado, let's move in to our final speaker of the day, Mr. Rob Peters. I shall bring him straight in, and he is a financial expert. He is a guy that can do. He has the can-do attitude. So if you're looking at any property projects and you're not sure of how you're going to fund them, how you're going to finance them, I highly recommend that you reach out to Rob and his team at Simply Fast Mortgages, and they will do you a really good job. So Rob, great to have you on, my friend. How are you?
I'm fantastic, Mark. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Always better for seeing you, my friend. So sorry we overran slightly. What I'll let you do now is take it away, my friend.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thanks for having us. I hope everybody is doing really well and you've had a really good day so far. It sounds like there's been plenty of value added already, and hopefully we can top up a little bit on that and bring in some of the finance elements. So what I want to do today is I want to do a bit of a presentation talking around finance. I'm going to introduce myself first. I'm going to tell you a little bit about us, what we do, our mission and our services. And then really the core of this is going to be about creative finance. And specifically, we're going to talk about below market value deals. So BMV deals, how can you fund them? Do you have to put money in? How does it work? All that kind of juicy stuff, because the market is ripe for that at the moment. Yeah, it's definitely a buyer's market, and BMV is something we're seeing a lot of activity around. So without further ado, let's crack on. So a little bit about us. So my name's Rob Peters. My company is Simple Fast Mortgage, and we were established in 2020. So we've been going about 6 years now. We're specialists in property finance and strategy for property investors and developers based in the UK, but also overseas. So basically, we're mortgage brokers, but we're also property investors, and therefore we understand all the strategies, we understand all the ways to maximize finance, we get deals done for people. So we're specialists with more complex situations because of that. We've got no market restriction, so we can work with any lender that's out there that's prepared to work with us. And we've done well over 150 million of finance to date. Me personally, I am 23 years experience in financial services now, probably a little bit more than that. I need to update my slide. But I've been around for a while. By trade, I am a qualified financial advisor. So, back 2007, pre-credit crunch, we were advising on lots of different things: strategy, tax, inheritance tax, investments, pensions, all sorts of different stuff, holistic financial planning. Now we only focus on property finance. We've channeled all of that experience into helping investors and developers. And I'm a property investor as well. So back in 2007, I acquired my first property, and since then I've steadily grown a portfolio as well. So why would you choose to work with us? There's lots and lots of brokers out there. There's lots of mortgage advisors. What's different about us? Well, we are a regulated firm, and I'm a regulated individual. And what that means for you is that we follow the rules, we do things properly, and if we don't, we can get into trouble for it. We're experts in more complex matters, so we deal with all sorts of things, from lease options to auctions to HMOs to development and bridging, everything pretty much. We cover all the bases. We've got all the tools at our disposal, because if I meet with a property investor or somebody who's looking to become a property investor, they're going to say, here's my situation. What can I do? What's the best way to get going? Where can I raise the money? What's the best way of funding this deal? What do I need to watch out for? Now, it's no good if I say, well, I'm sorry, I don't deal with, those bits over there. We only do this element here. We only do bridging. We only do buy-to-let mortgages. That's not really going to help people with strategy, is it? We might want to raise money from the main residence. We might need to do something on a buy-to-let. We might need to talk about HMOs and commercial valuations. There's all sorts of different things in there. We've got to have those tools at our disposal in order to cater for our clients fully. We've got over 150 five-star reviews on Google. So lots of people just like you, beginning their property journey, lots of seasoned investors who have given us fantastic reviews. And I always say to people, if you want to get a flavor for how we work and why we're different, read the reviews, because they're far better than anything I could write myself. Got some really great reviews on that. We're members of all the professional bodies. There's a big list there of all sorts of different ones, but I'm not going to go through them. We're members of pretty much all of them. We're also featured in the press, and the big national press, the Times, the Financial Times, the Daily Mail, the Guardian, Manchester Evening News, lots of stuff. I get journalists who get in touch and ask us to comment on various things, and therefore we've been featured in those tabloids. And what really sits at the heart of how we work is that we go the extra mile. So what that means is that we really want you to succeed. We really want that deal to get done. We've got a certain process and strategy that we follow as a business for how we work, and us being very thorough, doing lots of due diligence, asking for perhaps more documents than you're used to, perhaps asking more questions than you're used to. But there's really a method behind that, in that we want to get to a position where we're really confident in the advice. There's no skeletons in the closet that are going to come out later. And if things do go wrong, or something changes, and let's face it, in property, there's usually some sort of hurdle, then we will go the extra mile to try and resolve that. We'll think outside the box. You know, one of the standard things that we do quite often with clients is, on the residential side, we might be looking at income and self-employed people running limited company businesses, and maybe the numbers don't quite stack up. Well, we're talking to the accountant. We're saying, okay, when's the next accounts due? When's the next sole trader accounts due? Is there anything we can do in there to limit the expenses? Accountants want to maximize expenses, reduce profit, and therefore low tax. As mortgage advisors, we want you to have lots of profit. We want you to pay lots of tax because it makes the lending easier. So there's a discrepancy there of agendas between us and accountants. So having that conversation can often result in getting things done. That's just one example of ways that we go the extra mile. Our mission is to build long-term relationships with active property investors and developers to help them achieve their property goals and financial freedom. So ultimately, we want to be part of your power team. That's what we're saying. You've got to build that team of people around you. You don't have to be an expert in all matters. You've got to know a little bit about all these areas. And finance is a really, really important area for property investors, because it's where the leverage comes from, right? It's where the funds come from to make the deals happen. And hopefully, if it's a really good deal, it's where the funds come back to enable you to do the next one. So we understand how important that is. We want to be part of that power team so that we can discuss and advise and vet strategies and deals before you get to the point where you're 100% committed in there. Yeah. Otherwise, we're just trying to fit that round peg in a square hole, and it's too late. There's no way back out. But if we're talking about this up front, and we're saying, oh, do you know, Rob, I'm thinking about doing this deal. I'm going to give it to a provider. We're going to have a 10-year lease in place. And I say to you, well, actually, a lot of lenders will want to see a 5-year lease maximum. We might be able to do a 10-year lease, but it's going to have this impact. The interest rate's going to increase by X. You might pay more on fee. You might have a lower borrowing, whatever it might be. You can then make an educated and informed decision about whether that deal and strategy is the right one for you. So finance first, really, or at the beginning at least. And that's all part of being within the power team and helping our clients move forward. So I've already mentioned that we've got all the tools at our disposal. We do everything. But what does everything look like? If in doubt, well, here's a list of things that we do. So everything from residential, HMO, serviced accommodation, buy-to-lets, bridging, development finance, auction purchases, second charge mortgages, overseas clients, expats, insurance, the full suite. And then there's all the things that sit between the lines here. So what about, purchase lease options? What about title splits? What about all these kind of interesting things? What about properties where you need to acquire it, but you've got to get planning permission? You can't start the work until you've got the planning. All of this kind of stuff. Commercial valuations on HMOs. We can definitely talk through those subjects as well, because they sit in the grey between this, and you don't really find too many people in our industry of mortgage advisors who can assist and guide with those bits as well. Not saying we're a legal expert or a tax expert. Obviously, you've got to get that advice separately, but we will definitely guide and push you in the right direction to get the answers that you need in order to get finance agreed. So let's jump into the meat on this presentation. We're going to do a below market value masterclass. So BMV, below market value. How to fund BMV deals. So not spurious, complex arrangements that you would never use, but real life funding. Things we've done for clients things that I've done myself. We can look at what BMV and OMV is. Yeah. What types of property might be eligible for these types of finance arrangements, different valuation models, how those deals can be stacked, type of finance solutions available, and some case studies as well. So below market value is BMV. That's what BMV is. Anybody who doesn't know what BMV, it's below market value. OMV is the open market value. So what we're saying here is you're buying a property, and if it was sold on the open market, it would be open market value. Maybe you're buying it for 100. If it was sold on the open market, it would be 150, right? So you're buying it below the market value. And that's right, really the golden ticket in property investing, I would say. It's the most simplest, but the most effective way to make your money. And the reason why is because usually what property investors are going to do is they're going to add value by works. They're going to have to go through the risk of those works, finding the contractors, hoping they get the valuation at the end, making sure the work's all on time, making it to the right standard, all of that stuff. There's risk involved with all of that. There's time and there's money. But if you buy below market value, you're making your money on the purchase immediately, straight away. You've got that extra value in there. The difficulty is how it can be accessed. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through this presentation. So what we're looking for ideally is 25% minimum difference between the market value and the purchase price. So if it was, in simple terms, 100,000 you were buying it for, then 125 would be the market value. Very, very simple terms there, but the current market is prime for these deals. So there's a lot of property for sale, right? And at the moment, there's not a lot of buyers. And the market's a little bit stagnant. And the reason for that is that there's lots of things that affect the underlying sentiment of people who want to buy. So basically, they're sat on their hands. Right? They're not taking action. And the reasons why they're not taking action, you've probably heard them all before, right? Especially if you're on social media or you've been on any of the webinars, people talking about things like the renters' rights reform, people talking about tax changes, making tax digital. You're going to have to send all that stuff in as a landlord to the Inland Revenue. EPC issues, yeah, they might have gone away, but, they were there making things scary. The war in Iran, all these things are going on at the moment in the background. And what that means is that people are worried, right? And when they're worried, they don't take action. So the people who need to sell, but the people who are there to buy, they don't always have to buy, right? Some might, but most of them don't have to. So there's a disparity at the moment, and that's not going to be there forever, because I think there's a bit of a bubble until some of these things get ironed out, where that sentiment is lower. And that creates opportunity, because all markets are primarily driven by two factors, and that is supply and demand. If the supply is high and the demand is low, then there's lots of it and not a lot of people wanting it, then the price has to come down. That's the only way that market really works. And if it's the other way around, that there's not very much supply. So give you an example, memory for computers at the moment, with AI coming in, computers are using a lot more memory. If you look and try and buy memory now, it's really, really expensive because there's not that much memory available. But yet there's lots of people who want it. And because of that, the price has gone up. And it's exactly the same theory with property at its basic level. So the market at the moment gives us a really good opportunity to look for deals that are below market value. And that's what we're going to talk about today. How do we fund them? If we get a deal that's below market value, how do we add that deal to our portfolio? What different ways are there of doing it, and how does it work? So what we're going to talk about first is buying a property under market value without using bridge or cash. Yeah, so not a cash purchase where, let's use this 100,000 example, right? The property, you're buying it for 100,000, but it's worth 150. Yeah. Now, It doesn't need any works doing. Yeah, so you're not going to change it into anything. You're not going to do anything to it. It's ready to go. It's an off-the-shelf purchase, if you like. You know, it's just there. It's just a great deal, right? Now, usually people might do this by using a bridge or using cash and doing other stuff, but there are different ways to do it depending on what the objective is. Here, we're talking about going straight to a mortgage. So if we're buying a property, it's under market value, no works required, and we want a mortgage based on the current market value. So basically what we're saying is we want the lender to go, okay, I know you're buying this for 100,000, but I'm going to take into consideration the fact that it's actually worth 150. Now, you might think, well, yeah, that's obvious, right? Mortgage lenders don't do that. Yeah. The purchase price is the value 99% of the time. So if that property was worth 150K and you bought it for 50K, your mortgage is based on the 50 that you buy it. And guess what? They want a 25% deposit of the 50. Yeah. Now, that doesn't really help us that much. It adds a lot of equity to the portfolio because once you've put your deposit in, you know, you've still got all the equity in there, but you're still having to put that 25% deposit in. And the idea here is to try and get around that 25% deposit. So that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about pulling out all the equity. We're talking about how to acquire the property with the lowest kind of cash involvement. And in the simplest way, actually. So most mortgage lenders don't allow to consider the open market value. They look at the purchase price. That's key point number one. And that's 99% of lenders. The usual solution is then to buy it with a bridge or cash, all cash, and then refinance it later to a mortgage. Now that's fine, that works. We can do that, and we're going to talk about that. But it takes more time, it's more complicated, it's more expensive. And if it's 25% below market value, and you know, that's not a lot. If it's like you're buying it for 100, a lot of that is going to be eaten up by the fees and everything else. Bridging loans have higher fees and costs. Yeah, they generally charge about 1% interest per month and a 2% setup fee. There's legal fees and there's valuations in order to execute that strategy. And actually, you've got to get two valuations, because when you do the bridge, you probably need a valuation. And when you then go to a mortgage later, because the bridge is just temporary, then you've got to get a mortgage. The plus side on the bridge strategy is that you can actually pull the equity out, because when you get to, because you've bought with the bridge first, when you get to the mortgage stage, that mortgage lender is now going to look at the open market value because you've owned it by the bridge. But there's lots of rules and stuff, you know, maybe you've got to have it for 6 months if you haven't done any work and all this other kind of stuff. So we're looking to avoid all of that for now and just say, well, you know, I don't need to pull the equity out. I've got cash, I've got things that I've got going on, but I've got the opportunity to buy this deal. And I'd like to add it to my portfolio, to slot it in there as a really good asset. But I want to do it by putting down the minimum amount of money possible and keeping things quite simple. So we've got a mortgage lender who will allow a purchase with the valuation of the property based on the current market value, so the OMV, regardless of the purchase price. And this avoids the need for a bridge loan. The purpose here is to acquire the asset with little money, not to pull out the equity immediately or achieve the lowest interest rate. That can all come later. This is about building equity in the portfolio. That's the strategy that we're talking about here. So in the context of this particular strategy, then, what we can do is we can get a mortgage of up to 90% of the purchase price, subject to a cap of 75% of the market value. Don't worry about the 75% of the market value. We'll calculate that for you. What you need to know is that if the property is 25% below market value, then there's a possibility you could just buy that with a 10% deposit. That's what we're talking about here. Now that's fantastic, right? Because 10% deposit is much lower than 25% deposit. It's a good way to execute, get a property, get it into the portfolio. The equity is left in the deal until later on when you remortgage it. We're not pulling it out, right? So that difference, let's say property is 100,000, that's your purchase price. Yeah, it's worth 150 in this example, because my mental arithmetic's not that good. So 10% deposit on the purchase price of 100,000, you need a 10 grand deposit. You've now acquired a property that's worth 150. Your mortgage is 90 and it's worth 150. You've got 60,000 of equity in your portfolio from day one, straight away. You can't pull that 60,000 out, but when you remortgage later on, in a year's time, maybe 2 years' time, then it will be based on the market value. Then you can pull out the money. Yeah. If that's your primary objective, is to pull out the money as quickly as possible, this is not the right strategy for you. But depending on the situation, depending on your situation, this can be a really good strategy for acquiring below market value properties straight onto a mortgage, no faffing around with bridging, no expensive fees, none of that stuff, and get it into the portfolio for later, building equity. So few things that you need to know about this strategy. The minimum loan amount is 100,000, right? So if we're going to lend 90%, then that means that the minimum purchase price needs to be about 112 or thereabouts. Multiple properties can be added to achieve this. So if you had a landlord, he was selling 2 or 3 properties, we can tie them all together under one loan to meet that 100,000, or go beyond it and just keep things simple, and just have one transaction. There's always a downside with things, right? So, you can't have your cake and eat it, as they say. The upside of this deal is that you don't have to bridge, you don't have to buy cash. It's a 10% deposit and it's pretty straightforward to execute. You add all the equity to the portfolio. The downside to this strategy is the lender's saying, I want something back in return, right? I'm going to do these things for you and I want something back. And the things that lenders want back is money. Let's be fair, yeah? They want a higher interest rate or more fee. They want to earn more money for providing this kind of unique product in the market. And there is one lender doing this. So the interest rate here would be between 6.5 and 6.99. And the fee would be between 5 and 2%, which is added to the loan, right? It's pretty high interest rate if it's a buy to let, something like that. But this is short term. Yeah, this is for a year, maybe 2 years. Yeah, and then you can come out of it and remortgage. This is just a way to get in, get access to the property quickly. And the amount of money that you're saving on the deposit, and from not going through all the fees and from allocating all your cash from other deals that you can do, will make up that difference. And I know because we've calculated it many times for different people. Yeah. One other key point here, it must be genuinely under market value. So if you go on Rightmove and you find a property and you go, oh, I think this is worth more than what Rightmove says, that's really not under market value, because number one, it's on the market for a start. And to make it under market value, we have to present the lender with a bit of a backstory. All right. So if it's at auction, that classes as under market value, because it's only under market at auction to do it quickly because they're a motivated seller and they need to take action and get rid of it. That's a pretty good result just in itself. If it's not in auction, maybe it could be a private deal that you've got with somebody, retiring landlord, they've got renters' rights coming in, all this stuff, they've had enough, they've made their money, they've been there 20 years, got a big capital gains tax liability, and they're looking to dispose of some of the properties and get out of all of this. That's a good motivational need for being under market value. It could be they just need a quick sale, right? So if you did find something, online on Rightmove or something, you're going to have to dig a bit deeper, find out what's going on with it, and put a little bit of a story together for us so that we can present that to the lender. So what is BMV? Now, I don't mean to teach you the basics of what BMV is. We know what BMV is by now, right? Below market value. What I'm talking about here is, what does BMV mean in the context of this product? Yeah, where it has to be 25% below BMV. Now, you might say to me, this is obvious, Rob. It's a property that's 25% below market value on a bricks and mortar valuation, right? And it is. So if it was like a buy to let, a standard property, yeah, then the way that those properties are valued is on a bricks and mortar valuation. You might have talked about valuations already today. I did catch the end of a bit of a conversation there about valuations. So we're pretty much experts in valuations because valuations are subjective. What is BMV? What is the value? And there's different lenses that you can apply to that to effectively manufacture things in your way. You can effectively manufacture a BMV in some circumstances. So let me give you some examples here. So BMV on a buy-to-let property. So it's a standard 2-bedroom property. You're going to rent it on an AST or to a provider or whatever you're going to do, but it's a standard property, a residential property, we call it. The way a valuer values that is by comparing it to other properties of the same type and in the same location that have sold recently. And they look at the value that they sold for, and they look at the value that you're buying for, and they say, okay, well, this is what it's worth, and this is what you're buying it for. It's as simple as that, really. That's how BMV is calculated on a residential property on a buy-to-let. Everything else is about the valuation, right? All other properties is about the valuation method. There are different ways that things can be valued, right? So if it was a HMO or an MUFB, there's effectively 2 ways to value those assets. And if between the 2 ways that we value it, there's a 25% difference, this now becomes a BMV transaction, right? So let's give you an example here to bring this to life. So let's talk about HMOs, right? Houses of multiple occupation. You've got a landlord, he's selling his HMO, yeah? You want to buy that based on the bricks and mortar valuation, if possible, right? So what you're doing is you're saying, okay, well, I'll take this off your hands, but I'm going to buy it based on, you know, what other 5-bedroom houses in this area have sold for, yeah, or what the square footage is worth in that area based on the size of it. That's a bricks and mortar valuation, valuing it based on, you know, the actual asset itself. When you bring that to us, if that's a HMO, let's say it's got a minimum of 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms, what we can access then is a commercial valuation with a lender. And a commercial valuation is based on the rental income. So you're buying it on one method. We're going to value it with the lender who has this fantastic below market value mortgage option. We're going to value it with them based on a commercial basis. Now, usually, at least in the north of the country, that commercial valuation is going to be higher than the bricks and mortar valuation. And that difference between the two is you buying the property below market value, meaning you can now access this product and pay a 10% deposit. Okay, so we're manufacturing that kind of scenario by the type of valuation that we're going to get done, which we have control over with this lender. That's HMOs. What if it was a multi-unit freehold block? So basically a block of apartments, right? 2 or 3 apartments, 4 apartments, 10 apartments, 20 apartments, whatever you want, yeah? There's 2 ways that they can be valued as well. They can be valued on a block value or an aggregate value. Now, a block value is when you are buying it based on the yield. So as a whole block of 10 apartments, if I sell this to an investor, how is that investor going to calculate what he pays for it? Well, he's going to look at the rental income and he's going to look at the yield and he's going to make a number up from that. Yeah, that's how he's going to get to the value. Now, again, generally speaking, in most places, not all, but in most places, the aggregate value will work out better. And the aggregate value is the opposite of that. It's imagine that those 10 apartments were all sold as separate apartments to first-time buyers, not based on the rental income from the whole lot and the block value, but they were sold all separately. And then you add them all up together. That's usually going to give us a higher value. So this is about, again, it's about the type of valuation. Is the valuer going to value it on a block basis or on an aggregate basis? Well, we're going to control it with this lender. We're going to make sure they do it on an aggregate basis. And therefore, if that value comes back higher, then we've created a BMV situation again, because you're buying it for 250 on a block value, and we've had it valued at 330 on an aggregate value. The lender says, this is now below market value. We only need a 10% deposit. Thank you very much. you've added a fantastic asset to your portfolio with little money deployed. 25,000 in that example, your purchase price is 250, 25,000 deposit, you've got an asset there that's probably producing quite a few £1,000s a month in cash flow. This whole scenario is why title splitting is a thing, right? So you've probably heard about title splitting. You split the titles up and then you get the value based on all the flats. Well, here's a shocker, right? In terms of finance, you don't need to split the titles. Not unless you're selling. It's only about the valuation method. The titles do not have to be split to get an aggregate value. And that's what we want. All we want is the surveyor to go out and say, this could be split if we needed to split it. And therefore, I'm happy to value it on that basis. It doesn't need to be split right now. Only if you're selling it or selling some of them and keeping some of them, then obviously you've got to split it in order to do that. We're just going to lend on the freehold. Aggregate value, covered this. What is it worth if a first-time buyer bought it on a bricks and mortar basis? That's what an aggregate value is. Block value, if an investor bought the lot on a yield, what is it worth? And those are the two numbers that you want to get comfortable around when you're doing your due diligence on the property. What are those two values? Is there a difference between the two? Ideally, the aggregate's higher, the block value's lower, that's what you're buying it for, and the difference is what we call BMV in this situation. So there's a few other caveats here for these multi-unit freehold blocks. It is a complex area, and we can go through it. If you've got a deal like this, reach out to us. More than happy to have a chat with you and walk through the deal with you. But in order to be suitable to be valued on that aggregate basis, there's certain factors that need to be met. One of them is that each apartment ideally needs to have its own utilities and council tax. Why? Because what we're saying is we're valuing it as if it was all split up and sold individually. You can't really sell it individually if it doesn't have council tax or its own gas and electric. It needs to have separate access. So you can have a communal entrance and then you go there to different apartments and flats, that's fine. But you can't go through one flat to get to the other one. If you sold them separately, then, you know, John is going to have to go through Paul's house when he finishes work. That's not going to he's not going to be very impressed with that. Nobody's going to buy that property. Yeah. Size of the flat or apartment matters as well. Ideally, we want 30 square meters minimum. Now, if it's a block and there's maybe one or two that are below that, then we can kind of look at the whole, but it might affect the valuation. So the valuer, when he goes out, let's say there's 10 apartments and one of them is below 30 square meters. We've asked him to do this aggregate value. What's each one worth? And then add them up. He's gone, yeah, fine, I'll do that for you. But he goes there and one of the apartments is less than 30 square meters. He's probably going to say, nobody's going to buy this. It's not suitable to sell as an individual apartment. Therefore, he might even decide that he's not going to do an aggregate valuation at all on the whole lot because you just end up with one left. Yeah, that couldn't be sold, and it would probably affect the value significantly. So ideally 30 square meters per apartment. And importantly as well, there's got to be demand for the flats. If we're saying these could be split up and sold later and therefore value it on that basis, then there needs to be a market for people to buy them. So if you've got, you know, a block of flats in the middle of an industrial area that somebody's converted, you know, commercial to resi, they've made a great gain on it. It's a fantastic thing that they've done, but probably not going to get an aggregate valuation because the valuer is going to go, okay, yeah, it's 30 square meters. They've got separate utilities. They've got separate council tax. No problems with the access. The access is fine. However, there's nobody to buy this. Nobody wants to live in this area. Yeah, there's no sales going on. Nothing's happening. So be aware of that as well. And again, it's telling the story of why it's BMV. There must be a reason for the lender. With these two items here, the HMO BMV and the multi-unit freehold block BMV, there needs to be some kind of reason why they're selling. You know, quick sale for whatever reason is good enough. But we're actually really kind of manufacturing the below market value difference by understanding valuations in detail and using them to our advantage, using lenders that will allow this. Not all lenders will allow an aggregate value, for example. They won't do that. Some will insist it's block all the time. Some will have rules around it. And the ones that will, they still want a 25% deposit. But what we're saying here is that if we can manufacture that difference in the value, we can then get away with a 10% of purchase price deposit and add that asset into the portfolio. So some case studies on this, just to kind of wrap your head around the numbers and how it might work. These are really broad. Most of them are real deals that we've done. So let's run through these, and hopefully it kind of brings it to life. I'm quite conscious, we're talking a lot of technical stuff here about properties, and it can be hard to understand the concept behind that. But so let's look at some examples. So example one, a buy to let. Yeah, purchase price is 112,000. The open market value is 150,000. So we're going to borrow 90% of the purchase price because it's below market value. We're going to get a mortgage of £100,800 based on that 90%, plus a fee that will get added on. That means that we need a deposit of 11,200. So in order to get a property worth 150k, we only need 11,000. That's pretty good, right? Equity straight away into the portfolio is 50,000. So we've added a load of equity into the portfolio. So again, we're not talking about pulling the equity out in this scenario. We're talking about how to acquire the assets, add them into the portfolio with as little cash deployed as possible and keeping things simple. That's a buy-to-let example. Let's look at a multi-unit freehold block example. So what we've got here in this example is we've got 4 units, so it'd be 4 flats. This is a real life one that we did with one of our clients, Barda, and I can say that because there is a discussion out there. If you're interested, there is a discussion podcast out there somewhere that's just gone out last week or so where we talk about this deal. It's purchased for 168,500. Yeah, that is the price that he's paying for the property. We had it valued on an aggregate basis or split basis, if you want to call it that, at 255. This property has not been split. It's not split. We've just had it valued on a split basis because it could be split if the lender wanted to, if they had to take possession of it. And also it ticked all those other boxes. It had separate utilities. They were all over 30 square meters. It was in an area where somebody would actually want to live there and buy it. So the lender was happy to do that. The surveyor was happy to do that. So based on that purchase price of 168,000, we're going to get a mortgage of 151,650 pounds. Fee gets added on top. The deposit needed is 16,850. So to add a property worth 255k into the portfolio, he's putting a deposit in of 16,850. Immediate equity gain, 95,000. Whopping piece of equity there that's added into his portfolio. Now, if he was to then, go on this mortgage and be like, well, this gets the deal done. It's fine. It works, but it is 6.5%, 7%. And, I'd like to improve my cash flow. Maybe later down the line, after a year or so, or maybe 2, we exit the deal, exit this mortgage. We can then pull out the equity. We can get 75% of whatever the value is at that time, the aggregate value. So if it was 255, we're pulling out an extra 40,000 almost at that point, which means that all money is out plus 22,750 in this example. Yeah. So that's an MUFB, multi-unit freehold block, and how that might work in reality. Let's look at HMO. HMO valuation win. So purchase price 250,000, bricks and mortar basis. Valuation on a commercial basis 325. Same property, no changes, no work. We're not adding value. We're not doing anything to these properties. We're just buying them. We're buying below market value. Our definition of below market value, right? So 325 is the value. So our mortgage is 90% of the purchase price, which is 225 plus fee, lender's fee. That means the deposit is 25,000 and the 75,000 of equity added to the portfolio. So the effective loan to value is 69%. Yeah, so it's not highly leveraged or anything like that. It's just accessing the open market value to lower the deposit. I've included an extra example here that's a little bit more complicated just to show you that there is more interesting ways that we can use this as well. So lease option, yeah, HMO lease option. You've got control of the property. You've got an option to buy it in 2 years' time. This is a real example here as well. So the purchase price agreed is 240,000. That was agreed 2 years ago based on the value at that time, right? The client paid the landlord £1,000 a month for the 2 years. Yeah, and he also did, so that's 24,000. He also did some works to the property to upgrade rooms to ensuite. So as the tenants moved out, one at a time, piecemeal, he kind of, ticked away, did a bit of work, added a few ensuites, made it better, made it nicer, added value to it as well. So he's hitting it from both angles. He's buying it at 2 years ago price. He's adding value by doing some works to it. And that £1,000 a month that he's been giving to the landlord, our lender is going to be happy to take that as the 10% deposit. So when we get our 90% of purchase price, because it is totally below market value now, it's worth 360, right? When we're buying this, he's buying it for 240 still, but he doesn't even have to put the 10% in, right? Because the 24,000 is treated as paid, because we've got the lease option agreement that says he's paid £1,000 a month, and it's going to come off the purchase price, and plus we've got evidence that he did works as well. So there's no deposit here for this. The landlord was owed 216 to complete the purchase. The mortgage was 216, 100% of purchase price. So classed as below market value. Equity gained immediately, 124,000. Obviously, there's some cost of works in there that we'd have to net off. Just to keep things simple, there's more interesting ways that we can use this. So when we say, what is BMV? Maybe it's not quite what you thought it was. Maybe there's other ways that things can be BMV. And if there's anything to kind of learn from this, that's what I want it to be, to get you thinking about this stuff. You don't have to remember everything that I've been through. I'm sure you won't. I've thrown a lot of information at you today, a lot of technical stuff. If you've managed to stay awake so far, you're 80% of the way there. All you have to know is that this is possible, that there are options available. If that scenario arises, if you're going to look for these deals, if you've got something agreed, then that's the time when we talk and we go through the details. So key info recap here, yeah? Straight to mortgage is only suitable where no works are required. So if you're going to do works and stuff like that, this doesn't work. It's either off the shelf or works have been done pre-valuation. So what I mean by that is maybe you've got control of the property via an exchange with delayed completion, or an option agreement, or a cash purchase, or bridging finance, whatever it is, then you've done your works, then we can kind of come in with something. But this strategy is not for where works are needed, really. It's just get the property, it's under market value, we're not going to do anything, we're just going to add it in the portfolio, deploy as little cash as possible. So the aim is not to pull out the uplift, but to acquire the asset for a small deposit and build equity in the portfolio, avoiding bridging costs. If pulling out all the equity is the goal, yeah, if you think if this doesn't work for me, I need to pull the money out, then it's cash or bridge purchases required to break the chain first. Talk about that in a minute. HMOs, buy-to-lets, multi-unit freehold blocks are prime for this. 90% of the purchase price mortgage is available. 10% deposit. Deposit can be treated as paid via works that have been undertaken or lease option agreements. All right. So if you've done work, you've added value to that property, you've done something, you've put money in there, we can treat that as your deposit. This is not available on commercial property. Yeah. So if it is a shop, a warehouse, an industrial unit, we're not doing this with it. This is only for residential property, HMOs, MUFBs, places where people live. So hopefully that's been helpful. I want to talk about strategy 2, if that wasn't enough. Let's have a look how we're doing for time. Okay, well, not too bad. So strategy 2 is what's called day 1 or same day remortgage. This is about breaking the chain. Yeah. Important thing to note here in this technical jargon of day 1 same day mortgage, right? Day 1 mortgage or same day mortgage does not mean the mortgage is arranged in one day. Yeah. I've had many people ask me over the last few weeks, so if I apply for the mortgage before breakfast, will I get it approved after dinner in the evening? No, you won't. What we're saying here is that the mortgage is going to happen on the same day that the purchase happens. There's going to be 2 transactions, not that we can arrange a mortgage in one day. If we could, my life would be super easy. So it requires starting the process many weeks before to facilitate the purchase by cash or bridge within 6 months of the purchase, or even the same day, as to break the purchase chain. Why? Why are we doing this? Lenders lend on purchase price unless the chain is broken or works are done. So that whole thing that we just talked about with the mortgage, where we're saying, all right, we're not pulling out the equity, we are just adding it to the portfolio with a 10% deposit. This is the opposite side of that. Yeah, this is where we're going to say, okay, we're not going to go straight to mortgage. We're going to either use some cash that we've got to buy a property, and we're going to line a mortgage up so that then the mortgage and the purchase by cash all happen on the same day in an ideal world, or within a short period of time, let's say. Yeah, but let's say the same day. What that means is the cash is only deployed for a short period of time, and it means that the mortgage is based on the open market value. So now we're pulling out the equity, right? This example, £100,000 purchase price. That's what you're buying it for. You've got 100,000 in cash. 150,000 open market value. We want the mortgage based on the 150,000 because we want to pull out the equity. Yeah. So a lender will give us 75% of 150,000, but not if we're buying it for 100. So we have to buy it for 100 first and then do the mortgage after. Some lenders have a time scale, 6 months, you might have heard. Some lenders don't. We can do it in the same day. So you could have your cash purchase with the legal work all going and a mortgage application running alongside it. And then your cash purchase and the mortgage all complete on the same day. Cash purchase 100,000, mortgage is based on the 150. Actually, at 75%, you're pulling out more than you paid for it straight away. You're getting all your money back. That's what we're talking about here. So it means applying for the mortgage at the same time as starting the process, the purchase process, to line them up so they complete at the same time. It doesn't mean starting the mortgage in the morning and finishing it at lunchtime. So there's 2 financial transactions running side by side. One, the purchase by cash or bridge, and it can be either of those. If you've got cash, fantastic, works much better. If not, there are bridge options available, and we look onto the next stage of how we fund it. And the second transaction that's happening on the same day is the mortgage, the bit that's giving us the money back. The purpose here is to pull out the equity uplift gained by buying below market value or after works have been done to increase it. Yeah, so this is the opposite to what we talked about previously. How do we pull out that money? Standard mortgage interest rates can apply here. So the plus side of doing it this way, it's messier, right? We've got to have a bridge, we've got to use cash, we've got to do it in the same day, we've got to line it all up. But the plus side is that we can go on to normal interest rates, starting at 3.09%, yeah, or 3.09 has a 5% fee. I said there, watch out for the 5% fee. Yeah, low rates, high fee. They always get you with the low rate. So something reasonable would be 5.59 with no fee added, all right? But there's lots of options. We talk about products at another time. Here we're talking about strategy. We can go up to 80% loan to value on the mortgage. Yeah, so we can have multiple properties all together. We can have portfolios. We can have MUFB. We can have HMOs. Everything can be considered apart from commercial property because it doesn't work for these strategies, right? It doesn't work. The lenders don't do it. You need special commercial lenders. We do commercial stuff. So if you've got warehouses and shops and stuff, that's fine. HMO, shops underneath, fine. But we're not going to execute these strategies on there. Okay, so let's move forward. So day 1 remortgage, how and why? So the aim is to pull out the equity gain as soon as possible. This is how we facilitate momentum investing. So if you're buying it for 100,000, it's worth 150. you want to pull out that extra difference, or 75% of it, 75% mortgages, pull out 75% of it, so that you can use the money to go do something else, right? Buy another property, invest into your HMO, maybe just go on holiday, whatever you want to do, but you want to pull that equity out and use the funds for doing something else. How is the value added? So there's different ways that the value can be added. So value through works. This is an easy one, right? So what we mean by this is that you complete works on the property to enhance the value. It's pretty standard stuff. As long as we can demonstrate that works have been completed, we can remortgage immediately at the open market value, right? And that is the key here, remortgaging at the open market value, right? So you buy a property for 100,000, you spend 20 grand on it, it's now worth 160. We can remortgage that immediately as soon as those works are done with multiple lenders, because lenders accept that. They say, I understand this, you've bought it for 100, you've spent some money on it, you've shown us how you've spent that money, and now I understand that it's gone up in value, and I'm happy to accept that and give you a mortgage based on that increased value. And here you go, thank you very much, you can have your money back out. That's easy stuff. The difficulty comes through when we're adding value through buying below market value, because we're not doing any works. It's less common and few lenders will allow it if we break the chain. Yeah. So we've got one lender who will allow it straight off the bat, nothing needed. Now what we're going to do is we're going to break the chain by purchasing it first, either by cash or bridge, but then immediately afterwards go into a mortgage at the open market value. There's not that many lenders who will do that, because they'll go, well, what have you done to increase the value? Why is it not just worth the 100,000 that you paid for it? They go, I haven't done any works. They'll say, well, you bought it for 100, therefore that's what the market's at. Yeah, and that's defined by the way that you bought it. They don't want to do open market value, but that's not all lenders. There's still a handful, right? We've got one lender for the previous strategy. Here we've got, between 5 and 8 lenders who will look at this sort of stuff. The property can be purchased for cash. Use your own money, you can use investors' money, you could use vendor finance if it's set up as a loan agreement in the right way. Yeah, and we do it via a bridge, or however we do it, or whichever way that's structured. The key is to purchase it and have that transaction. Yeah. So if we're using a bridge, and now here's the golden nugget, we could potentially borrow up to 100% of the purchase price on a bridge if the deal stacks up at valuation stage. So what we need is a good, strong value. It's got to be at least 25% below market value. And if that's the case, there is a bridging lender who will say, okay, let's look at the market value of the property. All right, the market value is 150. You're buying it for 100. The value has confirmed this. Because of this, I'm happy to lend you 100, all of it, the full purchase price. Yeah. At the same time, we're lining up the mortgage. Yeah, we're getting our mortgage provider ready. Our mortgage provider is going to look at the £150,000 value and give us 75% of that. And we're starting that process in advance at the same time we're doing the bridge. So what we're going to do then is we're going to get, 112,000 back, something along those lines from the mortgage. 100 grand for the bridge, 112 back. Probably covers the bridge and the expenses and other bits and pieces. It's a free property in that example. The bridge can be done the same, taken out and repaid on the same day. If it's lined up in that way, it can all be done in one day. So you've got your bridge application to buy, you've got your mortgage application to exit the bridge. You've started them both at the same time, like 2 cars going down the motorway side by side. And then when they reach the destination, that's the completion day. And on the completion day, the bridge completes, the mortgage completes, everything takes everything else out. It's all just done and dusted in one day. That's the ideal situation. It might be a couple of days after, it might be a week, it might be a month. You might want to do a bit of work. It might be shortly after, right? But if you are doing works, remember, we can only get so far with that mortgage application because we can't value it. And we need a valuation for a mortgage. We can't value it until the works are done. Yeah, because the valuer can't see what you're going to do in the future. You've got to have done it. That will delay things. So you might be on that bridge for a bit longer. And then we're going into this kind of standard thing. We're going to do works and exit. That's fine anyway. There's no problem there. The jewel here is in the not doing any works buying below market value, maybe putting in a 0 deposit, because I'm going to go on a bridge, 100% bridge finance, and then exit to a mortgage pretty quick. Now, the bridging lender might have minimum fees. They might say, okay, well, I know you're just doing it in one day, but I'm going to charge 3 months interest or a few percentage in fee, so that they make some money out of it. That's fine. The deal needs to be able to accept that as well. That's why the mortgage option exists. That's why we found that solution, because if you don't want to accept the bridge, you don't want to go down this, you don't need to pull out the equity. Guess what? We can just do it on the mortgage, put the equity in the portfolio. All right, so something else fantastic there. Another way to access below market value deals. Day one remortgage case study. Let's have a look at a couple of case studies here on how this actually works in reality. So example 1, buy to let bought with cash. Purchase price 100,000. Works completed, cost 20,000. The market value now is 180 after the works. So took a while to do the works. Yeah, took a month or two to do the works. And obviously we couldn't value the property until the works were done. So that delays the mortgage. You can't have the mortgage completing on the same day as the bridge. So the mortgage completed, let's say 12 weeks later, 3 months later. The mortgage is 75% of 180. We get 135 back. So we bought it for 100. We put 20 in there. There's probably other costs and stuff involved for the bridge, for the legals, for the valuation, stamp duty. It's an all money out deal there at 135. Example 2. This one's bought with a bridge, right? So purchase price 100,000, bought below market value. No works are needed, and that's key, right? This is the bits where it's more tricky, where it's harder to use the finance system to get a valuation on the open market value because no works have been done. So bought for 100,000, no works needed. The value is 150,000. The bridge loan provider said, I agree, you can have all the money to buy this. They've given us 100% of the purchase price, all the 100,000. The bridge costs are approximately 10,000. The mortgage completes on the same day as the bridge. We've started them both a few weeks before, 6 weeks before, and they all complete at the same time. The mortgage is 112,500. There's no deposit needed. The cash for fees only. So the client's still got to pay stamp duty, still got to pay legal fees, he's still got to pay a valuation fee, and all that money will come back out within the 12 months anyway. That's how it works if you're using a bridge at 100% financing. Example 3, this is my property, right? This is one I did, was it last year, maybe even the year before, Lister Court. So I bought this flat for 78,000 cash. Yeah. The total cost of the property, including the stamp and the fees and everything else, was 85,000. That's how much money I put in to acquire the property. I needed to do no works, nothing at all. There is a slight lie there, right? I did have to spend, I think it was £250 because there was a leak on the join on a pipe, and we had to take the floorboard up and replace the fitting. So I had to pay for the plumber to go out and do that, and it had made a stain on the roof of the ceiling of the apartment below, so I got the decorator to go in and paint over that and make it good again. But no works required really. Yeah. The mortgage valuation was completed before I'd actually bought the property. So I found the property, I put my bid in. This was an auction one. I bought it at auction. They've agreed it. I'm buying the property. I've got 56 days to complete. The first thing I did was go into my solicitor and say, let's start the purchase. Here's the money. Let's go. At the same time, I went to the mortgage lender and said, let's start a remortgage here for a property that I own. Yeah, or I'm going to own. And they said, okay, fine. Yeah, we start the application process. We get a valuer. The valuer goes out. I give them the estate agent's details. The estate agent gives them access to the property. The valuer, he goes, he values it. He values the property at 135. So I'm buying it for 78, and it's been valued at 135. I need to break the chain in order to get a mortgage on 135. So I'm breaking the chain by buying it for cash. And then 1 week later, my mortgage completes and I get all my money out of the deal plus £2,000 extra. I could have had more if I wanted to, but I'm not greedy. I didn't want to leverage it too much, and I'm quite happy with that. The 2,000 just covers any voids, rental voids. So that's a real life example. Example 4, another one, my property, Salts Mill, another flat, bought for 38,000. Can you believe this property originally, when it was new, was sold for 120? Right, 38,000. Too much supply in the area. Total cost of the property is 46 in this instance. No works required. Don't need to do anything. Property value 80,000. I can get a mortgage based on that of up to 60,000. So all money out again. I'm not doing any works, right? It's the easiest property investing that you'll ever do. Get a property under market value, find a solution to get the money back out. Maybe you put the money in first. Maybe you need the cash flow to buy cash. Maybe you use 100% bridge. Maybe you go straight to mortgage and just put a 10% deposit in. But we're doing nothing, right? Apart from managing the finance, managing the legal work, we're not doing any works. We're not doing any of that stuff, any of that difficult risk-based things where stuff can go wrong. We're just adding equity to the portfolio, acquiring properties with little cash put down. These are the properties. So this first one here, that's Lister Court, really nice complex there. And then the other one is the Salts Mill one, much bigger. That comes with a gym, free gym, and a parking space, and a few other bits and pieces as well. So in summary, right, BMV Masterclass, I'm sure you've got a lot of information in your heads now going around there of all these different things that you can do. Again, you don't need to know everything, just need to know that things can be done. If it's BMV, then we can help. Deals can be funded easily if you're buying BMV or doing works. This is what you need to know. There is the potential for a low deposit and leave equity in the portfolio, or if you don't want to do that, we can pull equity out. Depends what's right for the situation. You don't have to be an expert in finance. All you have to have is a basic understanding to ensure it's available to you and lock the deal in. Yeah. I've shown examples of 2 different funding strategies today. There are many more creative ways to use finance sensibly. All we've talked about today is buying below market value 2 ways. That's it. That's all we've talked about. And you've seen the kind of level of depth that we can go into in how we can manufacture BMV and do different things. There's other things out there. We could be here for a very, very long time if we went through more of them. So the message is really reach out to discuss your situation and how we can help fund your deal. If you've got something agreed and it's BMV, or you want to get into this market and really understand what to look for, the key is really secure the deal. Secure the deal, and then we can decide how to fund it. But yeah, if you want to know more, reach out to us. We're all over social media. We can be found in the website online. You can drop us an email, and there's our contact details if you would like to take a note of them. I hope this has been interesting. I hope you've learned something new about how to fund deals. And if there's any questions, I'm quite happy to take those now.
Absolutely. Have I learned something? Oh my goodness me, Rob. I think we may have saved the best till last in a lot of respects. What a fabulous talk. And I cannot believe some of the stuff that you've said. It's just mind-blowing, isn't it? This is it's almost too good to be true, isn't it? I just can't get my head around it. And I'm sure there'll be lots and lots of questions. So brilliant talk, great presentation. Would it be okay to ask you a couple of questions now?
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. My only caveat is that I have to fit all the questions in to 13 minutes because I'm taking my daughter to see her first live concert this evening, and we have to go out.
Don't worry, we are super quick here, I can promise you. Okay, so let's have a little look at the questions very, very quickly. Do you operate in Northern Ireland?
For these particular strategies, no. These are limited to England and Wales and Scotland as well, I think now.
Okay, no problem at all. Could you use this for a row of 5 houses being sold together? They're worth 1 million, being advertised at 675, modern method of auction. I suppose you're going to say yes, because effectively it's a portfolio, isn't it?
Absolutely. Works really good for portfolios because, they can all be valued individually as well. So yeah, absolutely, it can work for portfolios.
Brilliant. Okay. Marie was asking, below market value, is that the same as under market value?
Yes, it is. Under market value, below market value, it's the same. What we're looking at here is how much are you buying it for, and what is it worth on the open market value, either using a normal bricks and mortar valuation, or for the more complicated things with HMOs and MUFBs, using those specific valuation strategies of how we look at the assets to value them.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. That is okay. This is obviously yes. Can we use you for bridging loans? Of course we can.
All day long, we do bridging loans all the time. And actually, on our website, we've got a bridging loan calculator on there where you can pop on yourself and you can plug some numbers in and see what it comes back with. I don't think it knows about these creative strategies, so these are a little bit in the grey. But if you're just looking standard kind of bridging, there is a tool there that you can use to give you an idea. The best way is book a call in. We'll go through your situation and deal, and you can feel a lot more confident about what's available for you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Trevor was asking if he could have some PDFs. So is there possibly a way we can get in contact with you and get the PDFs? He's a bit worried that the quality of the recording, you won't be able to see the screens. I was screenshotting my head off, I've got to be honest with you, so I can look at it in detail later. But are you able to put these sort of case studies on a PDF on your website or something?
Yeah, so what we'll probably do is we'll share them. We'll maybe share them after the call. We'll see how they can be distributed. Or what we'll do for sure is if you follow us on your favorite social media, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, whatever it is, then we will share some posts over the next few days about each of these elements as well, with the key criteria in there to help you out.
Awesome, that's brilliant. Anna has asked, can she use this strategy for serviced accommodation?
Well, service accommodation is just a buy-to-let property usually, unless it's got multiple kind of rooms in it that you're letting out separately. But usually it's a buy-to-let. So the service accommodation is just the use of it. But generally speaking, there's no difference in how it's valued. There isn't a service accommodation valuation method, and at least not for smaller ones. So absolutely, yeah, it can be used. What's the value of the property that you're buying, and how much are you buying it for? Is there a 25% difference between the two? This is the test that you should all be doing. Look for that 25% difference minimum. It needs to be solid, right? Not spurious. And if that exists, then we can have a talk about it.
Absolutely, that's brilliant. I think that's all of the questions. I just wanted to ask one question actually. What's in it for the lenders?
What's in it for the lenders? So if we look at the mortgage strategy, well, effectively, when they lend 90% of the purchase price, they're only going up to 75% of the value. So it is like them lending 75% normal buy-to-let mortgage, but based on the value. But nobody else does that. There's only one lender who does it that we've got an agreement with. All other lenders are still in the dark ages where they are, no, it's 75% of the purchase price. We don't care what the value is. But yeah, so that opens up that market now where we can go straight to mortgage. The other aspects where we're breaking the chain first to pull out the equity, that the lenders, they're managing their risks still because they're still considering the market value in those scenarios, and that's what it is. It's about pragmatic approaches by certain lenders who are willing and prepared to work with people like us and investors and understand what we're doing and want to put the solutions in place so they can do more business.
Yeah, and I suppose that if it did default and go to auction, they'd probably get all of that purchase price anyway, wouldn't they? Because it's below market value.
They would exactly. So when you actually, if you were really boring and geeky like me and you kind of worked out all the numbers, you could see that their exposure is still quite low. So even if they lend 100% of the purchase price, if it's significantly below market value, then they're only like at 80% of the market value anyway.
Yeah, it's still worth that money. I get that. As I said, I nearly kept up with you, Rob. You are incredible with your numbers and your facts and your figures. It's just brilliant. And we're really grateful to have you on the ETA platform as well. So I just think that was brilliant, and possibly the best was kept till last there. What do you think, Mark?
I thought it was amazing, Rob. I knew you'd kill it. And come out there with that, funding and strategies and ways to do things because you're doing it yourself. And that's one of the things today is, the people that have been on here today are living and breathing property investors. We're out there, we're actually functioning, and we're doing all of this. So Rob, absolute pleasure to have you on today, my friend. As James says, it's great to have you on the ETA platform as well, helping and supporting the community as well as all the other investors out there. So if you do want to talk funding or work out how you're going to, strategize and get out there and property invest, and you're ready to take action, then you need help with that, reach out to Rob and his team. So thank you for coming on, Rob, today. It's been great.
Yeah, no problem. My pleasure. Absolutely. And, I'm glad it's been of value, and hopefully it helps some people get some deals done, particularly in this market, because it's ripe for this stuff. There's lots of deals out there that are below market value at the moment. So you can really kind of take your pick around there and negotiate prices as well. What I would say is the book call QR on there, my diary is quite full at the moment for the next week or so. But if you go to the website, or just Google Simple Fast Mortgage Get Started, or go to the website and click the Get Started. There's like about 4 or 5 questions, what are you looking to do? It takes about 25 seconds, 30 seconds, and it'll send an email through to us, and then we'll be in touch with you and we'll book a call in. So if you look at the link and you think, well, I don't really want to meet with Rob at 6:45 in the morning on a Tuesday when I start my first meeting, then there's other ways that you can get in touch, and we'll get in touch with you to find a suitable time.
Lovely, absolutely brilliant. I really, really enjoyed that. Thank you so much, Rob. Really, really good.
No worries. Thanks for having me, guys.
Good to see you, Rob. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So what an amazing day it has been. If you've only just joined us, we had a full-on day today. If you've registered today, you will be able to access the recording. You'll be sent a link out. You can go back through each and every speaker that we had today. But it started today with my good self, which are the best cash flowing strategies to get you going and how you can plan that out. Then we had Alice and Anthony, all about the renters' right bill, everything you needed to know there. Such a great presentation where they had a little quiz with us as well, which is always amazing. Then we had our very own Mr. James Wyatt, removing blockers, working on your mindset and why you need to be out there taking action. Tracy Patel came on and spoke about designing your kitchens and differentiating yourself from everybody else out there. And then in the afternoon, we had the great Holly Jennings on showing you a system, the property pipeline. That is an amazing system. We've got the link in the chat there. If you want to have a go at that for free, then do so. Have a little play, see if it'll help you with your follow-ups, with your stacking your deals and things. Rupan Patel came on, talked about the refurbishments and his methodology on how he looks at refurbishments and going through that, which was amazing. We had Emily McTammany on, was talking about social housing and supportive living. We've got our biggest cheerleader on James's laugh at the moment, so that's nice to see. Well, are you doing? And of course, we ended the day with Rob Peters, and of course, he went through a lot of creative funding strategies that he is using right here, right now, which are really, really amazing. And I believe it opens up your mind to all of the opportunities that are out there at the moment to really help you when you're moving forward, when you're trying to do your property investing. And that's why we put this day together. It's really all about making sure that you're taking action in the right manner, doing the right things at the right time to get the results that you want to be getting. And that's fundamentally what we're all about here as well. So if you need any help with that, then please do come and reach out to us. Come and check out our community as well. We've got an offer on there, which is £1 to just come and try us out. And the speakers that you've seen today are all a part of the ETA community. They are all on hand to answer questions. They all have sessions each and every month, some of them each and every week, to help and support you. If you're looking at social housing, supported living, you have a property or you're in the process of buying a property and you want to see whether or not we can help you find a provider for that, then check out Social Spaces. There's a QR code there that'll take you to a form just to fill in. And then we can see what the property is and arrange to have a chat with your good selves. So reach out to us if that is the case. But I'd like to thank today's sponsor, which is Education to Action, the platform there. If you'd like to try them out for £1 for a few weeks and then see if it suits your needs. And you can, of course, then be in the community with us to help and support you. Who doesn't love a QR code? Finally, and a big finally, and a big thank you to Mr. James Wyatt himself for his throughout today. It sounds like he's got a cheerleader in the background, but great to have you on today, James. Thank you ever so much for all your help and support.
You're welcome, mate. You're welcome, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure helping you out, and I look forward to the next one.
Exactly. So we'll plan on doing this again. Hopefully next time we can get everybody in the room. We'll have a big networking session and we'll get some great speakers in. But if you've been with us today all day long, and some of you have been looking at the names, fair play to you. I hope we have delivered on the promises that we set out there. Feel free to reach out to any of us on social media. We are here to help and support each and every one of you. And I have to say now, thank you ever so much for joining us today. It's an absolute pleasure. So all that leaves me to basically say is thank you to all of our speakers today. Thank you to James. Thank you to you for putting your trust in us today. And I hope that you've got massive value from it all today. And if you have, then we've done our job. Thank you ever so much. Take care. Get out there, invest, make 2026 your best year ever. And I look forward to hearing about your results and your wins. Thank you very much, and bye for now.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Die.